Even when you feel low, you can still go. Even when you feel slow, you can still go. Even when there's no hope, you can still go. I never answer to no, man, I still go. Go, 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 go. Hustle hard, hustle every single day. I'll be making moves till I'm buried in my grave. To the system, I don't wanna be a slave. I've been doing shit my way, or the highway. And in the driveway is a nice range. Cause I grind through the climb, I invite pain. You'll never hear me, bitch, nah, I don't complain. Just gotta flip the switch and you can go and obtain anything you want, anything you need. Your mind's got the key ingredient, it's belief. They deceive with the negativity, but I just slide right by that energy. Even when you feel low, you can still go. Even when you feel slow, you can still go. Even when there's no hope, you can still go. I never answer to no, man, I still go. Go, 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 go. You got a mind, but even that could change. You could flip the gray matter like some batter in your brain. That's why they say, fake it till you make it A. And if you play that game, then you just might make a change. Rearrange all the bad to okay. Take the worst thoughts saying, turn them to a game. Take the best thoughts saying, put them on display. On repeat in your brain till you're feeling no more pain. Never slow yourself down, you can do some more. Push past all the pain and you'll find a door. Open it up and finally explore everything that you thought you could never do before. And even when you feel low, you can still go. Even when you feel slow, you can still go. Even when there's no hope, you can still go. I never answer to no, man, I still go. Go, 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 go. Even when you feel low, you can still go. Even when you feel slow, you can still go. Even when there's no hope, you can still go. I never answer to no, man, I still go.
Yo, what's going on? How's everybody doing? We're gonna coming back to the second part of the young thug life appearance in court. I think they're late right now, so they haven't get started. So we're gonna have to wait a little bit more. We're gonna have to wait a little bit longer and stuff like that. Hold on 1 second. I'm trying to get this. In the meantime, man, how you doing today? Trying to start doing. I'm trying to go start like going into the live stream a whole lot more often. Let me see. It's a little dark in here. It is dark. So please make sure you hit the like button, man. I would really appreciate it. And then make sure to subscribe if you haven't subscribed. I'm trying to get to 1,800 in the next couple of days. So please make sure you go ahead and do that. Another thing, if you feel like you want to support the live stream, please make sure that you can support the stream via super chats. The channel is monetized now, so you can hit the hit the super chat. Or you can do a cash app. The cash app. Let me turn that. I'm sorry, I'm kind of late, so give me 1 second. No, right here. This one right here. There you go. Let me go ahead and put it in the chat too. So also membership is available for the channel, so please make sure you become a member. Hold on 1 second. Yeah, over here. Right now I'm just waiting until the whole young thug the court went into lunch right now. They're in Eastern time, so They should be coming up pretty soon. So I'm just waiting for that right now. At the same time, doing like a million other things. Sometimes doing this live stream by yourself is kind of hard. It's complicated because you got to do like 20 different things at the same time. So as right now, I'm just waiting for the judge to make his way into the court, so they can make the whole. But for the people that don't know, Young Thug is a famous rapper out of ATL. This man, what's good, family? How you doing? Thank you for being here. But yeah, Young Thug is a famous rapper from ATL. He owns a record label, and his whole thing got indicted on RICO charges. Yes, he got hit with the gang member RICO charges. 28 people went into jail for that same charge. So, and now, right now, what Young Thug is looking at right now, he's looking at 50 years in jail. So, you can just tell the man is pretty much fighting for his life at this point. That's what. Like, please make sure you hit the like button. Make sure you do that. Also, we got memberships available for the channel, so make sure you subscribe for that. And the reason why y'all need to subscribe for that, because you get access to the private stream, the ones that is not for the public. So you will have you can build those private stream as much as you can. It's a couple of videos in there right now that you can go ahead and check it out if you sign for it. It's only cut. Also, you get you get access to customized emojis and stuff like that. You will never get timeout out of the chat. So just make sure to take advantage of that. You also help the channel to grow up. I'm trying to reach my next mark. I mean, my first mark will be 2,000 subscribers. The next one will be 5,000. That will be the next. I'm having a monetization party on this Friday, so make sure you stay tuned to that. As right now, I'm just waiting for the court get back in action so we can see what they trying to, like, the whole purpose of this court is a suppression court hearing. They're trying to suppress a whole lot of the evidence because Young Thug lawyers are arguing that they got those evidence illegally. And if you watch my live stream this past Friday, it indicates how the judge actually threw out, like, they cannot use the cell phone, they cannot use whatever they find in the house. So that's another reason why they're going to court. They're trying to get a whole lot of those. They're trying to get a whole lot of those evidence from the court, which it would be a good win for him. Yes. So right now I'm just waiting for that. In the meantime, yes, he got like about 12 charges. It's 28 people fighting the same case. So it's a good chance somebody is saying something. Let me go ahead and write this thing down. Yes. Let me go back over here. I'm sorry, I'm just trying to find out if the court. Oh, thank you, my girl Janesta Miss Coleman. Thank you for the $10 super chat. You always supporting your boy. I appreciate the love. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You got to be, at this point, the #1 supporter I have. Yeah. She said your platform is going to blow up in 2024. Happy holidays to you and your family. Happy holidays to you and your people, man. And you say 2024. I'm pretty sure you meant 2023. Listen, man, I'm trying. This need to blow up by summer 2023. That's the way I look at it. Yes, I'm trying to. So right now, I call it like it's a startup. I cannot call it really a business yet. I think I'm gonna start calling a business when I get after 2,000 subscribers. That's when once you get 2,000 subscribers, then it becomes a business. Yes, man. Yes, man. Let me see. Let me see if the court already not. It's not going yet. Just waiting for the court to get back in order, back in section. Thank you, Miss Coleman again. I appreciate the love. You such a sweetheart. You always helping you hooking your boy up, man. Thank you. Promise you, all the help, yeah, all the donation that you always give to the platform. I'm gonna use it to buy better equipment and stuff like that. I got big ideas for this channel, believe it or not. So I'm trying to. This is gonna be for the people, funded by the people. So that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna make it happen. We're gonna make it bigger. Right now, I gotta build the whole the membership for the membership for the people. I got that's a whole new program right there that I got to build. Um, let me see. I'm about to get the link right now. So if y'all always more than welcome to sign up for the membership. Let me see 1 second, man. Yeah. Yeah, the stock market is bleeding right now. God damn, man. It's in the red. Damn, I'm losing a whole lot of money. I'm losing a whole lot of money today, yo. Let me see 1 second. Here we go. Here we go. Oh, you can't hear anything. Oh, they went back out. Oh, I thought the court was gonna start. No, I guess not. Still waiting. Yeah. In the meantime, let me see. Let me tell you something. Like I said, this guy, Young Tub, he's a famous rapper out of ATL. I don't know if a lot of people. I think he's pretty popular. He's up there. He runs a record label. His record label name is YSL. So everybody on his record label went to jail for a RICO charge. RICO charge is pretty hard to beat. It's a state RICO charge. So the only thing about Young Thug, the only positive thing in this whole fiasco is that Young Thug happens to have a lot of money, so he can actually fight the case. Let me tell you how many. Let me see how many charges this man got. Let me go ahead and share this screen real quick. I'm still waiting for the court to come up, so please bear with me. They should be coming up in any minute right now. Can y'all hear me good? I don't know if y'all can hear me good, but can you drop a one in the chat to see y'all can see if y'all can hear me good? Okay, here we go. Right here. Let me see. How do you go? Okay, thank you. Thank you. Please, while you come in, man, please hit the like button, man. That's help us a lot. And make sure if you haven't subscribed, I need you to subscribe, please, because it helped me go into the top of the algorithm. Yeah, let me see. I'm trying to find out. Right now, I'm just waiting for the court to to the court to start over. They in launch right now. They got a whole. Let me see. So y'all get familiar with John Todd real quick. He got 88-page grand jury indictment. God damn, a lot of pages, man. It's a lot of charges. It's John Todd and 27 other people is involved in this case. Let me see 1 second. They be for the people that don't know, they according to the police, the prosecution claimed that Young Tub and the YSL record label, they are part of the blood gang, and they have been investigating this man since 2012. No, online 2015. Yeah, so they got 9 years investigating this man. So the reason why they got court today is because on Thursday on Friday when he went to court, he Young Thug lawyer is actually arguing, and actually successfully he got a whole lot of of the evidence thrown out of court. So what that means, it means that the police and the detective in an illegal way, they got a whole lot of evidence, so they cannot use the phones no more. This is for the part for the state. They cannot use the phone. They cannot use the drugs that they found on Young Thug house. They cannot use all the evidence that they found on Young Thug car. So that's one of the reasons they're doing. And the name of this court today, it would be suppression hearing. Suppression hearing means they trying to like determine how valid is all the evidence that the court and that the state got against his client, which in this case would be Young Thug. So they trying to say that the whole prosecution has been done in an illegal matter. So they pretty much trying to say it's corruption in the system. That's what they're trying to say. The lawyers trying to argue. And if they can successfully prove that, that means that Young Thug it's a chance that he might walk, but the odds are not on his favor because it's a RICO case. It's real hard to beat those kind of cases. So I need everybody to hit the like button, subscribe, and turn your notifications on so you can actually don't miss none of the live streams. So please make sure you go ahead and do that. Also, make sure you if you want to support the channel, you can go ahead and hit the Cash App or do it via Super Chat. I would really appreciate that. Make sure you have everybody subscribe to the channel. I am trying to get to 2,000 subscribers before Martin Luther King holidays. So let's make it happen. And so right now I'm still waiting. So hopefully they come up soon. Yeah, I am streaming from the core. Yeah, I am gonna stream the core hearing. I think everybody, from my point of view, everybody wants to know what's gonna happen because it seems from what everybody's talking about, it seems like it's a very dirty case because the way of the how the state collect all the evidence. So that's why I'm trying to figure it out how it's gonna play it out. I'm trying to figure it out if it's this illegal prosecution. It was half of the case is done in an illegal matter anyway. They already throw out half of the evidence. So that's why I'm very interested in what's gonna happen. So right now I'm just waiting to see what's gonna happen. In the meantime, let me see what else we got in this case. I'm trying to make you tell you what's going on in the case. See that in 2014 they started investigating Young Thug and the YSL group. So, and part of the charges will be attempted murder, trying to kill. They were trying to delete another rapper, YFN Lucci. If you don't know who YFN Lucci was, he happens to be the boyfriend of one of Lil Wayne's daughter, the oldest. They got attempted to sell drugs, a bunch of guns, racketeering. What other case they got over here? Yeah, one of the okay, this is another one right here. Young Thug manager was accused a couple years back from shooting a Lil Wayne's a Lil Wayne tour bus. Yes, he was accused of that. So the manager went in and he turned himself in and he ended up doing about 12 years. I mean, he's still in jail for that. That happened like 4 or 5 years ago. Yeah. Let me see 1 second. Yeah, on January 15th. Hopefully I can get to 2,000 subscribers by that day. That's my goal. As of right now, I'm 1,700 right now. And I gotta thank you again for subscribing to my channel, man, and to helping me get to 1,700. Now I need to get to 2,000 so I can really be in the game. That will help me align the algorithm. The more subscribers I get, the more people turn on your notification to my channel, the better help that I get. Let me see. The course still haven't get started yet. Yeah, like right now. Also, it's going another one that I'm gonna do next. It would be the Tory Lanez and the Megan Thee Stallion court. I think that is going on right now as we speak. I'll probably go ahead and do that once I'm done with the youngthug court case. I'm probably gonna jump on the whole Tory Lanez and Megan Thee Stallion case. They in court right now. He is fighting. They're trying to determine if he shot that girl or not. If he shot her feet up, they're trying to determine that. So, and here his case, they in trial right now. So this right here was unexpected. This was like a suppression hearing, so they have to do this today. Like they're trying to get the evidence thrown away. Everybody that is here, thank you for being here. I appreciate you. And just bear with me with your boy. Let me see what everybody's saying in the chat. You are Junior Lee. No, Lee. That man got skills, man. If I'm half good as he is, I'm gonna be okay. Because he got skills, man. But plus he's a lawyer, so that's gonna help him on everything. I'm just trying. I'm still learning. You know what I mean? I'm still learning, getting comfortable in front of the camera and stuff like that. Give me into the first 3-4 months in this year. I should be I should be decent. I should be okay. You know what I mean? So please hit the like button. Make sure you share and subscribe. You haven't subscribed. My man Fadi, what my man Fadi said, man, free young thugger. The young Fadi said, he trolling. I didn't do nothing. You think so? Fadi, you free right now, bro? Fadi, are you free right now? Like you got anything to do? Let me see what it said. Rummy Whippy said he out, bro. Who's out? Who is out? Oh, okay. Yeah, that man. Oh, I thought he had a whole lot of time. The guy happens to be a youngthug manager. He shut up Lil Wayne, but yeah, he got he probably got one of those charges, reckless endangerment, maybe, because he ain't hit nobody. Oh, okay. Okay, at what time, JP? Everybody go subscribe to my. Matter of fact, I'm gonna drop the link for my man J Prince, man. At what time J Prince going live, yo? Yeah, the court still haven't started. God damn, these people. No wonder the court system is a piece of crap. They never on time, but they on time to lock you up though. They always on time to lock you up. See, I'm trying to find out what's gonna happen, man. I really want to know what's gonna happen. 46-7 waiting. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll be there. Everybody, man, go subscribe. My man, Jay Prince. That's my man right there. He got great channel over there. I'll be there all the time. Let me drop the link so everybody can subscribe. Yeah, make sure you support my man. I'm all about supporting my man Jay Prince, man. Make sure everybody go subscribe to this channel, man. In the meantime, still over here waiting. I'm sorry for the delay. It's not me, people. It's the goddamn court. It's the goddamn system. I'm trying to figure out how many charges in total. All I know is youngthug is facing 50 years. 50 freaking years. But here's the thing, though. Gunna, which happens to be part of the case, and he's one of the rappers at the YSL record. He actually got out on Thursday. He got out of jail on Thursday, and they gave him time served. He signed up for one of those Alfred pleas, which he admit guilt, but he's not admitting nothing that he's not admitting that he did anything wrong. So, and everybody started saying on social media that Gunna was snitching. I mean, time will tell if the man was stealing or not. Time will tell. But as of right now, everybody, all the rappers, everybody on social media is calling Gunna a snitch. I mean, you see it, and people like I'm dropping one. Matter of fact, let me make it pull, man. Like, we're gonna make it fun over here. Like, I'm gonna ask you a question, man. Do you think Gunna snitch? I wanna know. I wanna hear your opinion. Do you think that rapper Gunna snitch, man? He was on the case. He did drive snitch on the way when because the whole reason that a lot of people said that he snitched is because the whole time you have the whole time you we got everybody from big time executive, all the rappers, everybody that came to court, they say that YSL, which is Young Thug's label, it wasn't a record. It's not a criminal enterprise. They say that's just a record label only. It just so, but when it was time for Gunna to go to court, which it was last week, he got in front of the judge and said that what he actually said out of his own mouth that YSL was a gang. It was a gang. So that kind of undercut everything that everybody else was doing. So that kind of forced Young Thug hands to kind of put pressure on the court to try to throw this whole case away. So that's why everybody is calling him a snitch, man. I mean, at the end, a lot of these people tell, man. A lot of them gonna tell. Like they wanna play gangster but when it's time to play real gangster, nothing is gonna come up. So still waiting. Oh, I don't know how much waiting we're gonna do over here. But in the meantime, please hit the like button. Please hit the like. Make sure you subscribe to the channel if you haven't subscribed. Yeah, the court's still blank. Yeah, so hopefully we ready to go in the next few minutes. Yo, I appreciate everybody's patience. Because I remember I did a live stream. I covered the first part of the court when they went to court earlier today, and they said they were coming back at 2:30 Eastern time, so they were already behind like almost a whole hour. So I do apologize. I don't want to be seen like I'm a liar. I'm not a liar. Mm-hmm. Yeah, let me see how is the. Let me see how is the poll that I dropped there. Do you think Young Gunna snitch? Gunna snitch? Yes or no? I said right now. Okay, keep voting, please. I need everybody to vote. So I'm gonna read the results in a minute. Yeah, but a RICO case is a. Let me see one more thing, yo. RICO case, man, that thing looks crazy. Most people, the only famous people that I can remember that beat a RICO case was a Young Gotti. Young Gotti beat a RICO case twice. He beat it twice, but he was in social cell for on the third time. The third time they gave him like 200 years. Because the way that the RICO case is a structure is to kind of pretty much put the cable around your neck, because it's hard to beat a RICO case. It's super hard, extremely hard. Most people cannot do it. Most people cannot do that, yo. Yeah, another thing that I'm reading over here, the people that investigated the case, they say thanks to Young Thug and Gunna and the YSL record, they say that crime in ATL raised he had a 60% rise in violent crimes in ATL. God damn. I think they're exaggerating with that number. That gotta be a lie. Come on, man. They saying in December 14, which it was last week, Gunna, he pled guilty to charge of racketeering conspiracy and better known as the Alfred plea. Okay, a deal that allows him to plead guilty while maintaining his innocence. He got 5 years sentence that was commuted, and they send him home. So pretty much he on probation right now. That's what Gunna is. He got to do 500 hours of community service. Junta is waiting for the January trial from behind bars. Okay, so it's 28 people on this indictment right now. 28 people. God damn. Let me see if he's gonna start anytime soon. Still blank. Gotta wait, man. Well, how do you think this case is gonna play out? Do you think he's gonna go home? Do you think he's gonna go to jail? I think at the end of the day, I believe John Thor he's gonna have to. At the end of the day, I believe that Young Thug is gonna have to take a plea. No, I already did that, Trump. I already did. I'm on top of it. It's not starting yet. Like the link that I got is blank, and I'm searching all the people that doing the same thing I'm doing. It's the same thing. They cannot. They are not able to enter the court yet. So you just gotta be patient with this thing, I guess. I hope it happens in the next few minutes. I don't wanna keep it. We got my man over here. What's good, family?
What up, man?
Man, I'm over here, man, trying to break this case wide open. Being like a fake lawyer over here.
Word. Yeah, man. I see, like, you got your YouTube channel popping. You ain't doing your thing, man.
Hey, I'm trying, man. I don't think I'm doing my thing yet, man. Until you, for me, I consider doing my thing until I can put like 200 people on the live stream on a daily basis, man. That's when you hear at least 100, you know.
Yeah, I feel you, man. But it's like it's a grind, man. I be on Bigo sometimes too. Think about when I go on Bigo, I'm able to pull in like 100, 200 over there. But it's harder with YouTube because YouTube, they don't really be promoting. Like if you don't really search for somebody, you won't even know that they live. I ain't even know that you live until you send me the message on Instagram, and I just saw it and I clicked it. But other than that, like you ain't pop up. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's why you gotta at first you gotta do all the labor pretty much single-handedly yourself. And then once you I believe once you reach like you start reaching the 10, 20, 50,000 subscribers, it's all about algorithm, bro. That's what I've been reading. Everybody keep telling me the same thing.
Yeah, like you gotta do it yourself. You gotta like YouTube not gonna start they're not gonna start putting the videos out until like they see that, like you said, you got the 50,000. Then they're gonna start sending it out.
You become a priority after that. Do me a favor, man. Put your channel in the back, man. The link of your channel, bro, so I can go ahead and promote your shit while we're here. Like, do me.
I appreciate it, man.
Do me. Yeah, ain't no big deal, man. Come on, we gotta help each other, bro.
That's right. That's
Oh,
right. Yeah.
it's my channel. We got to do the same. We got to bang with each other.
Yeah. Like I told you, like remember, like when I was trying to get, I had to wait like a whole 3 weeks before they monetized my shit, man.
No, it happens. Like I told you, it was gonna happen. You was all nervous and shit. I told you it was gonna happen. Yeah, because look, as of right now, look, I'm monetized, right? But I'm still YouTube ain't sending me no check yet because like all the super chats and everything, I ain't getting that money yet because they need to verify my address. So what they do is they gotta send you a letter. They go, I'm pretty sure you already did the paperwork. So what they're gonna do next, they're gonna send you an email, say like you do this, and then the next email would be like, oh, we're gonna mail you a pen. We're gonna mail you a pen because they need to know that you is you. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah. And I would even say like in the meantime, before you even like get the check, you should tell people just send it straight to your Cash App. Like it's the same thing. Like rather than sending it to the super chat, just send it to the Cash App for now. Because to me, like it's like the same thing. You better off getting the Cash App because you know what's the point of sending it to the super chat if it's not really going to benefit you that much. The benefit with getting monetized is like when you got the videos and they could put the ads on the videos. To me, that's the benefit.
Yeah, I mean, people like the thing is, a lot of most, I don't want to say most, but a lot of people might not have a Cash App. You see what I'm saying? And a lot of people like to see,
See their name on there, yeah.
You know what I mean? Like it's all about like they showing this. I mean, I take it whatever way they can. Because in my
like, with me, like I would be like, if you gonna send me the Cash App, I'm gonna put your whatever you wrote in the chat on the screen anyway. You know what I mean? If that's how you want to do it. But we talking too much on YouTube politics. Let's get back on this case because I don't want to divert your show.
Go ahead. No, but the last thing I'm gonna say about this is like whatever you gotta take it, however people wanna support you, it's still gonna get to me eventually. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure,
So,
Yeah.
I'm here for the people anyway, man. I like to mingle with the people. So, go ahead. What you got on this young thug case, man?
Yeah. So like I was listening, and I don't want to take this my credit, so I'm definitely going to credit the dude. Matter of fact, fuck that dude. I ain't crediting him shit because he be on some bullshit. But anyways, I was listening to this dude earlier. He got like a little small channel, BBN Network. I'll give him his credit, and he says something that kind of like blew me away. And do you know that a month before Young Thug got arrested, they arrested this Mexican cartel out there, and it was all over the news and everything. So, what was that?
I mean, what was the case? Where they arrest him at? What state?
In Atlanta, like Cobb County, Atlanta. Let me pull it up for you. Let me try to find it.
All right.
Mexican cartel arrested in Atlanta. But see, we got to do some investigative journalism right now, and I might do a video about it, piecing it together if I got the time. All right. So I'm gonna pull this up. I'm gonna share the screen. I'm not sure if this is it though. Matter of fact, yeah, this is it. Let me share the screen for you.
Go ahead.
Cause we're doing some investigative journalism right now. We're gonna piece it all together. All right, so there go the screen I'm sharing right there. You see it?
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now.
All right, so the DEA, this is the same chick that is prosecuting Young Thug, right? The DEA dismantles Mexican drug trafficking ring in Atlanta, prevents murder. And they got 12,000 pills, yada yada yada. Now this is in 2019, right? When was the YSL case started? It happened after this.
They have been investigating Young Thug for about 8 years now. So they got like dinner a day to investigate.
No, I'm not saying when they started the investigation. So I'm saying like when they got, remember, everybody was getting investigated, but here's the connection I'm trying to show you because I'm walking you through it, and when I make my video, I might not because this shit takes a lot of work. I ain't really trying to do all of this work. I might, who knows, man? I might do it, but follow the timeline. The DEA arrests this Mexican cartel, and you know that the Mexicans is the plug. They supply in Atlanta. right?
Yeah.
So they got all of the top guns. Everybody attached to this case right here is arrested, and I believe this is the feds in conjunction with the state of Atlanta. Now they got everybody arrested. A couple months
Before you
later,
continue, this is the DEA case, right? It's a DEA case.
it's a DA. Yeah, the DE.
Okay.
Look, it says right here, DEA dismantles
Okay.
Mexican
Now
drug.
the reason I ask you this because the people that got Young Thug was the state. But I get what you're
No,
saying.
the
Go ahead.
DEA is the state district attorney. That's
No,
she. This is not federal.
no. DEA is the feds. They the Drug Enforcement Agency. They are like the FBI, but they are their own umbrella. You see what I'm saying? The DA is for the state.
Yeah, but they all working together though.
It depends. You give it or take. It depends. But go ahead.
They all working together. Either way.
Yeah, they
So
vote
this
for
happens. Yeah, but I get what you're saying. So this happens in Atlanta. Then once these dudes, the Mexican cartel is all in there, they're now piecing together who they were supplying. So if they have, you ever seen like any of them detective shows where they got like the big whiteboard and they got like all the pyramids, who working with who. So on the top you got this guy. Underneath them you see all the little smaller groups that they supplying.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it's like what they call that? That little board that
It's
they
like
talking
how
about.
do you call those channel? God damn it, hold on. Damn it, I know it's like a Law and Order stuff like that.
Yeah, Law and Order. Like, you know what I'm saying? They
Okay.
got like, you know, like when they used to prosecute the mafia, you would have like the top, the mafia right here, the capo, blah, blah, blah. Then underneath, they supplying this group, this group, this group. These dudes, the Mexicans is the plugs. We all know that.
Yeah.
So underneath them, this Mexican cartel is supplying all the major drug gangs in Atlanta, which would include YSL. It will include the other rap group that they snatched up. Remember, the DEA. Remember, the DEA was going after every organization. We only know about Young Thug because he's a celebrity,
He's a
so he
famous
gets all
one.
the news. But they also had other groups that they snatched up after this happened.
Yeah, I mentioned it earlier. They snatched up YFN Lucci. He happens
Yeah,
to be
but
the boyfriend.
she also snatched up another group too that was kind of a little bit smaller.
Oh, okay. The smaller one, man, I probably didn't hear about it. I mean, they were rappers too?
Yeah, there was another rapper that DEA targets.
Because I know the feds snatched up. I don't know if you're familiar. I mean, you're from New York. They snatched up Casanova. He pled guilty to it, and then they trying to give him between 5 and 20 years. Like he pled guilty the last month.
Yeah, that's that's New York shit. So I think this is it right here. Oh, that's not it. There was another group that they snatched up too. It was another rap group because you remember prior to the DEA was saying that YSL isn't the only rap group that she's gonna go after.
Oh, she said she's coming after everybody.
She's coming for everybody, and people were speculating that it might have been Future or it might be Lil Baby or it might be Migos. So she was saying that she's going after them, but then when she ended up going after them, it was like some unknown rap group, and they have like this one rapper that he really not that popular. So the point is this: the Mexican cartel gets snatched up, and now they're going after all of the groups that they were supplying, including YSL, because YSL also allegedly is not just a rap group. They also, do shit in the streets.
Yeah, it's
And
supposed to be
who
a
else to
plug
supply them? Who else to supply them but the Mexican cartel? If the goal is the head of the snake, then you are gonna want to build a case around the Mexican drug cartel. So you're gonna use all the other smaller groups to do so. And when you look at how the Young Thug case is prosecuting, they prosecuting this shit in a way where they don't want them to go to trial.
Of course not.
They want them to cop out. In order for them to cop out, they will want Young Thug to turn state's evidence so that he can get a plea deal. All you gotta do is look at the trajectory how they doing it. And I used to be a street dude in the past, so I know how courts work. I know how shit work when you sitting in jail and they're playing games, and I understand how all that shit work. So I'm coming from that perspective. When you look at the fact that everybody underneath Young Thug is getting deals before Young Thug, they're doing that because what they're trying to make happen is
Fuck
they
them
want to
over.
show, yeah, they trying to put pressure on Young Thug. Because if they really wanted like a case and everything, they wouldn't be doing it this way. It just don't make any sense. They're doing it in a way where they're showing Young Thug, we got all your people underneath willing to snitch on you. So even if you go to trial, you're gonna lose. So they're putting pressure on him because they want Young Thug to give up. They want him to snitch on the Mexican drug cartel, is what I'm saying. Because their goal is the Mexican drug cartel. He's just a piece in this puzzle. So they're making it so he is not even going to want to go to court because he's going to lose. You have all these people underneath you
Oh,
snitching on you. So now you got to snitch on somebody bigger than you. You see how they're going? They're going up the
yeah. So
ladder.
what you were saying pretty much is Young Thug Young Thug in the YSL case, Young Thug is the biggest dog in that particular case right here. I'm talking that
Yeah,
uncovered right
he the big dog. They
here.
want he is the direct link to the Mexican drug cartel because Young Thug, if he wanted to, he couldn't really snitch on nobody underneath him because they all small time players. They're
Yeah,
not really that important. In order for Young Thug to get a deal, he got to snitch on somebody bigger than him. So who's bigger than him? Obviously, the
the
cartel.
Mexicans.
The Mexicans, right? The Mexicans is the cartel because they going up the chain of the ladder. They doing the oldest trick in the book. Like I said, I've been in the streets. I know how this shit go.
Yeah, we
If
know
you
how to
gonna be a
play.
snitch, yeah, like this, people don't understand this, right? If two people commit a crime, they only want one of y'all to snitch because they want to pin it on the other person.
Mm.
So if me and the person do a crime and he snitches on me, I don't have the leverage to snitch anymore because they got what they want. Now they're gonna pin the whole shit on me. So even if I wanted to go back and snitch, my word wouldn't even be like they don't need me anymore
Just
because
in, a stash of dangerous drugs and guns are off the streets of Atlanta after the feds busted a Mexican cartel. Agents arrested 20 people today. Today, the DEA led 9 raids. They seized meth, heroin, fentanyl, cash, and weapons.
Oh my bad, this shit just started playing on its own.
Yeah,
Yeah, but no, like I was saying, if me and somebody else do a crime and the other person snitches on me, I'm done for. It's too late for me to go and say anything.
All right, give me 1 second, Zach. Yo, it's 141 people in here. I need everybody to please hit the like button, please. I would really appreciate it. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. I need to hopefully everybody subscribe. Make sure you subscribe to my man Zach the Signal, man. I'm always in his channel. We got about the same amount of subscribers, man. This is my people, man. I need you to support him too, man. So make sure you subscribe to him. I already I dropped the link of his channel a couple times. So everybody hit the like, subscribe to the channel, and then subscribe to his channel too, man. Please, I would really appreciate it. Also support the channel. The memberships are open, cost less than $5, and you get access to private stream, the ones that I don't have for the public. And also give you access to you will
Yeah,
never get time
give me like
chat.
5 minutes. I gotta go take care of something real quick.
Go ahead, man. But yeah, but this one is different right here. This one is I didn't make the connection when it comes to the whole Mexican thing. I mean, I'm only covering from the rapper's point of view. I didn't know that it was something else going on. Let me see how can I go ahead and do that right now. So yes, everybody, man, please hit the like. Hit the goddamn like. It's goddamn 30. How many likes I got right now, yo? It's free, people. It's free. It's free hitting the like. Also, make sure to subscribe to my channel, man. I would really appreciate it. Help your boy to get to 1750, 1800 today, man. I'm at 1700 right now. Thank you, people. Do you think Gunna's gonna tell? He already told, huh? This is what we're gonna do, man. I'm still waiting for the court to getting.
Yeah. So people missing the point that even with the Gunna thing, right? It ain't about who told or who didn't tell. Yeah, the people is like they missing the point so much. It's actually kind of funny. They talk about Gunna telling all this other shit. That's not the point. The point is this. I'm gonna try to lay it out in simple terms so that even like the most basic third grader could understand it. The whole point of all these dudes that is copping out, not just Gunna, the other dude that copped out. It's like 5 of them.
Yeah,
and it's gonna be more of them. The whole point of that, the whole point, and I'm gonna do it in simple terms so that even a basic third grader can understand. The point of that is to show Young Thug that everybody is already copping out to the fact that YSL is a gang. So there is no case. If you take this shit to trial, you're gonna lose. There's no way you could win. They have the evidence right now to convict you. You could go to trial if you want to. That's the point. The point is to show him that you no longer have a case. So your only choice from this point going on is you have to also cop out. Or you could tell, or you could try to cop a deal with us. And the deal is we want these people right here.
Yeah, at the
you
end
have
of the
to give
day,
us
man.
something. Yeah, you have to give us something worth us giving you a deal at this point. If they really wanted to take this shit to trial, they wouldn't be doing all of this. They would just go to trial and then fry his ass. But they're doing this little by little to show him that you don't have a case. It's called applying pressure. They're trying to apply pressure to Young Thug to show him that you don't have a chance in hell of winning. So your only choice from this point going on is you got to give up something. Do you think they're gonna go to Young Thug and say, "Yo, I want you to snitch on one of your artists that's doing this"? They don't. That's small fries. In order for Young Thug to be viewed as valuable, he got to give up something bigger than he is. It's the tactics that they use. It's like if I'm in a gang, right? If I got a gang and I run the gang, the target is me. They're not gonna come to me to snitch on myself. They're gonna go to everybody that's working for me in order to bury me. They're not gonna come to me with no deal. The only way that I'm gonna be able to have a deal is I'm gonna have to give up somebody bigger than me. They never go to the person that's the biggest, that's the target to make deals with them. They go to the people underneath you because they're trying to build a case against the head honcho. If you look at even with El Chapo, right? The only way people underneath El Chapo snitched on him. The only person that El Chapo could have snitched on that was bigger than him was maybe like the U.S. government.
God,
yeah, or like even when you look at the mafia, right? The mafia always goes for the underlings because they want the target.
Yeah, it's simple. The only way that El Chapo can get away from with a snitching thing is a politician. You have to.
Yeah, he got to give up a politician. Yeah, you got to give up like the government. But you the head of the snake. You're the target. Young Thug is not the target. It's clear as day. If he was a target, then they wouldn't be doing it this way. They always say they wouldn't be. You see how they're doing it? They're doing it like little by little, as if to say, everybody around you is snitching. What are you gonna do? That's why his lawyer came out and said that they're trying to put pressure on them. What you mean put pressure on them for what? Obviously the pressure is they want, and then when you look at the fact that in Atlanta, prior to that, they are aiming at the Mexican cartel over there. The Mexican cartel is the head honcho. They don't care. They don't give a fuck about no low level rapper to them. They trying to go after the big dogs. And
because you really think about it, bro. Like the feds is like they are like Instagram models. They're looking for highlights. They're looking for there because Everybody got something to gain out of this whole situation. Like, there is a reason why that lady, I forgot her name, that got the youngthug case, the district attorney lady, is going after these people because eventually she's gonna use these cases to leverage the wins on these cases to become a major, possibly a governor in the next.
Yeah. That's obvious.
Oh, leveraging something over here. That's what they always go for, the biggest target, because they want to become something.
And you notice that in a case like this, right, where you got like 30 people, there's gonna be people underneath that they're gonna. You see, the only way this shit wouldn't work is if everybody kept their mouth shut. If nobody said nothing, the whole shit will go away. But when you have a group of 30 people, they're gonna always target the weak links. And that's why they're going after the weakest links, the rapper dudes. Like they're gonna target Gunna because Gunna got a lot to lose. They're gonna give him the sweetest deal. He got a sweet ass deal, man. You ever heard of some shit where a motherfucker only?
A stash of dangerous drugs and guns are off the.
Let me close this out. This shit keep playing. You ever heard of a motherfucker that got to do 5 years where they say you only gotta you get time served and the other? That's some sweet ass deal that is impossible.
Oh, to remind you, he got 5, but they gave him time served, and so that means the next 4 he got to do probation, 500 hours. I just read the whole. I went down to the whole little plea deal, the Alfred plea deal, that you are saying you're guilty, but you're not admitted to being guilty. I like that's some crazy shit right there. Never heard of that one before, to be honest with you.
Yeah, man.
It's kind of like if you look at it, it's kind of like when you say no contest. Remember when you go to court, you be like no contest. It's like you're saying, guilty or innocent.
Yeah. Then that number just jump up out of nowhere, man. This shit just went to like 150.
Do you think what are your expectations on this whole case? Do you think that youngthug is still gonna get stick like this? Because this is what I think. I'll give you mine first. I think when it comes to RICO cases, bro, you're in a loose situation, bro. And since the case began, I say youngthug lucky if he get 10 years. If he get 10-year plea, he won't take that and go about his business. Because in 10 years, it's a state case. That means you only do 80%. So that means he be holding about 7. That's my estimation. What you think? Oh, my man just dropped. What happened? This nigga just dropped. Oh man, well, probably something happened to his phone, man. He probably would be coming back. Let me go ahead and drop the link real quick. So yeah, that's my expectation on this whole RICO thing. Like he in my opinion, he probably gonna get a 10-year plea sentence. He be out. He be home in about 8, something like that.
Yeah, the only way he gonna get that deal is he gonna have to give up something. They might have to do it in a way where, like with Gunna had to admit that it was a gang. So he might have to get a deal where he get the Alfred docket and he has to admit that the Mexican cartel was supplying them. His deal got to be enough to where it's evidence to implicate the real target.
Let's just go with your scenario. Let's just say Thug start helping them boys, right? And gave them. Let's just say they working together. Like let's just assume they working with the cartel. They were grabbing work from the cartel, right? And Thug go ahead like, yeah, I got some info. I got Pablo Rodriguez. Oh, my man just jumped out again. But let me see if you're gonna come back up. He probably having some internet problems. Let me see if he's back now. He ain't back here. But yeah, man, he just please, while you at it, hit the like button, man. It's 154 people watching, only 41 likes. Likes are free. Help your boy up. I need to get up on the algorithm. Hit that like, man. It's free. It's free. You heard me? At the same time, the Cash App is right there. Please make sure you support the channel, man, so that your boy can buy a better equipment and all of that. Also, you can also become a member of the channel. It costs less than $5, and I will give you access to the to the private stream. It's a lot of streams that I don't put up for the public. So the people that got buy a membership, they're gonna get access to those streams. So right now, I'm still waiting for the court. I'm still waiting for this goddamn court to start, man. I don't know what's going on, taking forever. Maybe the link, because I'm using I'm trying to watch the whole thing live like I did earlier. For the people that was here early, we was watching it earlier. So right now it hasn't started playing now. Let me see 1 second. Thank you, man. Thank you, Mr. Giovanni Colu, man. Thank you for subscribing, my man. I appreciate you, man. I need everybody to follow suit and do the same thing what my man Giovanni did, man. Subscribe, man. That helped you, boy, a whole lot. Hit the like button, man. I need to let's get to let me see how many likes I got. 53. Can we get to 80 likes? I need to be around 50%. Let me post a question for everybody in the chat so we can participate, man. I'm gonna ask everybody in the chat, like, yo, do you think Young Thug is going home, or do you think he's going to snitch? Let me see 1 second. Hold on 1 second, Mr. Free Reezy. Here it comes. Thank you, Miss Chispis, man. I appreciate you, man. Hopefully, I need you to stick around too. Oh, I'm gonna look it up. I'm gonna look it up. I wasn't aware of the whole they're going after the Mexican cartel on the lady that is investigating. I wasn't looking it up like that. I dropped the link. What's his name? I forgot. Reese, I dropped the link, man. So if y'all want to come up and say your take about the case, y'all more than welcome. Let me see what we have on the lights. 57 likes. Well, we need 23 more likes, family. 23 more likes, man. Please hook your boy up. I need to get up on the algorithm. That helped me a lot. Yo, what's good, Riz, man? Welcome back, man. You haven't been over here in a minute, man. What's going on with you?
What's up, man? It's hard to find a quiet spot at work. I had to turn the fans off in here.
Yeah, man. What are your take on this whole case, on this Young Thug case, my man?
It's a lot of question marks. I just realized that it's a state case, so that changed everything. If it was the feds, he'd be really cooked. With the state, there's a little bit more, bending room. You can play with the state a little bit more. So he might be good, but if they've been investigating him for all those years, then they probably have enough on him to cook him no matter what they throw out in court. So, and just because the cartel is locked up doesn't mean anything, because he can always snitch down. He could snitch on somebody smaller than him. And matter of fact, that's what happens more often than not, what a lot of people don't know. Is that
explain that, please, so people get to know what you're talking about.
Well, basically, simply put, a lot of the kingpins will snitch on their workers or their lieutenants or whatever. They'll snitch down instead of snitching up. Like, instead of snitching on their connect, they'll snitch on person they get a drops to. And that happens a lot, more than people think. I've been all through the system, feds and state.
Yeah, so, being in the street, man, I seen that a lot. What you're saying, that's what I'm asking you. That's why I asked you for you to explain it, so they hear it from somebody else besides me. Yeah, I seen that all the time in the street, bro. Like,
I met a girl snitched on his brother. I met one guy that snitched on his mom. Met a guy that snitched on his girlfriend. It's just all kinds of stuff.
Hell, bro, the latest case was this guy. I don't know if you're familiar with this guy, this rapper name from ATL named Queso.
Yeah.
He from Jacksonville. He went. He caught a body, right? He dropped somebody, and guess who was the getaway driver? His father. His father. So both of them get locked up, and the father turned around and snitched on the son. Talk about the son did it.
That's insane. That doesn't even make sense. You would think that the younger man, you know, the older man would let the other younger guy snitch so he can go on with his life. Like there are some situations in the street where a guy will get booked, right? Somebody like a young thug level, a high level guy, and they'll go get the rest of his guys. So he'll tell his homies that he's fucked either way. So he'll tell them, you know, go tell on me or whatever and do what y'all got to do to get back to your families. Now, I've seen that too. So it's hard to tell what's really going on unless you directly know the guy. You know what I'm saying? All we can go off is what the news put out there. But from what your man is saying, from what your homeboy said, they're setting him up to snitch. They're warming the whole thing up. That's what it's looking like. Now, snitch on who? I don't know.
Look what somebody said in the chat, man. My girl, she said she's a new subscriber. Thank you again, baby. I appreciate you. She said, my brother's father snitched on him. It happens. These motherfuckers ain't got no kind of loyalty, man. They don't got no morals. They want to do the gangster shit when it's time, but when it's time to do the time, man, everybody want to get away.
Tekashi changed the game, dog. He changed the game. This nigga snitched, came home, and broke a record. The first day, broke a record in views on a song.
Yeah, man. I mean, let's be honest, man. Because look, I did it. I'm gonna do the stream probably this week. Tekashi's not the first rapper that snitched, man. T.I. was, man. T.I. was the one. T.I. told. Listen, me and my friends, we always used to talk about this for years, bro. I always used to tell my friends, man, T.I. told, homie, there is absolutely no way that you get caught with silencers, with 40 rifles, AR-15, rocket launcher for God's sake, man, and you only get 9 months in jail, bro. That man told, man.
Wasn't the case forever?
And guess what happened? 2 weeks ago, T.I. said that he snitched on his dead cousin.
What's that case federal?
I didn't hear you say that one time.
That was a Fed case, right?
Yeah. Okay. Do you remember that case that he called back in the late 2000s in like 8 or 9, something like that? That
it was
he a body. And he was trying to buy some guns, but he was buying the guns from the feds.
Ooh. Wow. That's deep. Well, I don't know. They had mandatory minimums back in the day. I don't know if they're still around, but when I was in the feds, anytime you saw somebody get caught with a gun or something, if they did less than 5 years, they automatically snitched because there was a mandatory minimum of 5 years. So the only way around it was to tell on somebody. Literally, there's only one way out of it. So if a guy comes home in 2 years and tells you his lawyer was a beast and all, he's lying. He's lying. The feds don't play like that, and they got a 98% conviction rate.
Now, what do you think about? I don't know how knowledgeable are you on this particular case right here on the Young Thug case, because on Friday I did a live stream. I went live and I went when they were in court. That's what I was trying to do right now. Yo, is that in this particular case, like the prosecution, which is the state, I mean the detective in them, they acquire a whole lot of illegal evidence. So they went to court on Friday and they got thrown out. They cannot use the phone as an evidence. They cannot use the drugs they find as an evidence. What do you think about that?
Well, there's two things that could be going on. They could actually have messed the case up and, got all the shit thrown out. Or they might have something that's so rock solid that all that other shit, might as well get it out of here because we don't have time, money, and resources to go over it all. So let's get the small shit out of here because we got our bomb. We can take him down with the bomb. I don't know. Maybe they got him, maybe they don't. It's hard. You really, with those kind of things, you really have to be on the inside to know. You have to know him or one of the cops or something, because I'm telling you, I've been all through the Fed system and these things go a lot of different ways, dog. A lot of different ways.
How much time you want me to ask you?
Me? Oh, in the Fed did 1 year. I did 10 years altogether, 9 in the state and 1 in the Feds. I did a year in feds for a serial number on my own gun.
Wow.
Gun I bought, paid for. The FBI came to my house. I showed it to them. They took it. And when they called me back and said, "Sir, come get your gun," they locked me up.
And you said you did 9 years for it?
I did 1 year in the feds for that gun. I did 9 years for an attempt in Jersey.
Oh, okay. Oh, in Jersey. Oh man, we're from the same neck of the woods. I mean, I was raised in Europe. I used to be in Jersey heavy.
Yeah, I was in South Jersey though, like around Camden.
Yeah, man. And listen, you got that with one gun. Think about the silent. I know a homie that got caught with a silencer. They gave him 12 years, bro.
Yo, I did a year for my own gun. I did a year for the serial numbers. If you get caught with a gun that's not yours, it was a mandatory minimum for 5 years. That stood for like 30 years. That came out in like 93. Nigga, your boy Joe Biden with his crime bill and shit, right? That was all part of it. It lasted up to the mid 2000s till Obama won, I think. I'll be right back, all right?
No problem. Yeah, it's just the whole to me, from the way I look at it is, when it comes down to fighting these cases, in any criminal case, it's only come down to pretty much how much money you got. Why do I say money? Because if you got money, you got access to the big time lawyers. Look what happened to your boy O.J. Simpson. The only reason O.J. Simpson got away with it is because he can afford the best lawyer ever, which it was at that particular time. It was Johnny Cochran. And I know Kim Kardashian daddy has something to do with that case too. So he was part of the winning lawyer team. He had a whole crew. Mr. O.J. Simpson, he spent $12 million for his freedom. Let me say that again. He spent $12 million for his freedom, yo. So at the end of the day, you need some money just to get out of it. If you don't got no money, you show up to that court with no or with a public defender, or you're gonna get booked. You're gonna get booked. That the public defender ain't gonna do nothing for you. Nothing. So what I tell my people, man, be careful, man. Just stay away from the street. Yo, the street ain't good for you. I used to be in the streets, man. I ain't in the streets no more. I'm good. I don't want to do no time no more. I'm done. It's just like that's why like the whole RICO thing became a whole thing, because the RICO was made popular back in the 1970s and 80s for the simple fact that they could have never paying charges on the kingpin of the mafia and stuff like that. The RICO was made for the mafia, but now in today's day, they use the RICO charges for everybody. They use it for if you got a group of swipers, aka scammers, they can hit them with the RICO. Matter of fact, back in New York and Brooklyn, they hit a RICO. These people that I know, they got hit with a RICO. It was like 14, 15 on it. They had a whole scamming ring going on. They went to jail. It can be anything. It can be like they can hit you with a RICO when it comes to trading stops. That's what the RICO's for, because they made it so hard for you to beat it that you ain't gonna have no choice but to take a plea. I'm still waiting for this goddamn court to come back up, man. I don't know what happened. Yeah, it's goddamn blank, yo. I apologize, man. I thought that they was going to make the court come back up, man. Sorry. I'm still waiting. So give me a second.
It's 4 o'clock. The courtroom closed in like an hour.
Oh no, that's not true, man. Because last Friday, man, the court was open to like 7 at night, live.
Yeah.
I did the whole show last Friday. That's why I'm doing it today again.
Damn, I missed that.
Yeah, no, I live streamed the whole thing on last Friday, man. That I was surprised too, because I could have sworn every state court was done at 5 o'clock.
You made a good point a minute ago, because money talks and bullshit walks. Because I'm gonna tell you something. Before I caught my case, I beat like 3 more. Before that, I was clean when I got booked. I beat a bunch of cases, and I had a lawyer that was a monster. His name was Louis Savino. He was the baddest motherfucker in Philly for like 20 years. Everybody who was in the cocaine circle or the crime circle dealt with him. So there would be a lot of situations where enemies would meet up in his lobby and all of that. It was crazy. He was the man though. Louis T. Savino. He got me. I paid about 40 grand for my freedom messing with him.
Shit. Do you remember just every time like people talk about this and that, man, all I have to do is just bring up O.J. Simpson, man. He paid $12 million for his. $12 million, man. You see what I'm saying?
I think that boy Shapiro on OJ case was from Philly.
Say that one more time.
I think one of the lawyers was named Shapiro. I think he's from Philly. I'm not sure. On OJ case.
Is Shapiro, he's still like he's still a lawyer right now?
I don't know. That was a long time ago, dog. That was a long time ago.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I was out when OJ got chased, but I was locked up when he was going to court. So I was watching it every day, and so was everybody else. And I lost a lot of money on that, yo. A lot.
Yeah, it was bad.
I had cartons of cigarettes on that. I knew he was guilty. I knew it because I watched
the whole world know that he was guilty.
They could have 80% of that evidence, and he still would have been guilty. What? That dumbass Mark Furman got up there and made that racist ass statement. Fuck the whole thing.
That was a very smart. Angle that Johnny Cochran then took, because he attacked the integrity of the whole police, the whole LAPD, and he won. That's the only reason he won.
He was a genius. If I'm not mistaken, he's dead, and his son is still out here doing his thing.
Yeah, but he's not his daddy. Yeah, his son runs his law firm right now, but he's not his daddy, man. His daddy was a different monster, but it's kind of like LeBron James, and he got Junior. Like, yeah, Junior might be good, but he never gonna be his daddy.
Yo, Michael Jordan's sons is trash.
Yeah, no, but the crazy part is Michael Jordan's sons, they play college football. I mean, they play college basketball, right? They were good. That wasn't his daddy.
They weren't.
Daddy is Michael Jordan, bro. The standard is crazy, man.
Yeah.
How you doing, Auntie J?
Huh?
No, Auntie J, you are mute. You are mute, baby. You are mute.
You get your money?
Now I can hear you now. How you doing today?
I'm great, and yourself?
What's up?
I'm over here trying to be a lawyer.
Did you get your money?
What money?
I said you were doing something.
All right. Let me see, man. Oh, man. Yeah, I'm over here talking to Reese, man. Thank you for the cash app, Auntie J, man. You always show me love. I appreciate you, baby. Thank you, my dear. What do you got on this case right here?
It's typical nigga. I mean, excuse me. It's typical. To me, it's typical ninja stuff. Soon as the ball hit, everybody start running.
Why do you think that way? What do you think? On the young,
nobody really wants to do that time. So as hard as you are, you still don't want to be set down and set back and taken out of, public society, population, even though you were presented to society. Kind of. You just don't want to be taken away from it, and I get it. But you got to pick a side and pick a team. You got to be with them or you against them. I would never mess with you again. Once you told, I'm done with you. I wouldn't deal with you again. No, I don't trust you.
Situation. If it's a sex crime or something, I'm telling on you. Period.
I'm telling on your age.
Oh, but yeah. Those people in society.
Yeah, you gotta lay down. You gotta lay down because you did the crime. You know what I'm saying? You were a part of a particular entity. And then you or say you didn't snitch, but we all saw you in the courthouse say this, that, and the third, baby. And your deal was you had to do community service. They canceled this community service at the Walmart or something at the speaking because he had threats on him. Already. Already they, like I would leave this country. Heard. I'm gone. I'm gone. Where you gonna be safe at? You see 6ix9ine say going to Dubai, right?
What?
6ix9ine, he just doing 6ix9ine thing, man. He kind of make the whole thing kind of popular nowadays because he like pretty much like I told him what. So, but I think I don't wish that on nobody, but his time gonna come, yo. The streets are undefeated. That's all I know. He put too many people away. That's all I know. He put too many people away. Somebody cousin gonna hit him. Somebody father, somebody uncle, somebody gonna touch him up.
Somebody gonna see you, dude. And you fat as shit, so it's easy to spat your fat ass. You heard me? We gonna see you.
Tekashi 6ix9ine.
6ix9ine is a little dude. He white. I mean, he mayonnaise. He can blend in, you know. But Joe, no neck, blonde, dread, head, whatever color they are, we see you.
Yeah. Hold on, give me a second, TJ. Yo, world class, you there, my man?
What's going on, Papi Blanco, attorney at law?
Blanco and Blanco.
Esquire.
Right.
Yo, well, what do you think about it? You been following up with the youngthug case, my man?
I haven't been following it at all. I was watching it earlier when you was on a little earlier. Looking at, that's not a deposition. That's what was that?
It's a suppression hearing.
Okay.
They're gonna suppress a whole lot of the evidence, which they successfully did on Friday, and they're trying to suppress more evidence today.
Yeah, I seen them trying to invalidate the doing the best they can to invalidate the I'm gonna take it she working in the coroner office or whatever. And it's interesting, man. It's pretty tedious. I didn't see the other part where he got a lot of the case, got a lot of the evidence out, but that's how it is, man. These not gonna say DA, but these what is it, narcotics divisions, man, they make so many mistakes. They do so much illegal shit, and they steal the case away from the district attorney. Then you got dudes on YouTube talking about people need to snitch. It doesn't matter when the people that's collecting the evidence is fucking up the case. So that's just a point of reference, period, with respects to this case, man. It happens so often, and people don't understand. Like a lot of these kids can be in jail. We know they did it. They get caught, but the stupid police officers are always making things worse than what they're supposed to be by not following the rules. Granted, following the rules makes it difficult to get these kids in the first place, but when you got them, you're supposed to keep them, and you can't keep them when you got them, when you're doing stupid stuff. You know what I'm saying? So shout out to his attorney.
Shout out to the police that don't want to do their job and the people do it for them.
Yeah, man. That's why it's like on so many levels. As a civilian, go ahead.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
As a civilian, whether you're a civilian or you've been in these streets, the police is always everybody's enemy. They're the worst thing walking around. They are the number one terror. They kill more people. The police in the United States kill more people a year than all the terrorist organizations combined.
You really think so?
Yes.
That would have to be thousands.
Yes, they kill thousands.
I don't even think 1,000 people have been killed by police. Not even.
You need to do some research.
I do, because that's a lot of people.
It's a lot, and that's been going on since the early 2000s.
It's true.
You talking about in 1 year?
All over the United States.
Yeah, year for year. Year in.
That's
year in, year out. And I'm saying terrorist organization. I'm not talking about like cartel.
My city kills more people than all of the police in America combined every year.
But they're not terrorists.
All right, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
You talk about like bombings and shit.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, well that's a rare thing.
Facts.
Yeah.
It should be rare that they shoot unarmed people and shoot people. You know what I'm saying? It should be rare. It's not. It's pretty obvious. Like almost once or twice a day, almost every day.
But here's a shocking stat that a lot of people ain't gonna dig.
Mm-hmm.
With all the woke bullshit going on, right? They made me do some homework, and I found out like for every black man shot by the police, there's like 10 white men that have been shot by the police, and nobody even talking.
Yeah, that's because they out of control. They've been on a number. They've been again terrorist watch. They've been the
Okay,
top 50 is always they always at the top 20 for terrorist watch. The what is it? The KKK organization. They always rank number one. White males, white what is it? Neo-Nazi males. They always number one on the domestic terrorist list.
okay, we up now, man. Let me see 1 second. Yeah, I think we up.
Oh, I got some powers back here. Okay.
1 second. 1 second, family.
I've been beaten by black police twice.
Yeah, that's the only people that ever threatened me.
Yeah, beat me bad.
Mm-hmm. But to this man, these dudes, I don't like I said I haven't looked into it, but the man, this whole rap game got to change, bro. Or you put yourself in danger, man. I can rap. I'm not a rapper. I'm not an entertainer. I just love the craft, and I'm from Liberty Heights in Northwest Baltimore, so I got all the hood stuff covered. But rap is not about none of that. Rap is about it's no different from juke moves or crossover moves. It's just a skill set. It's just something we're supposed to be using their flex, not to kill each other. You know what I'm saying? So it gotta change because everybody think they gotta pop a gun to rap. That shit don't make sense, bro. You don't.
All right, we're gonna hear the before I mute up world class. Put your link in the channel or your channel in the back, man, so I can wrap it up, man. You my people, man. Please. I would do it myself, but I'm doing like three things at the same time right now. We're gonna listen to what's going on in the court right now. Finally, the goddamn court came out. Also, let me go ahead. Everybody mute up, please.
He's prepared the way the other defendants were to just be at home on an ankle monitor. These days, even the legislative notes about bond, Your Honor, say that we have technology that can make at-home detention on the same level as detention in jail. And so, Your Honor, there wasn't any ruling, I thought, about him being a flight risk, but then it seemed by Mr. Geary's false proffers to the court that was a denial. Also, Judge, I had asked for Your Honor to review in camera some of the evidence that the state's talking about, for example, the BP video, where they falsely tried to say Mr. Farley went in and greeted people at the store, when actually he walks in, sees the people at the cashier, and then purposely doesn't greet them. So again, that's not preponderance. There's no debate about that. He did not greet them in the store. And I wanted Your Honor to see that. I also wanted Your Honor to see some of these music videos where, first of all, I think ridiculous to attribute lyrics of art to real life. But even if you do, he's not even mouthing the lyrics in the word. He's a personal assistant to Mr. Wani Lee, the creator of the persona Slime Life Shorty. And he's there and he's in the videos. Personal assistants are always in the videos. That's a hip hop trope, Your Honor, to have a video with you and your friends in your neighborhood. So he's not even saying the lyrics. I wanted Your Honor to see that. And there's even times in the video where he's like on his phone and Wani Lee has to like turn him around and be like, dude, we're filming a video. And so that's what I wanted Your Honor to see because they were characterizing it falsely in their proffers. And so then Your Honor said, was that in your motion? I responded, no. So that's why I did refile a motion so that Your Honor. No, Judge, actually, because there's never been a clear view of this situation as it pertains to Mr. Farley. The state, by the way they revealed discovery and mischaracterized it and said proffers that weren't true, robbed the court of all situational awareness to be able to see the nature of the charges as it pertained to Mr. Farley. So I'm not arguing a change in circumstances. I'm arguing that this court has never had a clear view of Mr. Farley as far as the nature of the charges, which is a bond factor, not the merits of the evidence. But the nature of the charges have always been mischaracterized. And when I tried to correct them, you'll remember Mr. Geary didn't respond to any of that. He didn't respond to any of my comments about the word slime and the fluidity of language and how language is context-based and my ideas about meaning and how they conflict with his ideas about meaning. But he didn't address any of that. He went straight to, well, Judge, sure, that's all true, but we got his gun, we got his phone, we heard him telling his girlfriend, trying to get rid of it, but we got it, Judge. And that was false. And so, Your Honor, I don't think we need a change in circumstances. There's never been a time where the court got an accurate view of Mr. Farley and the nature of these charges to be able to analyze this under Ayala versus state, which importantly says significant risk, not just risk. And so, Your Honor, I don't think that the court's ever been in a position without an in-camera inspection of some of the evidence and without knowing now that what Mr. Geary said on the news directly to the camera was just not true. And now that's out there. So I want that out there that wasn't true. And so Your Honor made a ruling based on things that weren't true. So we shouldn't need a change in circumstance. The only change in circumstance is that this is the first fair and transparent and honest bond hearing that Mr. Farley is going to have in this case. And I do want Your Honor to post a bond, to grant a bond, just in case we don't start on January 9th, Your Honor. And so we're willing to submit to any conditions, any kind of house arrest, any kind of reporting, any kind of ban from social media, technology. I mean, he can run his business through his assistants. He doesn't even need to have a phone, Judge. He can not have a phone and just sit in the house and report however Your Honor wants him to report, and tie an ankle monitor wherever we want to tie it. It doesn't matter, but he'll be monitored 24/7. And he's not a risk on any of the bond factors, let alone a significant risk. And that's been acknowledged, apart from that last proffer by Mr. Geary at the last hearing, that was just not true. And Your Honor is going to also hear these jail calls that were Mr. Geary's response to my proffers, and they're also not the way he said. And so, Judge, I just asked for a reasonable bond to this particular defendant in the amount of $50,000.
Thank you, sir.
That was a strong argument, bro.
Yes, sir. Your Honor, well, first of all, I think your thing's still here. Okay. Your Honor, first of all, can everybody hear me? As to the, yes, I think we were transparent with the court before that Mr. Geary got the facts wrong. That happened. However, here's what he didn't get wrong. The jail calls are, I know Mr. Menendez, I respect him as, you know, what he's saying, but the jail calls are patently different than what he's saying. It's clear based off these jail calls. The only reason we did not actually find the phone and did not actually find the gun were because Mr. Farley arranged to ensure that we never found those items due to ensuring the phone was disposed of, that one of the guns was taken to Farley's family members. That's really clear from the jail calls. And so that's first of all. Not just, I don't believe the court needs to actually hear the jail calls to make. I just wanted to rebut that first of all. Second of all, Your Honor, Farley is currently facing murder charges for the murder of Mr. Drinks. He was incarcerated for Mr. Drinks' murder prior to this indictment. That was a brutal murder by gang members in a rival, in a gang dispute, essentially. Farley was seen at a gas station immediately before the murder. He was wearing YSL apparel with the word slime on them. He was with his co-defendants that murder at the gas station. That's like immediately before the shooting. Additionally, evidence shows that Farley was at essentially a YSL trap house, like a house where they commit unlawful activities. Within about 48 hours after that shooting, it was so recent, this shooting, that one of the co-defendants actually was still wearing the same clothes as during the murder. The state also has evidence that shows that Farley has some access to a cell phone while he's within the Fulton County Jail. And I attached this to our motion as State's Exhibit A, if the court would has a copy of my omnibus motion I filed. It's attached to State's Exhibit A. It was located on, as recently as December 3rd of 2022. It was posted on an Instagram account that was named ysl.rude, and it showed a picture of Farley that appears to be, I don't know the legal term for it, but a selfie. It's where he's holding a camera and he's taking a picture of himself while displaying a middle finger. It appears that that photo was taken in the Fulton County Jail. Whoever created this post, presumably a YSL associate or sympathizer, posted this selfie of Farley with the comment, "Free the creator of Massa." I think, as Mr. Menendez agreed, Massa is the clothing line associated with YSL. It means the YSL slogan, "Make America Slime Again." Additionally, Farley's jail calls show that he has communicated with co-defendants through third parties. For example, he'd call a girlfriend of a co-defendant, they'd contact with that co-defendant. So for the reasons stated above, and additionally, because the nature of this charge is a murder charge, in addition to all these gang charges, he was a participant in a very serious homicide, a shooting of a young man, only less than a year ago. We would ask that this court deny bond, but certainly we also would hope that the court will consider the jail calls as well, because I think that truly solidifies why Mr. Farley cannot have a bond. But additionally, Your Honor, there's been no change of circumstances, although the only difference between what Mr. Geary, he believed that the gun and the phone had been recovered. That was the only error. Other than that, everything he said was accurate, and the jail calls do reflect that Farley attempted to hide these items. He is charged for murder. And again, it does look like whether or not he currently has a cell phone in his possession, that photo being posted so recently of a selfie, it's not a picture that someone took of him. It's clearly that he took of himself while giving a middle finger. It's attached as Exhibit A in the jail. Would support the denial of bond, Your Honor.
Very just briefly, just want to cover those things.
Okay.
Just
Okay,
the
easily
fact
argue
that
against
facing a
her.
murder charge doesn't make you a bond risk. Otherwise, everyone that's presumed innocent and accused of murder wouldn't get a bond. And again, Judge, it's not YSL apparel. That's the part that Don Geary left unanswered last time. I don't want to get to state any ideas, but on the Make America Slime Again Instagram account, Mr. Williams is not the only one wearing the clothing. And Make America Slime Again has nothing to do with YSL explicitly. There's also artists like Future and T.I. on the Instagram wearing the same hat as Mr. Williams and that same shirt that Mr. Farley's wearing on the BP video, Your Honor. And the shirt says slime or die, just a play on words like trap or die. Your Honor, again, the state still by their proffer in a black and white way has failed to articulate any party to any crime. If you listen carefully to what Ms. Rosenwasser just said, all she talked about was presence and association. He's at the BP. He's with these people afterwards. He's wearing a shirt that has the word slime on it. Your Honor, Make America Slime Again is an LLC. It's an official company. It has nothing to do with just YSL. It was Mr. Farley's attempt to get any proximity to any artist of any kind of attention when attention is such a commodity these days, especially for the clothing business. And if you notice too, the shirts that Mr. Wani Lee is wearing in his videos, because Mr. Farley and him are close friends from since they can even remember, and he is his personal assistant paid by Alamo Records in an official way. Mr. Wani Lee is also wearing shirts from a different clothing line. I think it was a True Detail or something like that. And it's some relative or other person that he's trying to put on. So Your Honor, this is not YSL apparel. This is a person, an entrepreneur who is close to Wani Lee, has a business relationship with him, and then networks with musicians and other types of people to make his clothing more visible. And so, Your Honor, again, there's just presence, there's just association. And as far as access to a phone, that doesn't show anything. It shows that he's on the phone in the jail, but it doesn't mean that it was his phone. It doesn't mean that he posted it. That account that did the story wasn't him. You can reshare stories. You can post stories of other people. So just like when we had that proffer about Mr. Kitchens, where someone said, oh, I'll do anything for Gunna. If someone wants to post something with an image that they somehow got because a camera from a jail phone was on Mr. Farley for a second and took a picture of him giving the middle finger, okay, he didn't decide to post that. He didn't decide to someone say free him or anything like that, Your Honor. So again, I don't see how being in a phone image makes you a risk on any of the bond factors, Judge.
I'll listen to the.
Okay.
I'm and acceptance. So I'm going to take 10 minutes and then we'll come back and I'll finish up. Thank you.
So that was a pretty strong rebuttal by him.
Oh, by the state?
No, the guy that defending Young Thug and him, but this Young Thug's bond. It's just a bond hearing, right?
Yes. It's a suppression hearing. They're trying to at the same time they're trying to they throwing evidence out the court at the same time because it was better for the bail bond and also to make the case a whole lot smaller. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
So they killing like 3 birds in one shot.
Yeah, her argument was weak. Is just to associate him, some outfits, some clothes. I didn't even know that they said trap house in court. I never even heard. I never even thought that should never crossed my mind, bro. Like I said,
No, the whole investigation is her, and then it's her, the white girl, and then they got another girl, the black lady. I forgot the name. Both of them, they are the DA. They are running this particular investigation right here. Like they are the one putting this case together. They have been cheaty at best, bro. And on Friday, I don't know if you watched on my live stream on Friday. Yo, that lawyer ate them alive. And the judge, you know it's bad when the judge is literally saying yes to whatever the defense attorney is saying. The judge was like, yeah, you're right, you got it.
Like that Amber Heard case.
Mm-hmm. So now it's probably going to mute. That's one thing. That happened to me on Friday too. Like the audio from the live stream from the court continue going in and out, man. So it's probably going to take a minute or two to come back, man. Please, I need you to please subscribe. If you haven't subscribed to the channel, subscribe to my man World Class, my man R.I.C.O. I dropped the links in the chats already a few times. Subscribe to these people, man.
Yeah, chat. Let's get the likes up to 150, man. It's at 88 right now. Let's get up to 88 right now. Let's get the likes. Just hit the like button.
Yo, can I get 2 more likes to get 100 first, and then 125 at least, please?
This is interesting, bro.
Yeah, I'm fascinated about this case because usually, man, I wouldn't be looking stuff like this but in this case, Young Thug at least got money to fight it because that's what I was saying earlier, bro. Like, I don't care how innocent or guilty you are, bro. If you don't have a good lawyer and you need money to get a good lawyer, man, your chances for you to go to win your cases going to be slim to none, bro.
And that's sad because if you look at how bad. I mean, this prosecutor, the state representative, whoever she is bad. She's not even good. But this is state. It's not federal. Like I was saying earlier, federal is going to be on a different level. Federal prosecutors at a different level. Yeah, but she's not good. I'm not gonna say she's not professional, but she's just not at a high level. And this dude, whoever he is, this young dude he's prepared. He's chopping her shit up. So. I like the thing I like the most is the concessions that he was making about Young Thug being able to go on bond. He don't have to have no phone. He can run his business through his assistant. I think that was a strong case, showing that it was a good thing, showing the willingness to give up all that so he can be home until his trial date. So that was smart. That was pretty smart. He doing good from my viewpoint.
Yeah, man,
so they trying to give him 40, I said? Oh no, they were trying to give Gunna 40, but he snitched. He snitched.
He probably does. I mean, as of right now, this is what I'm saying. As of right now, he did drive snitch on Friday. Man, I couldn't even defend the nigga, man. He said as soon as he said why I said it's a game, he kind of put the nail in the coffin right there because he acknowledging what these people is looking for. That's what the DA is looking for, to somebody to say, because according to Young Thug and the lawyers, even they had Kevin Liles pull up on court, bro. Kevin Liles, all this big time music executive, like, yo, that's a record label, man. So everybody keeps saying it's a record label, it's a business,
Right.
And Gunna, which is a rapper under YSL, turn around and say it's a game. That put the nail in the coffin because he actually in the label. So
he said that on a lot. I'm sorry. He said it on the. I said it on a lot. He said it on the stand.
Nigga, to the judge, yes. And he said YSL is a gang and he must end. That's the exact word.
And it must end. Wow. Yeah.
He put the nail in the coffin, bro.
So they told him to get this plea. He got to say that. That's what I'm saying, bro.
These people force you into a way, man. You gotta understand. This is people. What's his name? Gunna. He probably never did no time. And when somebody got you in a little room and telling you, "Hey, man, we ready to give you 55 years," because that's what Young Thug's looking at. He facing 50 years. I'm pretty sure a lot of people will tell, man, even though they want to do the gangster shit, which that's the part that I despise about the whole thing. Like, bro, nigga, you want to get into stuff like that, you know this is what it come down to it, bro. This is exactly what you're gonna come down to it, man. Like, if shit get hairy, they're gonna lock you in, fam.
Right.
And you be able to look yourself in the mirror and be like, when you sign up to do the gangster shit, you'll be like, you know what? It's a good chance I'm gonna have to go sit down one time. Maybe I shouldn't do this. Man, let me go get a job or something.
It's, man, you know what I was thinking too? All of these fake thugs on YouTube, on Facebook, in these streets, in school, bro. When like you said, bro, when they sit you, when they sit your little ass in that room and it's quiet and it's just you, and they bring that Big Mac in there, you gonna fold like a lawn chair, bro. Stop playing this. That's why rappers like Lupe and J. Cole and all of these guys are even Jaden Smith. Just rap is just a skill and an art, bro. You don't have to be. It's no requirement. There's no requirement to point a gun at somebody or rob a store or steal something to put a pen to a piece of paper and write words and then say them when a beat is on. It has nothing to do with anything. And now y'all thinking y'all got to be hanging with these people that's really, the streets, bro. A hood nigga and a street nigga are entirely two different people. They about as different as a hillbilly and a monk.
But you know what's going on right now, world class? Right now, like, this is where most people look at rappers like they soft, like they're not really about that life, right?
Now, yeah.
So what they do is they know about that life. So what they do is they associate themselves with niggas that are about that life.
That's what I'm saying.
You see what I'm saying? So now you never had that kind of power. Now you calling chest because listen, when the gangsters come, they be like, nigga, we run. The gangsters be like, yo, they never experienced no badass female. They never experienced no motherfucking private jets, none of that. So they be like, hey man, we're willing to do whatever. Just say the word. So now you got this nerdy ass rapping nigga thinking he's the mob boss. So now he calling chat like, hey man, I want Lil Wayne to bus to get hit up. No problem. Rat. You see what I'm saying? So that's what they always end up getting on RICO, bro. That's the problem. Nobody like to be who they are no more, fam. They don't.
That's the problem, bro. And a lot of it come from they go back to Palmer Channel, man. It come back to this child alienation shit where these children are being raised by TV. So they see all the shit on TV, or now, the phones. They see all the stuff through the phones and through the screens, and you want to do screen and phone stuff. Screen and phone stuff don't really translate. I mean, the way you see it, it don't translate to these streets, bro. It's nasty out here. If you have never been that guy that they call up, hey, yo, I need you to grab his feet, we putting him somewhere. Stop trying to be a street or a hood dude. Like, a street dude is a whole different person, bro. It's real out here, man. It be dudes dapping you up, and the feds is watching him, and just because he dapped you up, you implicated. As soon as they get out, figure out what your name is, bro, just rap. Just enjoy rap music like you would enjoy rock and roll or country, and separate the two. It's time to make a definitive line between rap and hip hop in the streets. They have nothing to do with each other. And this stuff is where this stuff is from, bro. These dudes think you gotta rap, you gotta sell drugs. To rap, you gotta sell drugs. You don't. They have nothing to do with each other. Yo, rap is a language art. That's what the attorney said. How do you conflate rap artistry with street gang? They have nothing to do with each other. And these little boys are so confused because when you get to that lunch table and it's time to start cracking jokes, you get your little feelings hurt. And then dudes be thinking, I'm gonna get my feelings hurt if a dudes pull up and say, now you talking all that stuff for your rap show. Yo, bro, you don't walk up to Robert Downey Jr. and be like, hey, I thought you died in the last movie. You don't do that. You don't do that shit. You don't walk up to Will Smith and be like, damn, you caught a damn you back here in the past? I thought you, I mean, what happened to your arm and our robot? You don't do that to him. That's like, for some reason, because we rap, we have to be every movie got to be Friday. Everything got to be Don't Be a Menace. That's not real, bro. It's just the art. You're just an artist. You're no different from a ballerina. You're no different from a painter. And it's a craft that a lot of us really take a lot of pride in. And it exists. Like the OGs, I'm an 80s baby, so the OGs, hip is being aware. Hop is operating or jumping on what you're aware of. That's what hip hop actually is. It has nothing to do with hurting people. You know what I'm saying? So I heard Information Man talking about it earlier in the last stream.
Yeah.
Shout outs to him. That's what it's about. And we need to be clear on making the definitive line between the two. I know I'm kind of talking like the overhead of why this situation happened, not really getting into the situation, but it's happening in so many places. All of these young dudes been shot, man. And like the drill rappers getting shot in the last 2-3 years, and I'm tired of it. It's terrible, bro.
16, no, online. How many rappers was? I know it was between 16 or 18. One of those two numbers, rappers have been clapped in 2022.
Damn.
16, bro. So that means if you do the math, you can you do the math. You divide all those rappers with,
once a month.
Nowadays, it's one rapper every 3 weeks getting clapped.
That shit crazy.
Yeah.
That shit crazy. It's like it's a sport.
I mean, and one of the main reasons why Young Thug is in this messed up thing right here, because he was trying to clip, allegedly, of course, he was trying to clap on YFN Lucci. And I don't know if a lot of people don't know YFN Lucci. YFN Lucci happens to be the boyfriend of Lil Wayne's daughter, the oldest daughter. He got like a daughter that she's like 27 years.
Yeah, the pretty one. Yeah, the chocolate one.
Yeah, she looks just like her mama.
Yeah, she fine.
Yeah,
she
the mama fine.
She would be really attractive. Yeah, her mother. Yeah, she's super fine. Yeah, she looked just like her mother too.
Yeah, the replica, bro.
That's the best thing that Lil Wayne ever did. So
yeah, I told you that's her name, Toya. Yeah, that one.
Toya, yep.
The Drought 3 was the best thing that Lil Wayne ever did.
That was the album.
That's a mixtape like from 06 or something.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds familiar. I was never a big Lil Wayne fan.
I like Lil Wayne for the simple fact that he had one of the illest run. Oh, we back, baby. We back.
Okay. Renee Carter. Nice comeback. He just looked like a simple four.
Oh, he was right up the door. I can check on him.
Who that? That was a rapper. You see him?
I don't know who they are. You saw Young Thug and the other nigga?
I just looked at where I seen the last people a lot.
Okay, all right. Ms. Rosenwald, I understand that your technology issues have improved.
I believe so. I think we just tested it. It's got to.
We'll find out.
All right. So.
Okay. So this is the jail call.
This is number 1, and I'd like to just be able to respond after each one.
That's fine. Let's play jail call number 1, please.
Okay.
A free call from an incarcerated individual at Fulton County Jail. This call is not private. It will be recorded and may be monitored. If you believe this should be a private call, please hang up and follow facility instructions to register this number as a private number. Waiting to receive a phone call can be hard, but now you can easily and quickly send messages to your loved one. E-messaging is now available to help you stay more connected. Download the secure app to sign up.
To
accept this free call, press 1 to refuse this free call. Thank you for using Securus. You may start the conversation now.
This could be bad.
Yeah.
What's up?
You tell me.
What you doing?
Right. Huh?
What you doing?
Crying my eyes out.
You ain't got to cry, man.
It's not. These folks come out, I done shot and killed somebody now.
What?
Yeah, that was his say on the sign. He said, accused. He say, I'm the one who will. I don't know, this shit got
Yeah, so what the fuck? I can't. I'm confused.
Huh?
Shot and killed somebody.
What they do when I left?
They didn't do nothing. They came ask for your phone, but I didn't know. I didn't see no phone.
Yeah.
To get nobody.
You still got that number I gave you? You had I called my dad.
Yeah.
What did he say?
He said he called a lawyer, but lawyer. He said keep him updated.
I need you to get Bob on them, man. So I can got that. No, it look matter of fact, call Lexi baby there. If you know what I'm saying.
Call him and say what? I was just talking to her. Call him and say what?
Yeah, tell him. Goddamn hit breakfast. He know what I'm talking about.
Just say Miles said hit bro for him?
Yeah. Send them folks down here.
Okay.
These folks trying goddamn murder, gang charges, and like they saying I'm trying to like get more ranking in the game. That's why I guess that's why the shit I did, whatever the shit they accused me of, he's like it's for initiation, like a higher rank in the game. Like I'm that shit heavy.
Yeah, it's tripping. Yeah, but that's why you just need to cooperate and do what you got to do to get on up out of there, because you have a son.
Yeah.
So you can't be thinking about nobody else or what nobody else got going on. You got to think about you, because don't nobody give a fuck about you but you. You can't be thinking about what them folks on. I ain't trying to say, but
yeah.
You just need to start. You just need to think about him, Day. That's all I'm saying. Think about him and yourself, baby. You can't be in there.
She crying for that?
Huh?
Why are you crying?
I'm not crying. I'm not crying no more.
I need you to get that number for me, bro.
You acting like you want me to call on three-way or something?
Nah, hell no.
Okay, I mean, but how would you get the number? Like,
call on three-way.
This number number. Oh wait, let me go home. No, her number says I can take that at the car.
What are they doing?
Right here. Hold on, I'm calling.
You heard what I told you, what I said before I left? Huh?
She ain't answer. But I was just talking to her literally like right before you called. You have 1 minute left.
I said, you heard what I told you before I left?
What you say? No, I didn't hear you tell me nothing. I love you too, man.
Don't let me fuck your day up, bro. Stop crying.
I was going to cancel my claim, but I'm going to keep doing it.
Hey, listen, I'm going to give you my Wells Fargo thing so you can go in there and zero this money to you. It's $1,200. I got to give you the login. You know what I'm saying? So you can zero.
What? You didn't ever get that money?
Yeah, I'm just.
So when you going to give me the login?
I'm going to give it to you. I'm going to hang up and call it.
Oh, so you can call it. I'm thinking you ain't going to call it.
I'm saying, he said I can give you the phone, or they said I got court tomorrow at 12.
I know, that's who right before you called, that's who I was trying to get on the phone with to get the link, he said.
To get the
link? The link, the Zoom link. So I can watch it.
Thank you for using Securus. Goodbye.
So, Your Honor,
That's call number one.
that call is relevant because of the context of the other calls. So what is notable about that call is, first of all, he discussed his charges, so I think that's always going to be relevant. And of course, the relevancy standard is really, really low. The question is whether this is in any way relevant. And it is. It's not, the only evidence by any means that we have against him. It wouldn't be enough to convict him on that call alone, but it's relevant. What's particularly important here is that in this call, the called party tells Farley that law enforcement came and asked for your phone, but I didn't see no phone to give nobody. So that goes into the next few calls we're going to hear. It essentially sets the scene for the remaining 3 calls. So if the court would allow us to play the second call now.
Okay, all right.
Call from
Wow.
an incarcerated individual at Fulton County Jail. This call is not private. It will be recorded and may be monitored. If you believe this should be a private call, please hang up and follow facility instructions to register this number as a private number. Waiting to receive a phone call can be hard, but now you can easily and quickly send messages to your loved one. E-messaging is now available to help you stay more connected. Download the Securus app to sign up. To accept this free call, press 1. To refuse this free call, thank you for using Securus. You may start the conversation now.
Hello. When I call, they hit 11111 so many times, you ain't got to go through all that. They gonna straight accept the call. Okay. But goddamn, this shit crazy, bro.
Yeah. Them folks did tripping. I came to the door with drugs on. I don't even put on my goddamn glove. I mean, what I'm saying?
Yeah. It's alright, bro.
I can't hear you.
I said, you know what's up, though? Like, you hear it?
Yeah, but
Shit, cappy hell, man.
I know, but at least you know anything coming like.
I be bringing them from your house.
Yeah, I don't know what you. How the hell they get that address?
Oh, I don't even know. Like, I don't know.
Exactly. Somebody had to say something.
But goddamn, get what? Well, you said they were looking for the it's in the hairball.
Huh?
It's in the hairball.
So, Your Honor, I paused it there. If the court could hear, Mr. Farley said, so what they were looking for, it's in the hair box. That refers back to the call. And I do want to be clear that these 4 calls are all on the same day over a very short period of time. So he just said, so what they were looking for, it's in the hair box. We'll continue the call. I just wanted to flag that to the court.
Hair box.
Yeah.
Hair box.
Yeah, listen, do not cut that motherfucker on. Hey, like, go throw that motherfucker. Like, you feel what I'm saying?
What?
And so, Your Honor, that's where the defendant said, do not cut that, go through that. And that is, obviously, Mr. Farley's contention was that that was because he believes it contains unsavory character evidence. I'll believe that the jury could interpret it as the state has, which is that the phone would be evidence that the police were seeking. So we'll continue with the call.
Okay, man.
Yeah, you ain't hear them folks outside.
You know what they were saying?
They was at the window and shit. I heard them. Like, I ain't really want to get no sleep though. But
you heard what they were saying?
they was like, we finna come in and shit. That's why I woke you up.
You woke me up? I don't even remember. I just remember this and screaming.
I had no grab MJ.
Yeah.
Man, that shit crazy, bro.
That shit was lame. What the fuck?
I'm saying though, I ain't finna keep going through this shit with you though, bro. Like, hell no. I got a little boy. I'm smiling like all that back and forth shit what we be going through.
That's you, Ralph.
No. You really with a nigga though, but you know. We gonna let you want me to answer? Yeah, hurry up and answer right quick. My phone is on short. Yo. Oh, hold on, let me get the phone. I'm finna get on. What's the phone on? I think it's finna hang up to me. Sorry. Yeah. Yo, my boy. What's up, bro? Holla at them folks, baby. Them now. I'm already on there right now. They're talking. My boss said they're gonna call back when they wake up. But he just told me. Alright. Good. Young G. What the hell they talking about? They say I shot and killed somebody. Then they say gang charges and goddamn initiated to get ranked. Like I'm trying to do the shit for rank. You have 1 minute left. That shit sounds so damn goofy, man. Man, what? But you know how that shit. I'm already on that shit though. I'm finna be on bro ass though, but it more definitely go though. Yeah, they always say wake up. Alright. Then I'm calling. Alright, then love you. Love you too. I love you. Yeah. The phone finna. I don't know, I ain't need to. I'm finna call you right now. Oh, okay. Alright.
The caller has hung up.
Okay, Your Honor, we'll move on to call 3.
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Call from
Yeah, Jay.
an incarcerated individual at Fulton County Jail. This call is not private. It will be recorded and may be monitored. If you believe this should be a private call, please hang up and follow facility instructions to register this number as a private number. Thank you for using Securus. You may start the conversation now.
Hey. You can hear me? Hello?
I hear you. Yeah, can you hear me?
Call my dad right quick. Man, this shit lame in here, man. Fuck.
Yeah, Rice Street.
Yeah.
Which number, man? 770 or?
Yeah, call that one. Hello? Yo, what? Hey. Yeah. What? Yeah. Where you at?
The shop.
You busy? You got somebody in the shop?
Yeah.
All right. Now I'm finna go by the house right quick.
Who house?
You know what house?
Oh, okay, but what name say you gonna come down now?
Gee, get what they saying? They say, I shot and killed somebody. Then they say the gang charges. Then they say the reason I did it was to get ranking initiated or something.
So what is that?
Yeah, you know that cap. I ain't did none of that.
So where you at?
All right, I'm down here. I got court tomorrow at 12.
Okay.
But I need you to go to the house and and get that stuff.
From me, man?
Yes.
Huh?
Yes.
Okay.
So that my gun under the bed though, you can leave that under there.
Okay, Your Honor, at that point, after the court heard, Mr. Farley asked it sounds like another person that he had the called party call and instructs that person that he needs to go to the house and get the stuff. And then he specifies my gun under the bed. So I want to relate that back to the bond motion. Here we are talking about covering up the cell phone and covering up the gun. That's exactly what happened based on those calls. And obviously that's relevant also going to the jail calls motion. And we'll keep going.
No.
Okay, but it's, all right.
Hey, listen. You know, the one. You know the one. Yeah, get him that.
Okay.
What, you finna hang up on him?
Huh?
You don't want to talk no more?
No, what are you talking about?
Oh,
I mean, I just said, okay, I got you. Like, what else you want me to say?
Fuck was that about? Oh, okay.
Man, that's what the courts do to you, man. They were getting to the good part too, man. Sorry, Chad, man. Is this live streaming from the court, man? I guess it's a bunch of stuff going on. Gotta wait until it comes back up. You should take a few minutes, man. In the meantime, man, let's get to 150, 170 likes right now, man. Please hit the like button, man. I need you to do that, man. Fighter, man, what's good, family?
What's shaking? Damn. So that dude right there, what he was like a producer saying? Who was that kid? The one right there that was showing with the afro, the one that they was saying that he said get rid of the blick. That he told her to get
I have no
the
idea who that is, bro. I don't know. I think he's part of the case, obviously, because it's youngthug plus 27 people in the case.
20. Oh, okay, got you.
So like I don't know. I wouldn't tell you. I don't know his name. I don't know what part he played.
Youngthug didn't go up there yet, right?
No, youngthug is in there already. Like he's sitting in there. Okay, I think we're back. Hold on 1 second. I think we're back, man. Hold on 1 second. I mean, that guy right there. I mean, this white guy. He worked for the prosecution. I think he's a worker. He looks too clean to be a gangster. He's too clean. Let me see the audio's back. Hold on 1 second.
We're back. And the other that thing, bro, that I be riding with. You remember the one I gave you? You remember the one I gave?
Your Honor, the defendant just instructed the called party to give him the 3, not the one under the bed. I think from context clues that would suggest, or at least have enough probative value to suggest that there are 3 other items, perhaps guns. He also references not the one I've been riding around with. Again.
Yeah.
Keep that. But the other one,
you never gave it back.
I'm telling you, can keep it. It's under the thing.
Oh, so that's the one that's under the mattress?
Yeah, it should be 2 on the left.
These motherfuckers.
That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Go to the right side. It's always at the right. Unless they got it.
You can't call back in.
Yeah. Unless they got it, it's always at the right.
Oh, I didn't see that. Thank you for using. So which one? Securus. Goodbye.
Niggas got the evidence to cut them off.
And Your Honor, now this is the last call that Mr. Farley's contesting.
Okay. This is a free call from an incarcerated individual at Fulton County Jail. This call is not private. It will be recorded and may be monitored. If you believe this should be a private call, please hang up and follow facility instructions to register this number as a private number. Thank you for using Securus. You may start the conversation now.
Yeah, he just said I gotta wrap it up. I got 1 minute left. Shit, goddamn. If you can take song, what we gonna do to hell? You know what I'm saying? But I'm gonna call you.
If I could do what, Mal?
If you can take it up, that's wrong. You feel what I'm saying? Before you go do that, like on your way to do that.
I was gonna you go to watch Windows. I couldn't leave the house. I was gonna have her come here.
And Your Honor, this is the part that we believe is relevant on this part, which is that he asked the called party to take it up there to him on her way to go do hair. And Your Honor, we'll stop there. We know that the court's heard a lot of these. We're welcome to play the rest of this. We would like to hear it.
I'm good.
Okay. And so at the court's pleasure, I do have argument on those calls that we heard.
All right, okay. Well, go ahead. Let's see your argument.
Okay.
Start out with call number 1.
Your Honor, so what's important here, and this is I'll go first with the motion in limine, and then I'll reference it back to the bond hearing. As to the motion in limine, each of these calls is relevant when considered in context with the other calls. So call one is when the called party references the fact that basically people came to the house looking for something. Then in the following calls, it details Farley's attempts to hide the item that the officers came looking for. And I think Farley seems to even concede that the item that they were looking for is a phone, because he says, don't turn it on, go throw it away, essentially get rid of it. And he now contends that that's because he was having, outside relationships, but we don't know that. And the jury doesn't know that. That's a matter of interpretation. It's enough to be relevant. And he can argue at trial what he argued here. That's a perfectly acceptable argument, but nevertheless, it doesn't make it not relevant. I think that leads us into 2. It's just where he says all that. And he says it's in the hair box, and he says where to find it, and says not to turn it on. So I think that's enough to be relevant. Relevance is an extremely low bar, Your Honor, and that is enough to be relevant. And there's nothing prejudicial about it. He never says, don't turn the phone on because I'm cheating on you. He just says, don't turn the phone on. It doesn't go into any kind of extramarital affairs or anything like that.
Why would he?
He's welcome to interpret that however he'd like to, as is the jury, but it's relevant. It's nevertheless relevant to show that he is, in the state's contention and based off the recording itself, clearly trying to hide something that they, quote unquote, came looking for. As to the third call, I think this is the one that essentially is why the other calls are all relevant and goes into this third call. In the third call, this is when Farley instructs the called party to give, quote unquote, what they wanted to Farley's father. And another caller then joins the call. Farley discusses the case, and then he instructs the third person added to the call to go to the house and get the stuff. Farley references a gun under his bed. Farley also tells the called party, the one, give him that. He repeatedly references what they wanted, and then he references giving all 3 items to his father. Farley instructs the called party to look under the mattress, explaining the one she can keep is under the mattress. That goes back to the gun. Farley also references the phrases, the one I'll be riding with, and he says that the item is all the way at the right unless they got it. So he's clearly giving instructions to an item. It would suggest from context clues that that is a gun. Call 2 obviously concerns the phone. We have suggestion from context clues that that's what it means. Finally, in the 4th call, Farley instructs the called party to take the item up there to him, that is to another location. Considered together, this shows that Farley made efforts to hide evidence or items for which law enforcement came to the house looking. The relevant standard, Your Honor, is very low. This is enough to be relevant evidence. It shows that Farley is trying to hide something, arguably a cell phone and a gun. That's what it suggests, at least to my listening of it, and I believe it could certainly suggest that to a jury. I also think his discussion of the case itself is relevant. Obviously, in the first call, the called party, suggests that he cooperate with law enforcement. I think that's all relevant. So first of all, Your Honor, we'd ask that this court deny Farley's motion in limine. As to the bond, it goes back to what I said before. For all the reasons that I stated previously, including that Farley clearly, as Mr. Menendez, we aren't saying he personally is owning a phone right now, but he clearly had access to a phone in the jail based on that photograph. Additionally, Your Honor, he's charged with murder. That is a very serious charge. He was charged with that before he even got these additional RICO charges and the charges in this indictment. Your Honor, and this goes back, back to point 1. He's charged with murder. That was a homicide involving a shooting. So I think the existence of a gun is going to be even more relevant to that. But back to the bond, Your Honor, this is extremely relevant information. The state never lied about the contents of the jail calls. The court just heard them. I think it's clear from the jail calls that Farley did try to hide a phone and a gun from the authorities, because he asked if they even referenced if the cops, if they didn't get it when they were there. That was even a reference in there. So I think, Your Honor, that this court properly denied Mr. Farley bond. My understanding is that this case is going to trial within the next 2 to 3 weeks. And so we'd ask that this court continue to deny him bond and to also deny his motion in limine. Thank you.
As for the motion in limine as it relates to the jail calls, the court does find that calls 1, 2, 3, and 4 are in fact probative and relevant, and especially in regards to the potential evidentiary value of what the state demands in the trial and the conversations and context that may be relevant. Also related to the phone and the gun, there is some evidence to believe that this phone and gun tried to be attempted to be hidden or secreted from the authorities. I do believe, as Ms. Rosenwasser has indicated, that it would be relevant for the purposes of bond, and for that reason, I'm going to deny bond.
Thank you, Your Honor.
May we have a written order on the?
Yeah, if you prepare a suitable order on both those matters, please now.
Yes, Your Honor.
You can show that to Mr. Menez and we can prepare that.
Yes, Your
He
Honor.
just said he denied bond.
One note with regard to this evidence, you admitted it, but you admitted it against Mr. Farley. This doesn't resolve the 801D2E issues with regard to everybody else. So I want to make sure that, well, it's got 801D2E issues. We've got Bruton issues. If his jail call comes in post-arrest with regard to everybody else in count one, and I do not want to acquiesce to that.
And Your Honor, we do have a separate 801D2E motion. So I think that could be addressed at another time.
And that's correct. I just want to make sure that that's with regard to these particular post-arrest statements of a co-defendant, we've got several substantive issues before they can come into trial, not just against him.
On behalf of Mr. Stillwell, I join in Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey, and Mr. I would ask that you more or less
I filed an 801D2E, and I think there are
motions are adopted, you'll need to file a particular motion.
I did.
Not you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, the other strap hangers, Mr. Harvey, okay, that have adopted your motion, need to particularize their own motion, because it depends upon what it says as to whether it's initial or not.
Right.
So, saying it's a Bruton issue, whatever, we need to identify the statement and give some particular type of discussion as to why, as to what the court can consider.
Oh, well, I have filed such motions, but not towards this particular statement.
Look, a lot of folks, just particularize. A lot of times, that's what usually happens. The court has to kind of look at each statement by itself as it relates to that particular thing.
You're entirely correct. Let's, as far as it goes, however, your lordship, but let's flip that a little bit. We filed a motion saying, hey, look, what 801D2E potential statements or statements of co-defendants are you going to use? So that we file a motion in limine, but you got to tell us what you're going to use, like this one. So we can't particularize this whole mass of statements.
Ms. Rosenwasser, you're going to need to kind of parse out a little homework, whatever it is you decide, sit down and talk in this decision, because it will affect your opponent's opportunities to file.
Your Honor, as we stated in our motion, we would just ask that they let us know what they're objecting to so we can respond to it.
Okay, Mr. Harvey's saying that you need to identify what statements you're going to, like, for example, you're going to introduce statements again, involving defendant A. You need to go ahead and let them know you're going to do that. Why is that important? Because if defendant C says, well, that implicates me, then I need to be able to respond to it.
Your Honor, we provide all the statements we have in discovery. I think generally because it's a RICO, everything's going to apply to everyone. So if they could just object, it's going to be a lot easier for me to be able to prepare a response, because generally our position is that all the co-conspirator statements, they are going to be admissible against everyone. So that's
yeah, given the type of case, but to the extent that you can, and it will affect, because then you certainly, I would certainly advise you.
You know, a blanket statement that every statement everybody ever made since 2013 is a co-conspirator statement is blatantly overbroad. For example, this post-arrest statement from jail telling someone else to do allegedly something, and I don't know how he's going to explain it, but if that comes in, that's not a co-conspirator statement. I don't believe, and we'll argue that, but we need to have it identified. You know, everybody has talked to everybody for the 8 years.
Well, you see, Mr. Harvey, that's part of the state's, I guess, with the RICO statute and its applicability. That's one of the most powerful aspects of the statute.
Bingo, but it doesn't trump the 801D2E exclusion. It's got to show it's in the course of, in furtherance of the alleged conspiracy. So there are more hurdles than just saying, yo, it's a conspiracy. Everything everybody says comes in.
And
even Mr. Botts knows that.
Governor, we have a full motion on that.
He's talking to CLEs. Yeah, I guess along with you. So that may be a problem. I'm working.
And Your Honor, I would just like to say on behalf of Mr. Stillwell that we do believe that the ball is in the state's court, and they're the ones that decided to indict this case this way. If they want to try Mr. Stillwell by himself, all these problems will be solved, but they have decided to put 28 people together, and it's very difficult to determine what statements by the other 27 people will be attempted. They'll attempt to implicate Mr. Stillwell with, and I think I speak for probably the rest of the defendants in that sentiment as well.
Okay.
And Your Honor, on behalf of Mr. Myrick, I would join in on what Mr. Shaw said.
I think Mr. Harvey said, unless you opted out, I'm going to assume it is that it'll apply to the rest of you, okay?
Yeah.
All right, bless you.
Thank you, Judge.
All right. We have Mr. Floyd here, Your Honor, for the merge.
I see him. Okay, all right. So, but to the aspect of that, Ms. Rosenwasser, you will have to kind of distinguish out or those particular statements. I would tend to agree with Mr. Harvey about that. You're going to have to distinguish the 801 D or E issues, okay?
Yes, Your Honor, I'll communicate that request to trial team and get that information to everyone as soon as I can.
Yeah, so I mean, it'll just make things a lot easier.
Absolutely, Your Honor.
Okay, all right. And you'll prepare an order denying that the issues as it relates to the motions in limine to the jail calls as well as to the bond, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, wonderful. All right, okay. Mr. Floyd, good to see you, sir.
Yes, Your Honor, good to see you.
Okay, we have an amended special and general demur 1 this relates to Mr. Farley to dismiss count 1. There's an amended special and general demurs 2 overt action jurisdiction. 3 pertains to overt action insufficient specificity of vague terms. 4 is unindicted co-conspirators. 5 is insufficient nexus. 6 is distinguishing between overt and predicate acts. 7 is duplicative counts. And then related to that would be an amended motion to sever, an amended motion to sever. And then the amended motion to sever his trial.
There's also one to dismiss the RICO count.
Ready
on that?
Yes, to dismiss the RICO count. Yes. Is that the
Constitutionality.
Is that, yeah, the constitutionality of it, yes. If you could deal with those, sir, that would be wonderful. Okay. Mr. Menendez, do you wish to have any further argument on it, or do you want to stand on your brief and I can let Mr. Floyd respond, or?
A little bit of argument, Your Honor.
Okay, all right, go right ahead.
Thank you, Judge.
Go ahead, sir.
So the first one, Your Honor, is a general demur. And so as the court knows, a defendant can generally demur if they could admit the facts in the indictment, but not be guilty of the crime charged. But the way that the state has uniquely indicted this case leaves it open to an interpretation where Mr. Farley would not be guilty of count one because they won't have satisfied the element of having a pattern of racketeering, which is at least 2 acts of racketeering. So, Your Honor, the way this all really gets started is the state has put the indictment in 3 parts. They have part 1 where they talk about the conspiracy. And what's interesting here, Your Honor, is they list, and I don't know if Your Honor has the indictment.
I do, sir.
You do? Okay. They list out in part 1, they list these bullet points where they essentially list in all the possible ways that you can commit racketeering activity. But, Your Honor, what's very interesting is if you look at the last 2 sentences of that paragraph, part 1, it says, in furtherance of the conspiracy, the defendants engage in the activities enumerated herein. But it does not say what they mean by enumerated herein. And in Black's Law Dictionary, it even says that the word herein is inherently ambiguous. It can mean anything here in this document. And Your Honor, they later in part 3, after describing the enterprise in part 2, they part 3 say acts in furtherance of the conspiracy. So the interpretation that I submit to the court is that when they say in furtherance of the conspiracy, the defendants engage in the activities enumerated herein, under one general demur interpretation, which of course is not the way that the state intended to write it, but it's a way that they left it open to interpretation, that herein means the acts in part 3. Because the sentence right after that says the objectives of the conspiracy included, but were not limited to, and then it has a colon, and we can assume that the colon refers to the bullet points. But that way we can interpret that the bullet points are there only to articulate the objectives of the conspiracy, not as any predicate acts or acts of racketeering. So when they say herein, they could be referring to just part 3. And Your Honor, in the 1 through however many it is, 1 through 91 overt acts, Mr. Farley is only alleged to be part of a few of those, numbered 95, 103, 110, 120, 132, 141, 173, and 176. And then also very interesting, Your Honor, that first paragraph of part 3, it says, in furtherance of the conspiracy and to the effect its objectives and purposes, the defendants committed and caused to be committed, among others, the following overt acts, certain of which constitute acts of racketeering activity. So they've left open this ambiguity that of these 1 through 191 things, they're overt acts, all of them, but certain of them are acts of racketeering. So then, Your Honor, under my interpretation as a general demur, you can look at each one of those acts and see that only 2 of them actually articulate criminal behavior. Because 95 talks about lyrics of a video that he's not even rapping in. 103 talks about a video that he appears in, not criminal activity. 110, again, talks about a video with some lyrics. 120 talks about him posing on a social media with clothing that has the word slime on it. Again, not criminal, not an act of racketeering. 132, engaging in a conversation. Again, Judge, that's not an act of racketeering activity to engage in a conversation, although that's the one where Mr. Williams is alleged to have made some kind of comment. 141, they talk about him having a tattoo that says ESPN, every slime plays nasty, or Rock Crew, Raison Cleveland. Again, Your Honor, having tattoos is not an act of racketeering. 173 and 176, though, Your Honor, are where they do accuse Mr. Farley of murdering Mr. Drinks. But now we're left with this general demur. Certain acts are racketeering of this list. So let's interpret them as literally only the ones that say acts of racketeering, which one of them is murder, 173, 176. So if we interpret herein that way, and certain of which in the way I've said, we're left with just 173 and 176. But Your Honor, clearly those then allege the same exact thing. And I know the state's going to get up here and say, well, they're not the same exact thing because they satisfy different elements. But Your Honor, they, in their manner, which they didn't have to articulate, they say that the defendants caused the death of Shamel Drinks, an associate of a rival gang. So even in that predicate act that's not gang activity, they talk about it being gang activity, saying that it was an associate of a rival gang and that they shot him as an act of racketeering activity. And then again, we have the same murder of the same person on the same time as the same alleged supposed gang, and it's worded the same, Judge. It's slightly different, but in both cases, they're talking about gang activity and a murder. And so that's not a pattern. You can't say that those two acts of racketeering activity constitute a pattern because they're the same act. They're going to say, well, one is they act as part of a gang and one is the act itself. But when they articulate the act itself, they say an associate of a rival gang. So they're saying there's gang activity even in that count itself. So they've just messed up here, Judge. They've left open an ambiguity to a general demur where I have found an interpretation that Mr. Farley in this indictment is only being accused of one act of racketeering activity. And Your Honor will see that the definition of racketeering act of conspiracy to commit racketeering activity is a pattern, and a pattern is defined as two or more acts, whereas they've only, under my interpretation, accused Mr. Farley of one act of racketeering, which can't withstand a general demur. And so that's why it should be dismissed as a general demur for count one. And Your Honor, my relevant definitions are just, OCGA for the record 16-4-4, which talks about the pattern. OCGA 16-4-3, again, defines that there needs to be at least two acts of racketeering to constitute a pattern. I cite to Black's Law Dictionary where they concede the inherent ambiguity of the word herein. And then I cite to Meeks v. State and Johnson v. State as it talks about demurs, Your Honor. So that's basically the argument of count one, is that there is an interpretation that I've just articulated where it leaves only 173 and 176, and that those are the same exact thing, even the murder, because it's alleged as gang activity in its manner, and that that leaves us with just one act, the alleged murder of Mr. Shamel Drinks as part of gang activity, and that's not a pattern, Your Honor, that's just one.
All right, sir, anything else?
No, Your Honor, I can answer. I know it's like a lot, but I can answer any questions that the court has about that.
No, I'm good. I'm good. Thank you, Ms. Menez. All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Floyd.
Two versions of this argument. The short one is wrong, 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 and wrong. The longer one is slightly more detailed.
Let's go with the longer one.
I'll go with the longer one.
Because it might get reviewed at some point.
I understand.
All right. Thank you.
This argument has nothing to do with the text of the statute. And it has nothing to do with the governing legal standards. There is no, I have found an interpretation standard, and there is no standard applicable to general demurs that endorses or indulges strained or artificial interpretations. General demurs are not favored, and they are not construed in favor of the defendant. That's the starting point. So that the foundation is wrong. Specifically turning to RICO, it would behoove Mr. Farley to read the indictment as carefully and the statute, to read the statute as carefully as he reads the indictment. First, 1614-4C1 is the conspiracy provision. It does not use the term racketeering activity. It does not use the term pattern of racketeering activity. Okay, Mr. Menez is absolutely dead wrong when he says a pattern is an element of a conspiracy violation. The law is precisely to the opposite, and we cited the law in our brief. It is absolutely clear that a substantive violation is not a prerequisite to a conspiracy violation. If it was, the conspiracy violation would collapse into the substantive violation. It would become meaningless. And that would violate the most fundamental rule of statutory construction, which is the court does not read so much as a word, much less an entire subpart of the statute, to have no meaning whatsoever. Okay. The fundamental component, of a substantive violation is a pattern of racketeering activity. That's an A violation, that's a B violation. That is not what the state alleged. The state alleged a C violation. The C violation requires an overt act in furtherance of the conspiracy. It does not require a pattern of racketeering activity. Point one. Point two, he argues that overt acts must be acts of racketeering activity. No, same mistake. There is no reference to acts of racketeering activity in C. The case law is clear that acts of racketeering activity are not what are required. And as a foreshadowing to some of the other arguments that are going to be made, there are overt acts, 191 overt acts alleged. A subset of those, it's about 70, within give or take a couple, are acts of racketeering activity. They fall within the definition. Every single time the state alleges an overt act that is also an act of racketeering activity, it has said so. It has said an overt act that is also an act of racketeering activity, and it has said the exact incorporating provision from RICO that incorporates that underlying offense. Right? So we have drawn that distinction, but the point is both are good enough. And the first fundamental component of Mr. Farley's argument is we have to allege a pattern. That is wrong. The second fundamental argument is any overt acts we allege must be acts of racketeering activity. Equally wrong. The third argument that he alleges is that, or that he asserts, is that there has to be an overt act, he says, consisting of a pattern. We've already taken care of that one. But that there has to be an overt act by Mr. Farley. Again, equally wrong. Overt act can be by any conspirator. That's exactly what the statute says. And that any conspirator commit an overt act in furtherance of the conspiracy. Pasha v. State, which we cited, makes this point perfectly clear. So does Whaley v. State, which we've also cited. As Whaley said, it has the basic principle of conspiracy, which we've talked about in various motions during the course of this, but Pasha says that each actor in a conspiracy is responsible for the overt actions undertaken by all the other co-conspirators in furtherance of the conspiracy. Those 191 overt acts, those are all Mr. Farley's in a conspiracy case, okay? Whaley says the same thing. A conspirator is responsible for his own racketeering activity and that of his co-conspirators. Whaley went on to say, this means that everything said, written, or done by any of the conspirators in execution or furtherance of the common purpose is deemed to have been said, done, or written by each of them. So this parsing that Mr. Farley's trying to engage into fails at its inception. He got the wrong requirement when he says pattern. He's got the wrong requirement when he says racketeering activity. And he's got the wrong requirement when he says it all has to be engaged in by Mr. Farley. This case would survive general demurrer if you wiped out every single overt act specifically alleged to have been committed by Mr. Farley. It would still survive general demurrer because he could not admit the allegations and still be innocent. For that reason, the general demurrer should be overruled.
Your Honor,
What about the issue of the special demurrer?
Well, he hasn't, at least here, asserted any argument. He began by saying this is a general demurrer, and he hasn't asserted an argument relative to the special demurrer. If he had, it wouldn't work for the reason that the indictment is very detailed. You know, one of the things that sort of becomes a hallmark of cases like this is that one defendant gets up and complains about how long the indictment is, and the next defendant gets up and complains that the indictment doesn't have enough detail about him. But you know, we've set forth the standard for special demurs in the brief. Sanders v. State, a 2022 Supreme Court decision says that, and it basically says, while Sanders may desire greater detail about how the conspiracy resulted in Singletary's death, it is not required that the indictment give every detail of the crime. I'll pause because I'm not quoting anymore. That is particularly true in a conspiracy case where the state is not required to allege the details of overts and where the overts need not be crimes themselves. They can actually be lawful acts as long as they promote the objective of the conspiracy. Here we have many that are unlawful and constitute racketeering activity. We have others that are unlawful but are not within the definition of racketeering activity. And then we have a third category that are just overts. All of those can be found within the 191. But as Sanders went on to say, instead, the additional detail desired by Sanders may be supplemented by the pretrial discovery he receives and any investigation counsel conducts. Every detail need not be in it. They have to be sufficient to assert a plea of former jeopardy and sufficient to be able to defend. The Supreme Court dealt with this in Kimbrough. This is an argument that's coming in a couple more motions about the nexus argument. The Supreme Court basically said, you don't need to plead everything. We don't need pages and pages. We're not requiring pages and pages. You just have to have something. We have a lot more than that something here. We have dates, names, places, names of victims. It is set forth in a chronological order where there are multiple actors involved in the overt act. We have alleged who those people are by name. That is more than sufficient details to survive a special demur, Your Honor.
Okay, all right. I'll pause just a second, and I'll let you come back up and argue the motion to sever the counts, and then his motion to sever his defendant, and then constitutionality. Okay.
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 We'll come. You want to come back to the other demurs?
Yeah. Just unless you want to address them right now.
It's Your Honor. I'm at your pleasure.
Yeah, that was only demur one. I titled it amended special demur because that's my original. It's not in the motions, but that was amended as just a general demur, and then I didn't argue 2 through 7. But I do want to address his arguments about the general.
And Judge, just one moment. We have our own demurs, but these counts relate to Mr. Nichols, Mr. Stillwell, as well, and the overt act. So I want to adopt, at least insofar as an argument is concerned, some of them relate to, specifically to Mr. Farley, but to the content of the indictment itself. I would reserve my right to respectfully disagree with Mr. Floyd in what he has said, because they have pled, by the way, a pattern of racketeering activity. And if that ain't what they mean, then they shouldn't have pled it, number one. Number two, conspiracy is a specific intent crime. You have to specifically intend to commit the underlying predicate felony, which includes a pattern of racketeering activity. You have to have that specific intent. So I want to adopt, then reserve, because some of these things relate specifically to Mr. Farley.
Thank you, Mr. Harvey.
On behalf of Mr. Stillwell, I too would like to adopt and echo the sentiments of Mr. Harvey and Mr. Nichols.
I don't think you're inviting argument on those motions separately, but I can address it if you want. But I'll just point out that if we have in fact pled a pattern, that's the end of that motion.
And Your Honor, it's just not.
No.
Yeah.
You pled the fact that the conspiracy was they did unlawfully conspire to acquire and maintain directly and indirectly through a pattern of racketeering activity. That's what the indictment says. You've pled it. And if it doesn't contain that, you're wrong about saying we don't need to put it in there.
And yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Floyd, you want to, okay, since they started to have multiple streams of arguments, you want to respond to that?
I'll do it however you want.
Okay, sir, go ahead and respond to Mr. Harvey's assertion.
Okay. We're being quoted out of context. The objective of the conspiracy entails the commission of a pattern of racketeering activity. Alleging that a pattern of racketeering activity was actually committed is not an element of a RICO conspiracy. The offense is the agreement as opposed to the pattern. That's why there is not a reference to a pattern of racketeering activity in C1. Mr. Harvey's just mistaken on that point. And the specific intent, there is no separate specific intent requirement for a RICO conspiracy other than the agreement itself. That's it. There's not an underlying second layer of intent to commit a predicate act. It's just not a requirement.
It's not.
Conspiracy is definitionally a specific intent crime because you have to have the specific intent to agree to commit the underlying alleged act. It is not a general intent crime. Conspiracy to commit a crime is a specific intent crime. So, and I know I'm a little bit out of order, and Mr. Floyd is way smarter than I will be. But I just want to reserve my right to argue to maintain the argument and adopt his argument.
And I'm fine if he reserves, Your Honor. I'd like the opportunity to respond in full too. Because this is not part of Mr. Menendez's motion.
You're correct.
And Mr. Floyd, do you want to go ahead and finish his, because he's got like 7 of them. He's got this. 1 is dismiss count 1. 2 is overt action jurisdiction. 3 is overt action insufficient specificity in vague terms. 4 is unindicted co-conspirators. 5 is insufficient nexus. 6 is distinguished between overt action predicate acts. And 7 is duplicative counts.
And the way we've allocated responsibility for these, Your Honor, 1 through 6 are mine, as well as severance and constitutionality. And I'm at the court's pleasure. If we want to go through them all right now, I'm ready.
Yeah, let me let you finish those 2 and then let him address if he's got anything more. So Mr. Menendez, let him finish, okay?
Well, Your Honor, I never made my arguments about 2 through 6 yet.
I thought you did.
No, Judge, that was all just number 1. And I want to address some of his misstatements about number 1 as well just now.
Okay.
Before the court rules. So Mr. Harvey is right about that specific intent, first of all. But let's back up.
Okay, but let's not get too far down the weeds.
No, I know, Your Honor.
All right. In specific intent is for they're inchoate crimes, okay?
Right.
All right. So yes, you do have to prove, there are specific intent crimes, but that's an issue of proof.
Right, Judge.
Okay.
And so to back up, though, to several things that were wrong about what he said. So look, he says there is no, I have found an interpretation about general demurs, when that's exactly what a general demur is. If you can interpret the indictment in a way that the person has not committed a crime, meaning they have not committed all the essential elements of the count, then that's what a general demur is. So that's just a bit of gaslighting, a bit of, oh, if I just say it confidently and say it in a cool way, then I'm right. No, he's not.
Gaslighting and cool?
He's there. That's exactly what a general demur is. When there's an interpretation of the indictment that the person's not guilty and has not satisfied all the elements, it has to be dismissed. And that's exactly the interpretation that I present to the court. And then Mr. Floyd tries to get up here and misread the statute talking about, oh, we did it under subsection C. Yeah, I know that. That's why I filed the motion. Subsection C, Your Honor, says it shall be unlawful for any person to conspire or endeavor to violate any of the provisions of subsection A or B. A or B. You need at least one of them. And he's going to come up here and say, oh, we only needed C. Well, you need at least A or B in both of the ways that someone can commit C. And then they have these two ways. A person violates this subsection C when either one of these two happen. He or she, together with one or more person, conspires to violate any of the provisions of subsection A or B. So you do have to violate subsection A or B to violate subsection C. So how can he come up here and say that? Or let's look at the other way then. Number 2, subsection C2. He or she endeavors to violate any of the provisions of subsection A or B of this code section. And both A and B have the word pattern in it, and pattern is defined in the statute as 2 or more, and they've only alleged 1 against Mr. Farley. And so the way this indictment can be interpreted is dismissed by general demurrer. And just because they can present the court with their interpretation, that's not enough. They need an indictment that is perfect in form within its 4 corners and that someone can't admit the facts to under any interpretation of innocence. And they haven't done that here, Judge. They've alleged it the way they alleged it, and that's on them. And as it pertains to just Mr. Farley, because only 2 of those acts are actual acts of racketeering alleged, and they're both the same act, that's why it's dismissed by general demurrer. And that's why I put it as number 1, because we shouldn't have to argue 2 through 6 anymore, because number 1 is just, as far as it pertains to Mr. Farley, dismissed by a general demurrer by the exact way that Mr. Floyd said not to interpret it. Because yes, there's an interpretation where he's only being accused of 1 act of racketeering. And yes, under subsection C, you need a pattern. He tried to come here and say you don't need a pattern in subsection C. And that's just not true, because I just read the whole code section to this court, Your Honor. And in both ways you can commit C, it says either A or B has to be violated. And in both A and B, the word pattern of racketeering activity is included, Your Honor. So that's why for Mr. Farley, this general demurrer should be granted. And so I can go on to my rest of my demurrers, but I'll wait the court's ruling on the first one to see if we even need to go there.
All right, go ahead.
4 cases, Your Honor. United States v. Brown, 11th Circuit, 2007. Defendant may violate RICO's conspiracy provision even if he did not commit a substantive violation of RICO. United States v. Alonzo, 11th Circuit, 1984. Defendant may be guilty of a RICO conspiracy violation even if he did not commit the substantive acts that would constitute violations of subsections A or B. United States v. Salinas, Supreme Court of the United States. Defendant can be guilty of violating RICO conspiracy without violating a substantive provision. Cotman versus State, one of the APS cases, defendant was found guilty of RICO conspiracy without proof of a substantive violation of A or B.
And Your Honor, can is different than shall. Yeah, you can, but not with this one because of the way they wrote it.
Okay. I'm going to deny your motion, Mr. Menez, as it pertains to dismissal of count 1. You have any other further argument on overt acts?
Yes, Judge.
All right, let's go.
My second demurrer is a special demurrer. Oh, sorry, Your Honor. The second one has to do with a jurisdictional argument. Because, Your Honor, if you follow some of the same things I articulated first about the indictment, you see that there are, in Part 3, certain overt acts that I believe under actually general demurrer need to be dismissed against Mr. Farley because they don't allege where exactly it was committed. They talk about released on social media. They say appear in a YouTube video. Well, Your Honor, YouTube is not a place. They didn't say that anyone in Georgia, because the Georgia RICO statute needs acts in Georgia. So all these social media ones that they have about Mr. Farley, for example, number 95, it says he appeared in a video released on social media. They didn't say that the video was made in Georgia. They didn't say that anyone in Georgia saw it. They just said that it was released on social media. And same thing with 103, Your Honor. They say that he appeared in a YouTube video. They don't say a YouTube video in Georgia. They don't say that anyone in Georgia saw the video. And so, Your Honor, that's the same for 110, 120, 132, and 141. 132 is a little different. It talks about engaging the conversation. But again, Your Honor, they say that Mr. Farley engage in a conversation, which by the way is actually his clothing Instagram account as part of like a massive group message, and he doesn't even respond to it. So I don't know how that's engaging in a conversation with Mr. Williams. That's not how I define engaging in a conversation, but I'll move on from that, Judge. Regardless, it doesn't say where that conversation took place. Instagram is not a place. Instagram is not in Georgia. So they should have alleged that that these people were in Georgia when they engaged in this conversation. Again, Your Honor, number 141, a photo released on social media displaying tattoos does not say those tattoos were seen on social media by anyone in Georgia, or that he's ever been in Georgia, or that those tattoos were made in Georgia. And we don't get to consider everything we know. For General Demure, we look at just the four corners of the indictment. So, Your Honor, going to my authority and argument part, there's federal case law about this, Your Honor. It's Butte Mining, which is 76 F3D 287 291. That's out of the 9th Circuit.
How about the 11th Circuit or United States Supreme Court? That would be more persuasive to me.
Well, Your Honor, yeah, I'm using the interpretation of the federal statute.
Georgia, though.
Right.
Do you have any 11th Circuit interpretation on that?
That's not been addressed by the 11th Circuit, Your Honor. This happened with a case about RICO.
Addressed by our Supreme Court?
No, Your Honor. What I'm saying is that the Georgia statute exactly tracks the federal statute, and the federal statute's been interpreted to mean that those acts have to be in the jurisdiction of the court. Those are the cases I was going to bring up, where in Butte Mining and the Sonaltrino, those acts were alleged possibly in foreign jurisdictions, and that basically what I've articulated from Part 3 also might have taken place outside the state of Georgia. So I don't think that needs the 11th Circuit. That's just, this is how federal RICO is interpreted. So why would we interpret Georgia RICO any different when it's tracked and written exactly the same way? And so, Your Honor, in those cases, the demurs were granted because the 9th Circuit held that the defendant's conduct in the United States, by use of the mail and the wires, paying a fair price for the mining company, forming corporations, that those didn't actually refer to the fraud, and that the actual fraudulent acts took place entirely outside the United States. And so here, there's an open interpretation that these acts, putting something on YouTube, appearing on social media, engaging in conversation, those acts could have occurred outside of Georgia, and nothing specifically alleges them to have occurred inside Georgia. And so
doesn't the state have to prove that anyways as to each count by indirect or direct evidence?
At trial to meet their burden of overcoming the presumption of innocence, but he's also entitled to a perfect indictment within the four corners, regardless of looking at discovery or.
I don't think the indictment, the count requires that specifically that, because that's the state's burden of proof at trial.
Well, Roger,
implicit within each count that venue's got to be proven. It doesn't have to necessarily be pled.
And Your Honor, in those federal RICO cases, that wasn't enough to survive the general demur because of the way it was pleaded in the indictment. Okay. And so that's what I'm alleging here. And so because those acts can have occurred outside the jurisdiction, they can't survive general demur. So those.
But we don't know if they occurred outside the jurisdiction, do we?
Right, Your Honor. We would have known that had they said appeared in a YouTube video seen by people in Georgia. It would be that simple, but they didn't do that. So that's why those overt acts, Your Honor, and there is case law about demurs applying to actually individual overt acts as well, not just the entire conspiracy. And I have that, Your Honor, in my motion as well. That's Ralston v. Cox. They talked about
okay, that seems
that
seems to occur. You seem to be arguing overt acts in jurisdiction and insufficient specificity and vague terms. Is that what you're kind of?
That's the next one, Judge. I'm still on the second one, which is the jurisdictional argument about those overt acts. Because Ralston v. Cox, you can actually demur to the overt acts, because in that case, the lower court sustained the demur to counts 2 and 3 and to the overt act number 3 of count 1. So I included that just to say that this court, it has the authority to address demurs based on just the overt act. It doesn't have to be the entire count. So that's what I'm asking the court to do. Because the court has denied my previous demurrer, I'm asking the court to narrow down the indictment to take out these, what I believe are general demurrable things because of the jurisdiction argument. And so those overt acts, because they can be committed outside of Georgia, just don't survive general demurrer. And that's much different than, I understand what Your Honor is saying about they don't have to prove venue. Like they don't have to say in the exact count 55, murder Schmel drinks in Georgia, but the entire indictment talks about, this is a Georgia conspiracy. But just like in Butte Mining and the Coca-Cola case and the Sunel Trail cases that I cited, in those cases, it was a federal United States conspiracy, but those, overt acts that were outside the jurisdiction possibly could not survive general demurrer, Your Honor. So that's what I'm asking here. It would have been simple to just say what exactly the overt act is doing, because in the other ones, like when you say murder Schmel drinks, we can assume that happened in Georgia because it says honor about and this is and that. But it doesn't say that the YouTube video was seen by anyone outside Georgia. That's the problem that's missing, Your Honor. And it doesn't allege that it was created in Georgia. The act they're alleging is appearing on social media. And so that's what I contend to this court, is that you can appear on social media outside the jurisdiction. And that would have easily been solved if they would have just wrote seen by people in Georgia. I think, it's like a tree falling in the forest type of thing. Like you can allege that he appeared on it, but then you also have to allege that it was seen. Otherwise, it's not an overt act.
Thank you. Mr. Floyd?
Yes, briefly, Your Honor. I am at a loss for this it has to be seen argument. I mean, literally, Mr. Farley is basically coming up with every requirement you can possibly think of and throwing them out as though they're in the statute or they're in a case. They're not. The reference to the Cox case, Cox is a former Fifth Circuit case from 1941, 29 years before the federal statute was enacted, 39 years before the Georgia statute was enacted. Whatever else, and a civil case at that, whatever else it has to do with, it doesn't have anything to do with a demurrer to Georgia RICO. Most of the cases he cites are civil cases, not criminal cases. Different standards of pleading. The indictment on page 12 alleges that the crime took place in Fulton County, Georgia. Just to begin with, it's right there. Second, this text of OCGA 1614.3 sub 5, which is the definition of racketeering activity, makes it abundantly clear that acts committed outside Georgia, and in fact outside the United States, can be acts of racketeering activity or overt acts for purposes of Georgia RICO. It incorporates 3 categories of conduct. The first category we don't have to spend a lot of time on because those are specific violations of Georgia law, right? And that's the overwhelming majority of what we're talking about here. Second, it incorporates the full definition, the entire definition of racketeering activity from federal RICO. So those are all federal offenses that can occur any place in the United States or any place in the extraterritorial jurisdiction of the United States. For example, one of those offenses is killing a United States citizen outside the territory of the United States because they're a United States citizen. So by its nature, it couldn't even happen within U.S. territory. It's still an act of racketeering activity, right? And then just in case there was any doubt, there's a category of 12 generic acts: murder, arson, kidnapping, obstruction of justice are a few examples that are in violation of federal law, the law of any state, or the law of any United States territory, punishable by more than 1 year in prison. So the intent of the General Assembly to incorporate such activity is very clear. We're not talking about things that happen outside the state of Georgia anyway. We didn't allege they happened outside the state of Georgia, but if they did, it wouldn't make a difference. On top of that, there's the Overton case, which we cited in our brief, which is not mentioned by Mr. Farley. Overton is a Georgia RICO conspiracy case out of Richmond County, where a significant part of the racketeering activity that occurred occurred in the state of South Carolina. Obviously, we all know Augusta's on the Savannah River. There was a kidnapping on the Georgia side. The victim, unfortunately, was transported across to the South Carolina side. He was locked in the trunk. The car was set on fire. He died. Okay. Act of kidnapping, Georgia. Act of murder, South Carolina. Both in the indictment, both supported the conviction. Both are specifically cited by the Georgia Court of Appeals in response to the sufficiency of the evidence challenge. Really, Mr. Farley is arguing what the probata has to be, not the allegata. He's talking, as you mentioned, he's talking about what we ultimately have to prove at trial to carry our burden. He's not talking really about what we have to allege. But the sense that there is some possibility that an act occurred outside the state of Georgia because the state did not specifically allege that it occurred inside the state of Georgia, I don't know how that has any impact at all in a conspiracy case where the state has alleged the conspiracy violation occurred here. And the argument that anything that happens outside the state is automatically excluded simply does not fit with the statutory text.
All right. As it pertains to special and general murder, 2 overt acts in jurisdiction, this court will deny the defendant's motion. All right, Mr. Menendez, number 3, overt acts and insufficient specificity of vague terms.
Yes, Judge. This is a just special demurrer as to several parts of the indictment. I'm referring again to part 3, the only overt acts that Mr. Farley is alleged to be in out of the 191. That's number 95, 103, 110, 120, 132, and 141. Those are the ones I'm talking about here. Your Honor, here, the court's actually pretty clear. I mean, the Sarajewski case, held that that indictment was deficient and that it lacked any description of what was alleged to be threatening communication. So here in this motion, Your Honor, I'm shifting our focus to these vague terms that they're putting in the indictment that Mr. Farley is entitled to have be more specific so that he can be prepared to defend himself at trial, because he is entitled to an indictment perfect in form within its four corners. And the key thing here, Your Honor, under Sarajewski is that it needs to be sufficient so that he can avail himself of a defense, to prepare himself for a defense. He's not given enough intelligence here about what he's even going to be fighting. So just like when Sarajewski dismissed that count for threatening communication or endeavor to impede, that's what I'm arguing here, Your Honor. There's also the Delaby case that didn't survive a special demurrer. That had the term intimidation being insufficiently specific. So, Your Honor, each of these overt acts, except for 173 and 176, do contain terms that are so vague that we can't possibly prepare our defense intelligently within the 4 corners of the indictment, Your Honor. And he can't be sufficiently apprised of what he's going to be prepared to meet at trial. 173 and 176, I do concede, okay, those are specific enough. It talks about shooting a person with a gun. That shooting with a gun, that can't be committed in any other kind of way. But importantly, Your Honor, the Delaby court holds that the term intimidation was impermissibly vague because intimidation can be, committed in so many different ways. And again, Your Honor, despite its age, Ralston v. Cox is still good law. It's an example where the court has the authority to demur specific overt acts of conspiracies, not just whole conspiracy. And so, Your Honor, now I want to go to each of these acts and the allegations and how they're vague. So number 95, again, appearing in a video released on social media, doesn't say what that means. What do you mean appear in a video? And just the proof of what I'm saying, Your Honor, is the way it's been talked about at different points during this case in the proffers. Appear in a video, appearing doing what? Saying what? Rapping, dancing, what? It's just, that doesn't say like appear in a video, Your Honor. It doesn't say anything about how that's furthering the objectives of anything or what that even means, Your Honor. Same thing with number 103, that he appeared in a YouTube video titled Mob Ties and that the defendants were flashing gang signs with lyrics. He doesn't say, does he even say these lyrics? Does he mouth them? Did he write them? Does he rap them?
What? It doesn't say, Your Honor. It just says he appeared in a YouTube video and then says defendants were flashing gang signs with lyrics. Which defendants? It should have said which ones. It should have said what they mean by appear. Should have said what they mean by the lyrics. What is the significance of the lyrics and Tupac and Hit 'Em Up? Doesn't say. Just says he appeared in there. Same thing with 110, Your Honor, a YouTube video of a song of Mr. Wunny Lee saying vaguely and sufficiently that he appeared in it. You know, at first bond hearings, they tried to say like he was saying the lyrics or he had something to do with the lyrics. And while I don't think those lyrics are probative or have anything to do with reality, even so, he's not alleged to have written them, rapped them, mouthed them. I want to know, he needs to know what appear in a YouTube video means. And then they just say some lyrics. And Your Honor, now number 120, a photo released on social media that he posed for a photo. What does that mean, posed for a photo? How is that the overt act? What about posing in a photo and that it was released on social media? What is that? What is an overt act about releasing something on social media? Again, doesn't say anybody saw it and doesn't say what they mean by posed. So then go to 132, that he engaged in a conversation. This one really needs to be defined, Your Honor. Engage in a conversation, that's vague. What do you mean engage? Talking and talking back? Having your account that maybe you don't even manage get a message from other people that you don't respond to? Is that what they mean? That's what it is, but we need to look at it within the four corners, Your Honor. And so to say vaguely, oh, he engaged in a conversation and then say stuff that they allege Mr. Williams to have said, what is that? How do I defend against that? What does that even mean? Same for 141, Your Honor. Posing for a photo. I already made those arguments for Act 110. So, Judge, those are the ones. They're all impermissibly vague. They each contain at least one vague term that needs to be further defined because it's not defined enough, just like in Delaby and just like in Sarajewski, where those things were not sufficiently defined. Here, I would argue to the court, we have terms that are even more vague than the terms in those courts which didn't withstand a special demurrer. And I know the state's going to cite the case law that, oh, we just have to track the language of the statute, but that's only the first part. It's a two-part analysis. They have to track language of the statute, but they still have to sufficiently appraise the defendant of what he's going to be defending himself from. And these vague terms rob us of the chance to do that, Your Honor. And so that's why those overt acts should be dismissed by a special demurrer because they are impermissibly vague.
All right, thank you, sir. All right, Mr. Floyd?
Yes, Your Honor. First point is the state is not required to allege every overt act. The state is not required to allege overt acts in great detail. That's the law. They are not separate counts. They are overt acts as part of an overarching count. And so the level of specificity which Mr. Farley is seeking is simply not required. I can only say it strikes me as feigned confusion here. As to each of these acts, the state has alleged the specific date. It has alleged everybody who's involved. It's not like he doesn't know what we're talking about, okay? The individuals in almost every one of these acts that are referenced, other than Mr. Farley, are co-defendants. The idea that he is bewildered at what it means to appear in a video, to appear in a photograph, is simply an untenable argument. What does it mean to be released? Well, people talk about releasing videos, releasing movies, releasing all kind of TV shows, et cetera, all the time. Social media, not exactly a vague term. And numerous times we've mentioned the specific platform like YouTube. A conversation, again, not real confusing, particularly since we've quoted language from the specific conversation. And he has the videos, he has the photos, he has the transcripts and recordings of the conversations. And so under the standards that we've cited before, including Sanders versus State, that is more than sufficient. We're not talking about something where Mr. Farley wasn't present, and we're not talking about something that Mr. Farley hasn't received in discovery, or we're not talking about something that's some grand mystery about what's going on. I've never seen a case that said this is demurrable, and I don't think this is going to be the first one. If Your Honor has any questions, I'd be happy to address them.
No, I don't.
Very briefly about that, discovery has nothing to do with here. It's not feigned or not feigned. It's that you need to do legal analysis and you need to put everything out of our mind except for the four corners of your bed. Case law is very clear about that. So it doesn't matter that I've seen the videos. He's entitled to an indictment perfect and form within his four corners to sufficiently praise himself. So all that extra stuff is actually not part of the court's analysis. It needs to be restricted to the indictment itself. We are going to feign ignorance because we pretend for purposes of the error that we don't know anything else except for the indictment. That's what it means.
Your Honor, Sanders versus State, unanimous decision, Georgia Supreme Court, 2022. The additional detail desired by Sanders may be supplemented by the pretrial discovery he receives any investigation or counsel conducts.
All right. I'm going to deny your motion in regards to general demur, special and general demurs 3, overt acts and insufficient specificity of vague terms. Let's move on to the issue involving unindicted co-conspirators, Mr. Menendez.
Okay, thank you, Judge. And the last three are actually very short and straightforward. I can tell you all three.
That'd be fine. Okay. Unindicted co-conspirators, insufficient nexus, and distinguishment between overt and predicate acts.
Yes, Judge. Those are the same arguments under special demur that he's entitled to an indictment, perfect in form, that within its four corners puts him on notice of what he's going to defend himself against. The way that fails in this regard is that they just say in the indictment that Mr. Farley and the other co-defendants, together with unindicted co-conspirators, did these things. Well, for the indictment to be perfect in substance and form within its four corners, they need to say who those unindicted co-conspirators are. So that is the substance of this motion, Your Honor, merely that it doesn't withstand a special demur because it includes these unindicted co-conspirators without telling us anything about them or who they are. So that's that one. Number 5, Your Honor, it's just an insufficient nexus because under Schiffos v. Kemper Financial Services, which again, yeah, it's a civil case, but that's something unique about RICO is that it does have a civil component and a criminal one. And there's no difference in how those are decided. There's a difference at trial of what their burden is, either preponderance or beyond reasonable doubt. But as far as demurs, there is no difference. And there is a civil application of RICO. And in that application, Schiffos v. Kemper Financial Services, they say that to allege a conspiracy to violate Georgia RICO, the state would have to plead that each defendant knowingly agreed to conduct the affairs of a particular enterprise and that each conspirator agreed to the commission of the predicate acts and that each defendant knew that those predicate acts were part of a pattern of racketeering. So how can I do that when I don't know who these supposed unindicted co-conspirators are? So, Your Honor, again, under Schiffos, it says conclusory allegations of conspiracy are not sufficient to allege a criminal act under OCGA 16-4-14 and 16-14-8. Rather, the state must allege facts from which one can infer each defendant's agreement to violate the laws the state contends constitute the racketeering activity. So, Your Honor, for those reasons, it can't survive a special demur to have an indictment that says, oh, together with unindicted co-conspirators, because then how are you on notice of how to defend yourself? How are you on notice about what attorney you want to hire, whether you want to make a plea, when you don't know whether that specific intent is going to be satisfied? You don't know who these unindicted co-conspirators are. That's a pretty simple thing, Your Honor. I think that line, unindicted co-conspirators, either needs to be removed or needs to be re-indicted to tell us who those unindicted co-conspirators are. As far as insufficient nexus, Your Honor, that's the one I was just talking about before that the allegations need to allege facts to infer that each defendant's agreement to violate the laws. That was actually, I was talking about the nexus, Judge, my bad. There, they don't allege that, Your Honor. So the nexus between the enterprise and the conspiracy is insufficient by this indictment. And then lastly, Your Honor, they say overt and predicate acts, the part that I referred to in count 1, where they say that some of these, certain of which are acts of racketeering, that's again not acceptable under a special demurrer. They need to say which are the overt acts and which are the predicate acts. They can't just list them and then say certain of these are acts of racketeering. They need to say these are the acts of racketeering, these are the overt acts that aren't. Because otherwise, how do I know which one they mean is which? So those three, Judge. Insufficient nexus, that applies to the entire count one. But as far as the distinguishing between overt and predicate acts and unindicted co-conspirators, that's just something that also needs to be included, Your Honor.
All right, sir. Mr. Floyd?
Yes, Your Honor.
So we have unindicted co-conspirators, insufficient nexus, and distinguishment between overt and predicate acts.
Yes, sir.
And then we'll move on. I think there's, Mr. Menendez, you haven't dealt with duplicative counts.
Oh, Your Honor, I think that Mr. Floyd said a different colleague is.
I'll handle that response, Your Honor.
Okay, all right, okay. All right.
So on number 4, Your Honor, unindicted co-conspirators, no case cited by Mr. Farley that says we're required to identify those, and kind of misses the fact that they are unindicted. And there's a problem with identifying individuals who are unindicted in an indictment because they don't have the ability to come in and demur or otherwise seek relief. Their reputation can be devastated, but they don't have unindicted co-conspirator A or unindicted co-conspirator 1 referred to in indictments because that person doesn't have a chance to come in and respond. They're not a party. There are some jurisdictions that suggest it may be unethical to do so. It's not a universal rule, it's a practice, but it makes sense. Second, we've identified all unindicted co-conspirators who are known to us in discovery. We haven't held anything back on that. As far as insufficient nexus, the case is charged in the language of the statute, and it specifically references the nexus. And all nexus is a connection. There has to be some kind of relationship. Kimbrough is the controlling case on this, unanimous Georgia Supreme Court case written by Justice Peterson. And it basically says it doesn't take much and gives a number of examples. We have specifically alleged they conspired to associate together and with others for the common purposes of illegally obtaining money and property through a pattern of racketeering activity and conducting and participating in the enterprise through a pattern of racketeering activity. That's exactly what a nexus is. And that is more than sufficient under Kimbrough. We then go on to give specific examples of what was done, such as preserving, protecting, and enhancing the reputation, power, and territory of the enterprise through acts of racketeering activity, including murder, assault, and threats of violence. That money, weapons, and other property were obtained through acts of racketeering activity, including robbery, theft, and the unlawful sale and distribution of drugs. We also allege that persons who were involved in the conspiracy to participate in and conduct the enterprise obstructed law enforcement investigations and court proceedings through witness intimidation and attacks upon law enforcement officers. That's drawing the connection between the conduct and the enterprise. That is all that is required. Distinguishing between overt acts and predicate acts, we did. I mean, we did exactly what Mr. Farley claims we didn't do, and it's right in the indictment. It's a key dramatic moment when the screen went dead black on me as I picked it up. Your Honor, I'll just start with Act 1, and I'll blessedly stop with Act 1 because there's 191 of them. But in that case, we talk about aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, a firearm against the person of Reginald Pettis. Go through the allegation. in violation of Georgia law pursuant to 16.521, which is an act of racketeering activity under OCGA 16.4.3 sub 5a little v, and an overt act in furtherance of the conspiracy. Where it is both, we say exactly that. We do it over 70 times. Where it is only an overt act, we do not make the reference to the underlying incorporating provision from RICO. An example of that is number 7, which involves Mr. Murphy. We consistently did that throughout the indictment. That's exactly what he's complaining of. The thing he says is missing is there.
Okay.
That's all I have right now, Your Honor.
All right, sir. In terms of
tag along to the first part of that one, the unindicted co-conspirators, not the other ones, but I do have a similarly situated motion with regard to the identity of unindicted co-conspirators. In the indictment does say the defendant conspired to associate together and with others. Doesn't say what who the others are, and we can argue this at a separate time. I have no problem with that, but I do want to say, in contradiction to what Mr. Floyd said, that we routinely file motions for the names and identities of unindicted co-conspirators. They may not be put in the indictment, but we routinely are provided with a list of unindicted co-conspirators because we all are entitled to know who we have conspired with, number one, and whose statements may or may not be able to be used against us under 801 D2E. So I just want to tag in on that one.
all right, thank you, sir. All right, based upon the arguments and applicable case law, I'm going to deny defendants unindicted, amended special and general demurs for unindicted co-conspirators. I'm going to deny insufficient nexus. That's general demurs, special demurs 5. I'm going to deny distinguishment between overt and predicate acts. And I think that gets us to the duplicative counts in terms of general and special demurs, as well as the motion to sever counts, motion to sever the trial of the defendant, motion to declare the Georgia gang statute and corresponding rule of evidence 418 unconstitutional, and the Georgia RICO statute unconstitutional.
And Your Honor, I was wondering, I know we're getting late into the day. I'm going to be here all day, all week. So if the court would like to
2 shows daily.
Here's the one I'm doing tomorrow, and just hear Mr. Floyd's. That is amenable to me or the court.
Okay, Mr. Floyd, what else are you arguing, sir?
I've got severance and constitutionality, Your Honor.
All right, let's go ahead and roll those up at this point in time, and then I can. Is that the only other two Ms. Rosen wants to handle the rest?
I believe I think it's those, and then I'm handling the one about the duplicative. And
yes,
I'm sure
we'll push that till tomorrow, along with the other ones related as it relates to you. But just so we handle ones involving Mr. Floyd this evening. So, sir, if you could go ahead and continue with that.
Okay. Well, I think Mr. Menendez may want to make his argument first.
All right.
Yes, I'm prepared to respond to both.
So you're going to do the motion to sever?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that's just his, not the counts, just the severance, right?
I was going to do both.
Okay, you can do, okay, so that's, you'll do the motion to sever counts and the trial, and then the unconstitutionality of the gang statute?
RICO statute.
RICO statute, okay, all right.
And Your Honor, I can take the gang statute, or I believe Mr. Carlson was interested in that one, but if he's.
And 418, yeah, you can, okay, that's fine, that's fine. Okay, all right. Okay, Mr. Mr. Menez, go ahead, sir.
Yes, thank you, Judge. As far as severing counts, what I'm asking here, Your Honor, for Mr. Farley is to sever his trial into count 1, the RICO count, and then another trial that has the other counts that he's alleged to be in, which is 49, 50, 51, and 54. So, Your Honor, Johnson states that pretty clearly that when 2 or more crimes of the same or general nature are committed against different persons at different times and places, and they're charged in separate counts of an indictment, severance is mandatory upon the defendant's motion if the crimes are joined solely because of their same or similar character. Your Honor, that's Johnson v. State, 364, Georgia Ave. 543. That's from 2022. It goes on to say that if the offenses are not joined solely because they're the same or similar character, and evidence of one charged offense would be admissible as a similar transaction during trial on another charged offense, the trial court's vested with discretion in deciding whether to grant the motion to sever. So there's nothing commanding Your Honor to do it one way or the other. But I am asking Your Honor to do that because the court does go on to say in that case that in making this decision, the court must consider the number of offenses, the complexity of the charges, that's crucial, and the complexity of the evidence and determine whether a jury will be able to fairly and intelligently parse the evidence and apply the law. So here, Your Honor, we have a completely unfair trial as it counts to the murder counts, because here what we have, if he were tried just on the murder counts, we have a person who's an entrepreneur, networking, and finds himself riding in the backseat of a car that's behind another car, and then something happens where we don't know the circumstances. So, Your Honor, that's a very different kind of trial than me having to fight that on its own versus me having to fight that now with all these people and all these attorneys and all this evidence of RICO going back to 2013, 2015, wiretaps, all this stuff, just to simply decide whether sitting in the backseat of a car makes you a party to a murder when there's no other assistance alleged and he's merely present, merely associated. And so, Your Honor, to get up here and then you're going to tell the jury, oh, mere association doesn't count on these counts, but then here's a whole RICO case where the entire nature of the case is association, which is okay. I mean, I disagree with RICO, as we'll find out from our other motion, but to do a RICO count and then these murder counts together is just, not fair, Your Honor. And they are joined solely because they're the same and similar character. So that's that, Your Honor. I mean, there is nothing. There's the murder of Mr. Schmeldrinks, and then the jury's analysis of the burden of proof on that is going to be just completely confused by the complexity of the other case. And then it really is just this presence and this association that ties him into the RICO. So under Johnson, Your Honor, I'm just asking this court to sever count 1 from the rest of the counts just for Mr. Farley.
All right. Go ahead and argue the rest of the, that's your motion to sever counts. What about the trial? And then you can deal with the gang statute, your argument on the gang statute and the RICO statute.
Yes, Judge. So admittedly, this motion to sever the trials is a lot stronger. And I do think it's less discretionary and leads, if we don't sever it, to a situation where Mr. Farley's rights are just completely trashed. So, for example, the biggest reason, Your Honor, is because there's so much evidence admitted against one co-defendant that wouldn't be admitted against him. Okay, but what I think is the strongest argument, Your Honor, is just the scale of this. We've had all these pretrial hearings about how it's going to take 6 to 9 months. And so, Your Honor, to have a defendant like Mr. Farley, who doesn't have the resources like some of the other defendants, who we now see still don't have an attorney, Your Honor. So I think the proof is right behind me how difficult it is for someone to hire an attorney of their choosing, free of conflict, which is his right under the 6th Amendment. He has a right under the 6th Amendment to an attorney of his choosing, free of conflict. Had it not been for me agreeing to do the case, that would be impossible. And that's impossible for a lot of the co-defendants, Your Honor. We've seen that. When you try 28 people at once, you're like taking up all the private attorneys of the city that you live in, and you're asking that private attorney who has had to go through years of training, hundreds of thousands of dollars of education, and now these clients essentially rent us out for their advocacy. And that's just not fair, Your Honor. It's like, oh, you're going to go to the prom, we're going to rent you a limo, but now, oh, actually, this prom is going to last 6 to 9 months, and you're going to have to rent a limo every single day. You're going to have to rent out Mr. Menendez to sit there with you every day and pay him by the hour. That's not fair. It's not fair, Judge. So that will be solved by severing the trial of Mr. Farley. That might be fair to some other defendants who are all over the discovery, but Mr. Farley, he's only in like 7 out of the 191 overt acts, and he's only in 4 of the counts. So in that 6 to 9 months, my actual engagement in his advocacy will be a matter of days. It's something we can do in a week and a half. But what the state has done to rob him of his rights under the Sixth Amendment and his rights to due process and his right to be treated equally and not be discriminated against based on wealth or anything else, they put 28 people together. And then for those people that are in such a small part of the discovery, they've created a situation where you don't get to pick your attorney. You just get to hope that you'll have someone agree to something, even though it might not make sense. And now look what we have. We have people who are still unable to hire an attorney. And I think part of it is because of this lack of severance. And so, Judge, to force Mr. Farley to sit there with a paid advocate who's not going to do anything for months at a time is not fair, Your Honor. They're essentially picking his attorney for him by saying, oh, you got to have this amount of money or otherwise you can't defend yourself, which is not fair because what he only needs is someone to defend him for a few weeks. And this RICO count, they could easily just prove just those overt acts and the existence of a conspiracy. It's not going to take a long time. They're going to say, oh, they're going to make us redo this RICO conspiracy over and over and over. No, they just got to show what they say is seemingly based on the rulings of my other motions. It's not that hard. A nexus, a few overt acts, a pattern, and that's it. That can be done with just a handful of witnesses in addition to his other counts, Judge, but that should be separate. That way it can be done in like a week and a half. And that way Mr. Farley isn't forced to defend himself in the way that he has to resort to because of money and because of this sort of wealth discrimination of accusing this many people at once of something, Your Honor. And so I included other arguments, of course, but those have been articulated by other co-defendants in the past. It's more just for the record. But I do cite some things like Morris v. State, whenever it appears necessary to determine a fair determination of the guilt or innocence of a defendant. To have a fair determination of that, Your Honor, Mr. Farley should have his trial severed so that it can be just a week and a half, and then he can have an attorney of his choosing, free of conflict, and he can have his due process and his confrontation under the Fifth and the Sixth Amendments.
Okay, let's move on to now the your argument in terms of the gang statute, unconstitutionality, as well as the RICO statute.
Yes, which one do you want, Your Honor? Constantly. I'm doing RICO. Ms. Rosenwasser is doing gang.
Okay, let's see then. I will table Ms. Rosenwasser's one till tomorrow. She's doing the gang statute? Madam, is that what you're doing? Okay, all right.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
That's okay. No, that's fine, sir. Okay, then you're doing unconstitutionality RICO.
Yes, sir.
All right, handle that for me, please. Let's do that tonight.
Yes, Judge. Things don't change until they get challenged. Our country has a long history of case law that then realizes, oh, this was wrong. And it just takes someone doing the right thing and challenging that for that determination to even go up to a higher court, Your Honor. So that's why I am objecting to these. Your Honor, just because something has been deemed constitutional in the past just doesn't mean that it is. And I think this case specifically.
What's your basis to have for me as the trial judge in this case to have it declared or the unconstitutional? It hasn't our Supreme Court already passed on this issue?
Not as it pertains to this exact set of facts. That's why this is distinguishable, Judge. One, the scope of it and the financial aspect, but also the First Amendment aspect. We have several overt acts here that involve artistry, just entrepreneurship, clothing, and that's an unconstitutional application of finding someone accountable criminally for something. You know,
Well, I think the
we'll get
state's
into that.
argument is when those acts, and this is what I guess we'll find out at trial, whether or not those acts are basically admissions. So
exactly, Your Honor.
So that's something we'll take up at trial.
Yes, Judge. And I of course, I don't expect the court to rule in my favor on this, but I do want to have it for the record. And you never know, this is a chance to do something cool. And I think it is the right thing, Your Honor. The vagueness as well of the RICO statute.
But you have to have a good faith basis to challenge the statute. So I think you've raised one. If you're saying that is the issue of the interplay between the First Amendment and clothing, some other things. Yes, that is fine.
Yeah.
And you certainly are well within your rights, and you wouldn't be a good advocate if you weren't doing that on behalf of your client, okay?
Yes, Judge. And just real quick for the record, the other things I put in my motion where the fact that they're able to put so much evidence in the indictment itself is unconstitutional. We don't get to do that for any other allegation. There's social media pictures in the indictment. Your Honor is going to read the indictment to the jury, and they're going to see actual evidence before they even get to the opening statements. That's not how it's supposed to work, Your Honor.
So I'm going to read it.
But
actually, I'm going to tape it. So, and I don't plan on showing the picture. So
yes, Judge. And then lastly, we don't have any mechanism here like we do in civil law to have a motion for summary judgment, which is a type of thing I think would have been granted for Mr. Farley here, because not only is the indictment doesn't allege anything, the discovery itself and the warrant affidavit itself for his arrest simply alleges presence and association. So there's nothing stopping the state when they're out to get somebody. They can just, in bad faith, with a warrant that doesn't say anything about how you're a party, just loop you into a big RICO case and then start pressuring you to cooperate or take some kind of deal, because what else are you going to do? But there is no mechanism pre-trial to have Your Honor look at any of that. And so that's another aspect. Well, I can't suppress the whole case, Judge. I can only suppress.
I know, but as it pertains to your client, you filed some 23 motions. I think you're doing a fine job.
Well, thank you, Judge.
Okay. Anything else? Relates to unconstitutionality?
No, Your Honor. That's all.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir. All right, Mr. Floyd.
Thank you,
I think he's got a motion to sever the counts, sever the trial, and unconstitutionality of the RICO statute.
Yes,
and
Your Honor.
I'll let Ms. Rosenwasser tomorrow cover the duplicative count issue as well as the gang statute. And I think she said Mr. Carlson will come in and argue the evidence 418 issue.
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
Yes.
Yes, sir. Ms. Johnson.
Response would just like to join in with the notice and motions with regards to the severance of the count and the trial itself.
That's fine. Okay. All right. And Mr. Floyd,
yes, sir.
Whatever the ruling is, can I ask you to prepare an order on whatever grounds on the issues that I've denied? You prepare suitable
1 through 6, the amended and special general. Yes, sir.
All right, will do. Let me rule on these things first, and then I'll let you. Depending how I rule on these, I may ask you to include these. Okay.
Whatever the court's pleasure is.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, sir.
So severance. Your Honor has already heard severance motions, I believe 7 of them.
I have.
You have already denied them all.
Yes.
I had a feeling you'd remember, but just in case, I wanted to remind you. The mistaken premise, and it's been true throughout them all and is true here, is the idea that somehow if you sever, the trial becomes much smaller, shorter, easier, a week or whatever. Unfortunately, it doesn't work that way. This is a conspiracy case. We're going to have to prove the enterprise. We're going to have to prove the overt acts, and the evidence is largely the same. I can't say it's exactly the same. I won't go that far, but it will be substantially the same in each circumstance. And so there's not that time efficiency that keeps getting rolled out in front of you simply doesn't exist. That's the primary reason why, and we've cited these cases previously, I haven't been able to find a reported Georgia RICO case where severance was granted and the issue came up on appeal. I just haven't seen it. Every one of them, the posture is severance has been denied. The court looks at it, the appellate court looks at it, says it's a matter of discretion, and discretion was appropriately exercised. And those cases are very similar to this one. We've also cited to you on the same principle
an extensive number of federal RICO conspiracy cases. I'm dealing specifically with RICO conspiracy because the question is the same and the standard is essentially the same. The problems that we've mentioned in the past, inefficiency, the trauma of causing individuals to testify repeatedly to violent acts they've suffered, the opportunities for witnesses to shape their testimony in subsequent trials, all of those considerations, that's not the entire list, but we've briefed it extensively in the past. They don't go away. They would actually only get worse if Mr. Farley was to have two trials, one on RICO and one on murder, et cetera. That doesn't solve the problem. It really magnifies it. I think part of Mr. Farley's constitutional arguments drifted over into the severance side, or perhaps he feels they're applicable to both. It doesn't make any difference here because he was talking about Sixth Amendment issues. Mr. Farley has an attorney, and that's Mr. Menendez. Mr. Menendez has, as you pointed out, filed a very extensive list of motions on his behalf and is fighting for him as hard as he possibly can, as we would all expect him to do. So, but part of what comes with that is Mr. Farley doesn't have standing to raise constitutional issues relating to other people who don't have counsel for whatever reason. He can raise his own. He could raise it if he didn't have counsel, couldn't obtain it, but that's not the situation. And therefore, that's just not an argument that's available to him. As far as constitutionality is concerned, let me first address vagueness. There are quite literally hundreds of RICO challenges based on vagueness. None have succeeded. There are hundreds in the federal system. There's approximately a half dozen, I believe, in our system. And the counterpart state RICO statutes across the country, there's about another 35 or 36 of them. Many of those have been challenged. Vagueness has not worked once. Vagueness didn't work in the Rodriguez case against our gang statute either, for essentially the same reasons, because the statutes have a lot of similarities. There's nothing new here presented on vagueness that hasn't been addressed in the past. In fact, there's nothing really specific at all presented on vagueness. As to First Amendment, it just conflates the problem. The argument that keeps, or the statement that keeps getting presented to the court is that speech has been criminalized. That's not what we're talking about. We are talking about speech as evidence. There's no offense that says somebody's not being charged with making an offensive lyric or video. That crime doesn't exist in Georgia. It is not alleged in this indictment. But the fact that somebody is engaged in some sort of performance doesn't immunize them and doesn't create a First Amendment shield against all responsibility. I've not been able to find a case that said that a charge is unconstitutional or a statute is unconstitutional because some sort of performance is involved. And frankly, that wouldn't be a basis to hold the statute unconstitutional. It would be a basis to exclude a specific piece of evidence. I imagine that's an argument we're going to get to pretty soon, but that's not a constitutional argument here. The United States Supreme Court in Wisconsin versus Mitchell made it absolutely clear that something doesn't stop being evidence because it's in a book or a movie or a poem or a song or a diary. Because that would lead us to the absurd circumstance in which a person who simply picked up the phone and called the police and said, I murdered John Smith. I did it in this place. I did it on this day. I did it for this reason. And I did it using this weapon. You can go find his body right now. Well, we pretty much know what's going to happen there, right? But if I post it on YouTube and I sing it, that becomes inadmissible. And if we use it to charge, the statute becomes unconstitutional. There's nothing, absolutely nothing that supports that. The too much evidence in the indictment, this is exactly what I was alluding to before, which is the argument that the sort of Goldilocks argument the state usually faces. It's either too much or it's too little. It's never just right. But, you know, this is the same defendant who 30 minutes ago was arguing that we hadn't given the dictionary definition of various phrases in it, and now says, but wait, this statute's unconstitutional because you can talk about too much. Those two things can't occupy the same place at the same time. As I said, I am not aware of any case anywhere in the country holding any RICO statute unconstitutional on any of these grounds. Don't think this should be the first one.
Okay. All right. As it pertains to the amended motion to sever counts, I'm going to deny that motion as it relates to Mr. Farley. I'm also going to deny the motion to sever his trial from the other co-defendants. And I'm also going to deny the motion to declare the Georgia RICO statute unconstitutional. So, Mr. Menendez, we will take up the three things I think we'll take up tomorrow as it relates to Mr. Farley's duplicative counts and the unconstitutionality of the 418 and the gang statute tomorrow. So I'll take up those. I've otherwise, the other issues, as I've indicated, we'll table those until such time as, like, for the autopsy photographs and the music video and social media evidence. Okay.
Yes, Judge. The evidentiary motion.
You got three. Yeah, we will take up those on the 28th. Yes.
Yeah. Yes, Your Honor. Our witnesses would be available on the 28th. So
yeah, but those are only the three for those three motions, right?
Yes, Your Honor. Okay.
All right. So we'll take up those then. All right. In the waning hours of the day, let me just recap, Ms. Rosenwasser, for tomorrow. You've got Walter Pineda.
Yes, Your Honor. He'll be coming first.
You got Quentin Hall.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Do you have anybody else that potentially you might be able to move up, or might be depending upon how we go tomorrow?
Not to my knowledge. I'll reach out to Investigator Worrell tonight. He was one of the people on for Wednesday. I can see if he's available. But we do have Mr. Stillwell's motion to dismiss. We have we should be able to do that. I know the court wished to hear that tomorrow as well.
Okay. All right.
And then obviously I'll be ready for Mr. Farley's motions also. The two that we just talked about.
All right, I think that's plenty. And then there'll be some, I'm sure that, folks, just to put you on notice, Thursday, we will have to take up the issues involving the jury questionnaire. So what I'd like you to do is prepare for we have a list of the questions that we propose to ask. What I'm asking you all to do is, if you have a specific objection to a question that the court is going to put in the questionnaire, you come prepared to argue those on Thursday morning. I'm not going to go through all of them unless I absolutely have to in that respect. But you've had plenty of time at this point in time to kind of consider that. So Thursday morning, we'll take up that issue. Is there anything else I need to kind of, as an administrative announcement, I need to do? Mr. Floyd, you'll take care of a suitable order. Send that to Mr. Menendez.
I will do that. And, Your Honor, I just want to ask one question because of the format. There were 6 amended special and general demurrals, and they were filed each as a separate document, as you saw. Would the court prefer a separate order as to each one, or is it okay to consolidate?
It's okay to consolidate that. Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Yes, Mr. Adams.
Perhaps I've missed it. Has the court sent out a proposed list of jury questions? I know we've submitted some other attorneys have submitted them, the state has submitted them. Is there a court's?
What I'll do is I will ask Mr. Kearns is not feeling well, so I'm going to ask him tomorrow if that hasn't been sent out already. It should be sent out. Okay. All right.
So, Your Honor, we will have that questionnaire prior to Thursday.
If you haven't otherwise, if you submitted questions, then that's fine. But Yes, I'll ask Mr. Kearns about that tomorrow. And we'll hopefully get it out tomorrow sometime. I think he's been working on it. I've seen some of it, so we should be good in that respect, okay? All right. Anything else in terms of administrative announcements?
No, Your Honor.
All right, well, then we'll see you all tomorrow morning for our anticipated start time about 9:30, okay?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, all right, we're in recess.
I'll get with you.
Okay.
For the jail calls, we can probably get one.
Yeah, can you hear me? It's over. The court is over. No more court for these guys. We're gonna resume that. I mean, the court is gonna get back tomorrow, man. He denied pretty much everything, right? He denies everything. Okay. Yo, world class fighter, y'all here? You're still here? Oh, he walk away. Yeah, man. He just. I mean, I like that. I mean, the lawyer. But he say no to. He say pretty much not to everything. I want to hear from you, but hey, before you go, man, make sure you subscribe to the channel, man. My girl King last, she said the judge is giving Uncle Tom vibes. Yeah, did y'all see the earring? He had a little earring and everything, man. You can tell the judge he tap in. He's hip. For all you know, the judge probably be listening to he looked like he was listening to Young Thug back in a couple years back. What do you think is gonna happen, man? Let me drop the link, yo. Whoever want to come and stop some whatever they want to say, man. I want to hear from you, man. Hold on 1 second. Let me drop this link. Join the conversation. Just make sure you come up in the back for 2 seconds, and then you can turn off your camera if you're gonna hit the link. I just dropped the link in the chat. You can come over here if you agree and disagree. I want to hear from you. If you believe that if Young Thug he might get out, do you think he's gonna beat the case? Do you think he's gonna get 50 years? He actually facing 50 years. 50. So what do you think is gonna happen? Do you think he getting 50 years? Do you think he getting 10 years? Do you think he gonna beat the case? What do you think is gonna happen, man?
This dude, what's this dude? Young Thug? I don't know, man. It's in the air. Are they trying to charge him as the leader? Like the
Yeah, all the fingers are pointing at him. They're hitting him like as the mob boss type of thing. They making him seem like he's Young Gotti.
Right. I don't know, man. To be honest, I don't know, man. But that's the thing. There's so many people involved with this case that somebody could break and you know what I'm saying and rat them out. There's too many people that have to keep their mouth shut.
That's why
too many people.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I'm curious to see who's going to be the witnesses on the stand.
Hold on, can you repeat that one more time, Emmanuel?
I'm curious to see who's going to be the witnesses on the stand.
How many witnesses? I hear you, bro. I'm sorry. It's like cutting in and out, bro. I'm sorry. I apologize. But can you repeat that one more time? Maybe it's the connection that you got.
That's so funny. I'm curious to see all the witnesses that they're talking about on the stand.
How many witnesses on the stand?
Hey, what's going on?
Yo, what up?
I watch the channel all the time. I never even thought I'd be on here. I don't know if you can hear me.
Yeah, I can hear you, man. I can hear you, man.
Yeah, it's the connection. All
Yeah,
right, so
you can
yeah,
jump
like I
out
just
and now,
finished
man.
watching it.
I can get you back. Just jump, yeah, jump. Turn off your phone, turn it back on. It probably would, it would sound better. Go ahead, Philly. What you say, bro?
Let me see. I'm trying to work this thing. This is my first time on this shit.
Yeah, man. Oh, man,
All
welcome,
right.
welcome, man. It's the first time for everything, right?
Yeah, I can't
What do
really
you
hear
think
y'all,
about the
but
case?
I don't know if y'all can hear me. But yeah, man, this Young Thug shit crazy. Look, I'm actually in Atlanta. I'm actually in Georgia. I know the jail that he's in right now. I'm only like 20 minutes from the jail that he's in. So I
Oh
know
yeah.
exactly what his shit, what he looking like, what he's going through and everything over there. But the crazy shit though, that I don't think a lot of people are talking about is that even though Gunna got out, his team didn't know nothing about that.
Yes, I read the news. I read that
So
like a couple of days ago.
exactly. So this is what I think. I think Thug not gonna do more than 5. I think, but the worst thing is that what made me like wonder is that the 3 people that just got out. I don't know if y'all know that song, "With That" by Young Thug. Lil Duke is on that song. Lil Duke is out of jail too, and
Yeah,
he
it's funny
close.
that you mentioned that because I just posted. I posted the stream link with that song. With that, yeah, that song is
Hey,
old. That song
that's
is
my
like
song.
10
That's
years
my
old.
song.
Yeah, that's my
But
shit
yo,
too.
he out too, and I'm like, and it's another thing I don't know if a lot of people know. Lil Duke and Young Thug are both Freemasons. Like they got pictures with the documents and everything. So they connected, you know what I mean, at the same time. So it's a whole lot. But I don't think he do more. I don't think he do more than 2 to 3 years just because of how it's looking. I mean, he got the best attorney, and you can see how he I'm telling you, he a beast. He a beast in there, man. Like the way he just be just out there, like letting them know. Like you can tell that he be doing his thing. So I won't say no more. I wouldn't say no more than 2, 3 years.
Think so, man. That would be a big win for Young Thug, man. I mean, me personally, I don't see it. I definitely don't see that, bro. Because when it's a RICO
What
case,
do you think? What do you think he gets?
man, let me tell you something. If Young Thug get a plea for 10 years, he better run towards it. Like he better don't let the judge finish the sentence. He better sign that shit right on this pad, bro. Every
Yo,
time that you pull up a RICO, no, listen.
I'm
Every time that somebody like that the state or the feds come up with the RICO, they looking for at least 15 to 20. They want to put you away for good.
man, this the whole thing. It's like, as I said, like, and then you gotta remember, it's not federal too. Like, if it was federal, it's different. You know what I
Yeah, but
mean?
the state
Like,
got a high conviction rate too, though. Like
it's not federal either. So it's not. Now they can always pick it up, but like,
yes.
guys are around that, and a lot of the evidence got taken out, but.
Oh, you live, man. I don't know. You can hear you froze up, homie. You still here? Yeah, now you're back. You back. Can you say something? I didn't hear you. What you say last? Like your phone froze up. Philly, can you hear me? Philly, can you hear me? I mean, I guess
That's the thing, like.
Yeah, I don't think he can. Can you hear Philip? Can you hear us? He's just looking. I don't think he can hear us.
Here.
So, it's the thing. People, they already got rats. You know what I'm saying? You got the founder. You got the founder that's already snitched. You got Gunner.
Yo, listen.
And you got Lil Duke. They all don't play it out.
Lil Duke already played out? I ain't know that. I know
Let me tell you.
Played out already. That's what I know.
Let me tell you. He got a judge. He has one thing I learned about the court system.
Hey, that's me.
You get 2 types of judges.
Okay, go ahead.
You heard me?
Yeah, go ahead. Keep going.
Hold on. Let me turn this YouTube shit off.
All right. See, like,
All right, man. World class, you back? Oh,
Yeah, I'm back, bro.
yeah. Okay, what are your thoughts after you you were saying that he's a good lawyer, but he's a good civil lawyer, but he's not a good criminal lawyer. Can you explain that real quick?
Yeah, he was. I think they brought him in. I think they brought him in just for like the paperwork portion. Because lawyers, civil attorneys are good at going through details
okay.
on paper, and he makes really good paper arguments. But like the last guy that they
They're
had from the
gonna make
state,
money
he
if
was
they
a good
hold
he was a
legal
good
documents.
he was actually pretty good. But like he said, that those things really just don't apply. You know what I'm saying? So you can see that he doesn't have a lot of research when it comes to criminal, because he's in court trying to make a claim that is unconstitutional, and that's not the place to make it. And I mean, that judge couldn't say, yeah, it's unconstitutional. He don't have the authority to even say that. So it's just going to get denied because the argument is wrong. So like, yeah, the younger guy he frames his arguments good. Like I said, if you go listen to a civil case, his stuff will work there, but it's not going to work in in a criminal setting, because it's more definitive. There's more things involved other than money. Family members are gone. This is high impact stuff. So it's a certain language and tone that arguments have to be framed around, and it's about rules of evidence. You're putting somebody at a certain place at a certain time, which the world knows that, but it has to be done in accordance with the laws at the time, the case laws of that state. When attorney, this is the thing that he did wrong, because he's a civil guy. This is, and I've done this plenty of times. He brought up what really changed the tone, and I guess the judge kind of got over it, is when he wanted to challenge jurisdiction. He wasn't really challenging the jurisdiction of the court, but he was challenging what is called territorial jurisdiction. And his argument again was, it apply. It may apply to civil, but it doesn't apply to this type of criminal murder. You know what I mean? Because like the guy said, it doesn't matter where you did it at in RICO. It really doesn't make a difference. It actually, that's the point. Is that RICO exists because you're doing it across jurisdiction. And he said, and he's right,
But
that
it's not.
vague argument it doesn't work anywhere against RICO. It never works. That's the number one thing people say, and that's the number one thing to get destroyed. So,
Excuse me. Let me tell you how this works. Now, what you were talking about, outside of your jurisdiction, that's federal RICO. This is state RICO. Basically, on a state level, what they did was they colluded all together within the one state, which is the state of Georgia. Now, they might have been probably across other counties, because to my knowledge, I ain't never been to Georgia, but I know Georgia probably have a bunch of counties like Pennsylvania. So what the judge did, with the judges, this judge right here is the type of judge you don't want. This judge clearly is the type of judge that I wouldn't be surprised if he worked at the district attorney's office before he made judge. I wouldn't be surprised. He's clearly geared towards the prosecutors. I don't know if y'all noticed that, but he was cutting loopholes for them ever since Friday. Like, he could have threw the rental car out, because the rental car shouldn't have stayed in. It doesn't matter what you found in it. You got the rental car information because you went through the phone. But the judge let them keep the car. You heard me?
Hold on 1 second. I believe the rental car might not be there, because I know they cannot use the phones, and they cannot use whatever evidence they find.
I watched it today. The old case from Friday, and I missed it, but I caught that. He's told the district attorney that you can keep the car, but everything else is out. If you go watch it, you're gonna hear him say it.
So
I mean,
the car
would
is
be
in.
the rental car, right? It would be the rental with the with
Yeah, the
somebody got
rental
hit,
car,
right?
the rental car where they found blood, when they tried to clean the car, they found blood and bleaching in the car because I guess they tried to clean it out.
This niggas is not smart at all.
Now look, let me tell you another thing. That lawyer was actually right when he said that they were violating the statutes of the law, because they were. And because like when he started making his claims, he actually went word for word. He actually went into the case law of what you need to establish RICO. But the judge is biased towards the district attorney's office. He's siding with them all the way. He don't want to send none of them home, even though Young Thug is clearly so much evidence that he should be out on bail, but he's not going to do that. You know, now I tell you where he fucked up at. When that dude made that phone call, you know, he shouldn't have been making no fucking phone calls. You don't make phone calls when you facing a RICO charge. Don't you know that's exactly how the fuck they got you in there? They tracing every phone call. And even though now at trial, this is what's gonna happen at trial. They're gonna flip the phone call and the lawyer gonna say, well, as you heard in the hearing, if you watched the hearing, she said it could have been a girlfriend. How don't you know that it ain't a girlfriend that he was trying to hide from a mistress from his wife? Now she just gave that lawyer an argument, because that's exactly what he's gonna say. Well, maybe he does have a mistress. We don't know.
He's a rapper. Of course, he's
specify.
gonna have a mistress.
Yeah, he didn't specify what the phone call was about. And his father, that could have been money he said get from under the bed. You don't know what it was. He never said what the item was.
They're just assuming at this point.
Just like when you say, oh, one for you and give the other one to the other person. That could have been a stash of money. They don't know what it is. They're gonna flip them phone calls when they get to trial. You watch. They're gonna flip those phone calls. And
So
because
so you're giving an edge to the
no, but they're
lawyer
gonna
thing.
huh?
You giving him a chance, like to Young Thug, to kind of beat the case.
I mean, I don't think he's gonna beat the case. The judge is just too biased, and then they're gonna fuck the jury heads up. They're gonna make them out to be some despicable people that don't belong on the street anymore. And I agree with them to some extent, because, like I said, you got all that. I don't know if he really has the money as far as his rap career, because some rappers appear to be think they got money and they don't. You know, and that's how they get caught up into all this drug shit again. Because some rappers, you know, they spend their money quick, you know, or they might owe people and shit. You know, you never know what his Young Thug situation is as far as his finances. But all I know, if I'm making millions of dollars, I don't think that I should be out there gang banging or selling drugs. So on that note is the only reason why I think that if he does get convicted, he kind of deserves it. Because like if you making money in the industry, why are you worried about street shit? That's what's wrong with the community. They can't leave the street shit alone. They're addicted to the hood.
Yeah, I mean, as far as the money part, I believe homeboy money's long, because he got his own label and he got like a lot of
I'm just saying it looks
money
stupid.
behind him. Like remember when he put on that dress? That was a Dolce Gabbana dress. They got to give him that check just to wear that dress. So I'm pretty sure even his money is no long. He's signed to Atlantic. Atlantic is $1 billion company. They're gonna provide that money for that lawyer.
Blanco, and another thing, that boy not having a lawyer, that young boy that was crying for a lawyer, that's unconstitutional right there. That's your civil right to have a lawyer. And you know, but like they in Georgia, Commonwealth state. That's what I mean. In New York, Blanco, you know they would have never got away with that.
Yeah, no, you're right.
They would have never got away with that.
Swear. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Finish. Go ahead.
I was just saying in New York they would have never got away with not giving him a lawyer unless he would have said that he waived his right to a lawyer. He wants to and even if he would have said, they'd have said you still gotta have some type of side counsel.
Like the whole thing, I could have swear that the court's supposed to give you at least the public defender young, like in any court, like they won't even let you for you to show up with no lawyer in there. Like that was very strange for me. Man, not those guys that they don't got them paid lawyers. Woo, boy, they're gonna squeeze them. They're gonna come after them so they can go ahead and give up.
That's why I said. That's why I said, Young Thug money is long, but it ain't that long for him to pay all these lawyers. Because trust me, if it was that long, all them niggas have lawyers. Nobody be complaining about a lawyer. So his money can't be that long. And he got money, but he's showing you right now, I ain't got that much money. Cause he'll go broke with this case. Cause you know how much a fucking lawyer costs to even go up against a RICO rap?
Oh man, millions.
Yeah.
I mean, a decent one.
Yeah.
I don't think.
And, yo, this is strategy, yo. This is strategy. They purposely let him go without a lawyer. So when they come offering a deal, he's probably gonna be the first one to take it. They sweating him out.
They're gonna use that against him. They're gonna be like, you see, look at Young Thug. He got that $2-3 million lawyer. You over here butt naked.
Yep. The district attorney gonna probably go to the jail, and say, I would like to speak to him, and tell him that he have a right to refuse. But it'll be in your best interest that you hear this. You need to start looking out for yourself. And that's how the conversation gonna start. You need to start looking out for yourself. These guys ain't worried about you.
All I know, bro, that man is facing 50 years, man. 50, man. I can only imagine.
Blanco, they railroaded
50 years. All I know is if that man Young Thug ever get bail, he better be on the first container out of the country to like Bali, some shit like that, nigga. I know I'll be gone.
Yeah, Russell Simmons, that's why he out there, because he ain't trying to get he was wanted for questioning by the police, but he already had fled the country before Me Too shit came to him.
Yeah, the thing is, Russell Simmons, he got long money, bro. So like, what he saw it coming, so he probably got some contest in the court. They're gonna question you. He was like,
and you know what's funny?
Russell Simmons was like, yo, you ain't gonna build cuz with me. I'm out.
Yo, Blanco, you know what's funny? That's what's the funny part about the whole shit. He's making videos trolling the Me Too movement. Like he's making videos. He's not deliberately doing it, but he knows that they want to question him for allegations, and he's on video every time something go viral in the U.S. in the rap industry. His ass is on video talking about it.
Hell no! I think he's playing with fire. He playing with fire right there, man.
Nigga like, I'm gonna report all the news that I want. I'm gonna get on the gram. I'm gonna get on video. I'm living in this nice country where there's no extradition laws, and they get to see me talk my shit about how I feel about certain things that's going on in the music industry. And there's nothing they can do because I'm right here in Valley where they can't get.
Yeah, man. It was like, listen, I don't know if that man did what supposed to be messing with minors and stuff like that. I don't know that, but he was like, fuck it. Like, I'm out. I don't even want to run the risk to even. They did. I see how they did.
You know what's fucked up? Let me tell you what's Blanco. You know what's fucked up? Like, how old are you, Blanco?
Yeah, I'm in my 30s right now.
I'm 39, right? When I was going to school, these young girls would tell me, I was just talking to my brother about this yesterday. These young girls would tell me, oh, I don't talk to little boys. Little 14, 15-year-old girls saying, I don't talk to little boys. Jumping up in the car after school with grown-ass men in their 30s and 40s. You heard me?
Mm-hmm.
Throwing it in the boys' faces in the high school. And, you know, I'm just like, damn, you know, if you're going to take that route, then you need to start locking everybody up.
Yeah.
Because this shit was perfectly normal growing up. When I was growing up, I seen teenage girls that if they wouldn't even date boys their age. They wanted grown men. And they said
Yeah, I seen that too, bro. I
they
seen
said,
that,
I'm
man.
looking for, they said, I don't talk to little boys. I talk to grown men.
I know. I remember in my high school,
And they little girls saying this.
In my high school, the prettiest girls usually used to get picked up by the guys that was in college already. Like they already had the cars, the Honda.
Some of them wasn't even in college.
The
Some of them wasn't even in college. Some of them were probably working in transit or some type of city job or government job. And they
yeah,
would
but
pick
those
these young girls up.
days are long gone, boss. Like now, boy. I mean, at the end of the day, that's the right thing to do, man, because that shit is sick, man. I don't tolerate no crime against no kid.
I'm not saying it's right. I'm just saying
I know.
I'm just saying that they used to throw it in our face.
Yeah, like I'm just anything to do with a minor or baby, man. I mean, I don't want to tell you what I don't want to say out loud what I really think, but anything that if you hurting a kid or doing something that you ain't supposed to do with a kid, you're supposed to get punished to the max, man. And that's my take on that, man. Yo, world class, man. What do you think about what do you think about young Phil? Like, what do you think the outcome of this whole thing is gonna be?
I think when it get down to it and the facts is heard, you're gonna take the best plea deal.
Yeah.
Like the young guy was saying, he's willing to do pretty much anything. You know what I'm saying? If he could get out on bond now, but I really don't like just hearing it. I don't think they're gonna give him bond at all. So once they really present the evidence, I think he'll just take a plea, like the best plea, because that, like you said earlier, it seems like the evidence is pretty weak. Again, illegal information. You have to, I mean, illegal evidence, well, legal procedures by way of the police officers is going to kill this case. Yeah. So, I think just like that phone call, it shows how desperate they are to play it now. So I think he'll actually take a plea just to get it over with and get out early.
That's why they played the phone call to get him scared.
Yeah, because they don't really have much. Like to play that and hear him say that. And it sounds crazy, but him saying a gun to a girl that he's familiar with over the phone doesn't distinguish whether that gun was legal, right? It doesn't distinguish whether it was used. It just says he has it. It's nothing illegal about having a hold on. It's nothing illegal about having a gun in your car. It's nothing illegal about saying,
your house,
letting her know where you are, what a weapon is and what to do with it. If she's not the one that uses it, you know what I'm saying? It's a lot of, they could kill that pretty easily.
Yep.
So yeah. But I think at the end of the day, just being in there and his lifestyle being taken away from him, he'll just take the best thing swinging, unless they think they can really win and he can get up out of there. So I do think he has a chance, because that's the same way everybody usually gets out is inadmissible evidence by the way of the defense, the prosecution. So I think he has a chance to win, to be honest with you. But push come to shove, he'll do probably about 5 years, get out in 3.
5.
Yeah,
okay, you're more optimistic than me, because the number I got, I say 50. They're going to offer a 10-year plea.
Yeah, you know what? I said the same thing. 5 years. I said maybe 7. 2 years jail time. I'm thinking they're going to drag this out. Try to at least have them going in for a 2nd year of trial, and then after that, they probably going to say time served, 7 years. So he probably going to be 5 years parole or probation or something like that. But let me tell you.
Yeah, that's what I mean by 5 years. Yeah, it's like 7 years.
But brother, I want to get back to what when you said something about the gun. You're absolutely right. And this is a Commonwealth state where they allow you to have a gun in your house. I'm pretty sure.
Everybody.
Because I'm in Pennsylvania, right? I can have a gun in my house even if I don't have a carry permit. I have the right to protect my house. It's a stand your ground law out here in Pennsylvania. You have a right to protect your house and your property. Now, if I want to take the gun out, I have to get a carry permit. But, you know, so that right there, I'm sitting there trying to use what he said. Who knows? You don't like he can easily flip that and say, well, it's my father's gun. You know, he could flip that. You could flip. I'm telling you, them lawyers gonna flip some phone calls. You know, and like he said, they showed how desperate they really was. They were, first off, you seen the first hearing. They're practically begging this judge to let them keep the evidence. You got to question that. Why are they begging? Why 3 district attorneys had to talk. 3. And all 3 of them were screaming because they were so mad that the evidence was suppressed. And they were trying to keep it in. They were trying to get the judge to just throw the weed out. If you just let the weed go and let us have everything else, we'd be all right. So that right there shows that, you know, this case do have a weakness, you know, but them making phone calls in jail, they need to stop that because that is not going to help their case. It's only making shit worse.
Yeah.
I was listening to that shit. I was like, bro, why don't you follow facility instructions and make the damn call private, bro?
Yeah.
Like, why don't you just do that? This nigga just keep talking and keep talking. Like, yes, this is how you know. His conversation is how you know this is not a real thug. This is a regular dude that was in the house that played around. That's now trying to pretend to be a thug. He's not a thug.
The crazy part is a lot when you locked up, you actually got access to smartphones and everything in there. You just got to pay the price. A smartphone in jail, inside the jail go $4,000. He got the money.
You heard him. You heard her snitch on him. Well, not snitch on him, but you heard her bring that up in court that he had access to a phone in there.
Yeah, but what my point is, like, if they found that, you're gonna find another one. Like, it's so many. Yo, bro, I got a couple homies in jail, man. Trust me, man. These motherfuckers be telling me what I be doing, and I'm outside, bro. Like, oh, you went out to the club last night. I'm like, nigga, that fuck you know. These niggas got TikTok in there and Instagrams.
All right, brothers. Now let me tell you this. How crooked can the DA's office be? He got access to a phone in prison. Why aren't you bringing up an investigation in the prison? Why didn't you open an investigation inside the prison, meaning that you just said he has access to a cell phone in prison? That's called contraband. He's not supposed to have that. So why aren't they saying we're gonna open up an investigation on the prison because there's some corruption going on in there? We need to get whatever they call internal affairs out there inside the prison, public relations or whatever. We need to investigate this prison to see how these cell phones are getting in this prison. You know, but you see how fucked up they are. They sitting up there talking about a phone being in the prison, but you're not gonna go and attack the prison.
Yeah, because they don't want to open themselves up for stay and federal lawsuits. That's why they would leave that alone. That's why.
And that's what them lawyers went wrong at. They should have said, excuse me, but you just admitted to a crime being committed in prison. A cell phone.
But the main reason, let's be honest, man. You know who's bringing them phones in there. You know the goddamn guard guys. The guards.
Exactly. That's why I said you got to open up an internal investigation.
And by them saying that means like if they bringing the funds in there, what else they bringing? Drugs, prostitutes, oh, the knife. They bringing them. They are the one that control the whole prison. The guard don't control the prison. The guard do.
The way Young Thug was smiling, like if he fucking one of them guards in there.
Oh, he good. He good. Trust me. Like, man, I'm telling you, man, these people, they all be messing with the nurses, with the psychology bro in there. Young Thug got his status. Like Lil Wayne said it. Lil Wayne said he was messing with like 2-3 girls in there, bro, that work in the jail system, in the jail that he went and did that 1 year. You say he smashed 3 bras. Like they just call him to the office, say like we got to do a psychiatric evaluation or you were sick or something, and he got his rocks off in jail.
Yeah, we got to do a physical, all right.
Yep. Yeah, man. Listen, the only thing they do is in jail, they kind of do is move freely, but everything else, they got access to it, bro. They got access. They giving them iPads nowadays. Over here, where I'm at, these motherfuckers get iPads.
Niggas probably eating Chinese food, steak.
No, I ain't gonna lie. No, the food's trash though. I ain't gonna lie to you.
No, I said
They tell me that food's trash.
No, I said they probably got the guards bringing steak food and Chinese food and
well, maybe that special one that they messing with, but everybody else they gotta eat that nasty.
Because there was a guy on YouTube, right? And I forgot his name, but he has a channel and he talks about all the stuff that he was getting in prison. He said he was getting pussy. He said that around Thanksgiving he'd get platters of food.
Oh, you talk about Cali Masu?
I think so.
Yeah, I know what you talk about. Yeah, go ahead.
He said the only thing he wasn't getting was outside. But as far as as far as sex, as far as a girlfriend, as far as food and phone and all of that, he's getting all of that in prison. People don't.
Yeah, man.
I just hope that if he does get a second chance, Young Thug does get a second chance, nigga need to leave the street shit alone.
I'm gonna be honest with you, man. Like I said, Young Thug, he would be blessed if he gets 10 years, bro. Because when it comes, every time that they pull up the RICO is like the superpower that the DAs and the feds got. Like once the feds pull out that RICO card, it's lights out for you, bro.
Yeah, but it's a state. It's not like
it's not like a high conviction rate, man. What's
no,
good? What's good?
No, the feds have a high conviction rate, not the state. The feds have a high conviction rate, not the state.
No, they both got 90+%, bro. Now, but the number is deceiving a little bit because they including everybody that take the plea. Now the number changed once the people go to trial. The state only can convict people like a 72% rate. I read that the other like a couple days ago, matter of fact. Now, the reason why they use the 97% rate is because they want to scare the fuck out you. That's what. Because once you hear like shit, man, I got 97% chance to lose, man. I might as well take this, please, man. I don't even go mess with it because if I go to trial and lose, I'm gone. Yo, Chad, man, what's good, family? How you doing?
Man, what's good, bro? How y'all feeling?
Good, man. What's your take on your cousin Young Thug court?
Boy, Thug about to get body slammed in that jump. that nigga Gunna absolutely dropped a dime on that Marquez Buster, nigga.
Yep.
he absolutely ratted, nigga. I don't know. Anybody say that nigga ain't ratted, boy? Nigga, you don't know what the stitch is. That nigga said way too much on that stand.
Yes, indeed. He put the nail in the coffin when he said YSL is a game and he must game. That right there killed the whole thing.
And it's a strong chance they need the testimony from him because
that's
evidence got thrown. He got to make up for the evidence that they lost.
Yeah, and I think that was a play for the prosecution thing that they were like, yo, our case kind of weak, so we're gonna go ahead and get this. He's a nobody in the case because he wasn't doing no shooting or nothing. But if we need him in the stand, we can bring him back up.
Absolutely. And bro just made a good point. Yeah, that evidence they lost, that definitely gave them a little bit of something that they needed. This nigga said they are a gang. He has firsthand knowledge that they committed crimes.
And it needs to be eradicated.
And they need to be stopped. That nigga sound like an after school special, bro. Like McGruff the Crime Dog or something.
Yo, he sound like he joined the Nation of Islam while he was up in there.
Right. Hey, he definitely found Allah. You know what I mean? Nah, he definitely ratted.
Oh yeah, he told, man. He told,
Yeah,
man. Yes. I
So
mean, bro, it's expected because bro, this man wasn't the first. Wasn't you going on the first 48? He do one of those commercial telling already. So Youngthug already knew he was a teller. This one he was a little like on his early 20s, I believe.
Yep.
Wait, he was on first 48.
Yeah, yes, he was.
Get the fuck out of here.
He said, yo, he actually said in the video, in the black community, we need to get rid of this. If somebody gets shot and you know who did it, you should tell.
Yeah, he pointed Buddy out like, yo, he had like a red shirt, this and that. I think his name is this. He already done told. It's not like this is not his first rodeo. He's a repeated offender when it comes to snitching.
Oh yeah, well shit, that's on them, man. Shit.
Exactly. That's what I said. But at the same time, I remember I was talking to my homies about the case. I'm like, yo, but I believe if most likely Youngthug signed him because he got skilled. He's a good rapper, I ain't gonna lie to you. Like he be having bangers. So he most likely signed him just for the business aspect of it. And he probably keep that nigga separated from whatever they were doing in the street, allegedly. You know what I mean? That's what I believe.
Well, that shit didn't work out for Shotty and them when it came to 6ix9ine. So I don't know. Thug might as well try to broker a deal at this point. I don't know.
Like remember Blanco? Blanco, remember?
What you say, my man?
Remember about a decade ago when they arrested Irv Gotti, they wanted him to snitch on Supreme.
Oh, Supreme from Queens, yeah.
Yeah,
I remember that.
They
beat the face though. They beat it.
Look, yo, huh?
They beat the face. They all beat the face.
He beat. Yeah, that was a RICO charge.
He was a RICO, yeah.
And guess what else? He beat the charge, but guess what he said? It cost him all his fucking money.
Yes.
He said he had to recuperate that money because he lost. That's why he had to go. He had to be under Def Jam, and he had to change the name of the company because
it used to be Murder Inc. Now it's the Inc.
Yeah, well, he got murder. It's back to Murder Inc. now because he got the resources now. But he was like, he lost all his money. He said it on Drink Champs. He said, I lost all my money fighting that case.
Bro, I don't know if you was listening earlier. I remember I brought the O.J. Simpson example. O.J. Simpson, bro, the only reason he escaped jail it was because he had to pay. He had the money to pay. O.J. Simpson trial, guess how much it cost him? He said it, like he wrote it on the book, $12 million. The city of Los Angeles wastes $30 million too, though.
Yeah, but he had a lawyer. But he had a lawyer that says, I don't take cases I can't win.
Yeah, Johnny Cochran. And
because the other dude
he had like a super team, bro. Actually,
because the other dude, the white lawyer was trying to cut deals, and he was like, he told OJ to put him in the driver's seat because he's not cutting deals. He said, the other lawyer gonna get you a deal. I'm gonna get you free.
Yeah, the Kardashian dad, Robert, he was on that case too. He was one of his lawyers.
Yeah, he played like an important role in that. I mean, obviously, you know who's the big dog was in that case, Johnny. But Robert Kardashian, he did a whole lot of groundwork.
Right.
He was the paperwork boy.
Mm-hmm.
Like
yeah, but listen, the thing is that
Johnny Cochran was the nigga that go to court and he lit them prosecutors up. He was tearing evidence. He tearing all the evidence up.
You know the difference though? They were able to create plausible deniability in that case. They were able to make the jury feel like, I mean, there's a chance this nigga, he might have done it, but maybe he didn't do it. A big issue with that, you seeing all this shit they playing in court, all these recordings, all these text messages, there are digital footprints now. It's all types of footprints and niggas, and we even know shit, even maybe us or niggas we know, niggas will call you right now while we on live, nigga, and talk reckless as hell about all types of illegal shit on a jack.
Yeah.
As if it can't be retrieved. You know what I'm saying?
Everybody listening, bro.
Absolutely.
Man, you walking with a computer. That's what the way you gotta look at your phone, bro. Like a goddamn walking computer, fam. That shit is crazy, fam.
That is showing off. That is showing off.
But if you really think about it, man, all these guys that are in jail, man, I promise you, 80% of the time is gonna be because of the goddamn phone. Look at they doing the first 48, bro. They start matching towers,
but
man.
Blanco,
Towers,
it's not just
bro.
the phone either. These days, niggas is showing off on video, not no crimes, but let's say if they owe the IRS or anything, the IRS probably didn't know about it. They got their cars and all this luxury shit in the video, and then the feds come knocking on their door like, nigga, you didn't pay your taxes. You see, because you're showing off.
Oh,
you know, I think like Army and the Hellcat, he would have gotten away with that had he not been showing off.
How long he got to sit down for? I think he got to sit down for like 7 years, right?
I think
he already got tried.
Yeah, I think they gave him 10, but he served 7. Why he got to serve 7? But he's out on bail until his sentencing.
Mm-hmm.
But
yeah, man.
But you know how he got caught up? Showing off, telling everybody about the streaming service on video.
Yeah, that's supposed to be on the ground.
Service. Yeah, you're supposed to keep that on the low. I mean, like, see, they don't understand the reason why the dudes was getting away with the black boxers back in the day.
They never show their faces
because they wasn't showing it on camera and everything. They did everything in person. They didn't do business over the phone. The only phone business they did, yo, meet me over here. That was it. None of that, I got the black box for sale. No, they let you know what they got when you meet up with them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
or you gotta go.
I was a youngin for that.
Or you gotta go speak.
I was a child.
Or you gotta speak to a friend of a friend, and they'll pass the word around. But you never, and you probably won't meet the person that's in charge. Most likely is a secondhand person. You see, they were much smarter back then. Like, and then you had the reason why you ain't have a lot of snitching, because you had like dudes that was really about that life and say, you know, they able to stomach and handle the time. These boys can't handle the time these days.
Man, these guys is on crack. They on meth. They on pills, bro. They can't handle anything.
Yeah,
they on that limb all day long. They be ready. Listen, man. To be fair, hold on one second. Hold on. To be fair,
like
if you watch Black TV, all those mob guys, they all snitch too. That's the crazy part about it. All of them. I haven't watched one mob guy that haven't tell yet. They all tell. They don't call it snitch. They call it cooperating.
Wow.
They use few words. Cooperating.
I don't want to speak specifically, but I will say here in Chicago, a lot of indictments, RICO got handed down over the years, and when I say some of the most treacherous niggas you ever seen in your life, they told niggas that was in leadership positions, they absolutely told. So I mean, you just man, it's a thing. Niggas act like it's not a thing, but it's a thing. You know.
Yeah, I mean, there is no. How can I say it? There is no codes no more, bro. Like, because now they because now before, like on my father era, I remember he used to tell me like, yo, if you did something, you tell me. You pretty much you had two choices: either grab your family and go to the other side of the world, or you stay there, you're gonna die. That was the two choices you had. But now, bro, people tell and they stay in their own city.
You know what it did here? The people that were all the leadership structure got indicted along with the leader, and that let everybody know how I'm trying not to say too much, but and let everybody know that the feds was paying attention. So the people who told, they went and did, you know, whatever amount of years they did. Some of them did 18 or less, as opposed to doing life like the other people. but the feds are paying attention so much, and nobody ever did nothing to them when they got out. And then, to be honest, these was the niggas that was laying everything down. So there ain't no holes under no circumstances either. So it's kind of a tricky situation. And then, you know, niggas be like, well, they ain't telling me.
Exactly, and they still hang out with them.
Right.
You hit the nail right in the head, bro. That's the excuse that they use all the time. Well, shit, he could. But you know what? You know what? What's the equalizer? As long as the snitch nigga always got money, they always give him the pass. Well, you mean he's supposed to tell? I mean, he ain't told on me. So we good. As long as he like the cool guy, as long as he like he got the money, he got the bros, they always give him the pass. On today's day, man, it's not even about like, it's about like if you like, bro. If they like you, they're gonna let you slide with anything, fam. They're gonna let you slide with anything, man. That just how the game is, bro.
But then too, if we think about it, a bunch of the that we think should have an issue with it, probably in their head, no shit. If I get pinched like that, nigga, I'm singing too. Shit. They probably would do the same thing. So how they gonna react if they know they'll do the same thing?
That's why, man, fat people don't do crime, man. Don't do crime that you don't want to do the time, man. Go get yourself a job, man.
Yeah.
Leave them streets alone, man. I was in the streets, man. I ain't in that shit no more. Leave that shit alone. Go get yourself a job.
Absolutely.
Because if you get caught, you know you got to work in jail too. It's mandatory. Guess what? 8 cents an hour. That's how much they pay you in jail, man. It's 8 cents. So you might as well do that shit in the outside, yo. Start a business or something. I don't know, but just don't do nothing illegal, man. Stay away from the legal world, yo. Because they will make you go to work in jail pretty much for free. I mean, it's no free but it's 8 cents sound like a free to me.
Yep.
I remember my homies be calling me, man. These niggas be having 10-day shift, nigga. These niggas make like 80 cents a day.
But the crazy thing.
Are you caught in it now, Sean? Oh, man, you drop off, man. Yeah, I wonder at what time the whole this is gonna play out tomorrow. In the meantime, man, please if you haven't subscribed, make sure you subscribe to the channel. Make sure you subscribe to my man World Class. He's one of my guys right here. Been right away.
Appreciate it.
I've been dropping his link for a while, so please make sure you subscribe to my guy, man. He needs to get to 1,000 subscribers ASAP. He right there.
Yeah, close.
He just need a little hand. You just need something simple. You subscribe and turn on your notification. But it's about what 71 people in here. Let's give my man some subs, man. It's free.
Appreciate it.
Man, you know, tomorrow I'm probably gonna touch them on. It's gonna be a whole entire. I mean, they're gonna go to court tomorrow for this again, right? But I want to touch them on that. I got to do my homework, a little more homework on Megan Thee Stallion, Tory Lanez, because they're supposed to be in court today. So I'll probably do the Megan Thee Stallion thing and Tory Lanez later, and I'll probably do this Young Thug shit in the morning whenever they become live.
Do both of them. See if they got a record of her.
No, the one for Tory Lanez, there is no access in there. Like,
okay.
The only people that is able to say something, because they got a couple lawyers. They got a couple lawyers that they got channels, so they kind of like they're no live streaming from there. But as soon as they got like a break, they go ahead and go live and tell them what they see, what's going on in the court. They say like, well, Kelsey, Megan Thee Stallion best friend, she say this, she say that, blah blah blah. So pretty much got to get the information from them, which I don't understand. This is some big celebrity. I don't know why they just ain't allow the court. I mean the camera in there. I don't get it.
If they got some information they don't want in the public, they might even want to seal it. You know what I'm saying? I forgot what it's called in court when you don't. I forgot what this shit called. Damn, it's just a familiar. It's a pretty common term, but when they don't want, not an NDA, it's called basically sealed. They probably want the case to be sealed.
Yeah, but if it was sealed, though, if it was sealed, it's a lot of, okay, for example, if it is sealed, nobody's allowed in the court, but they got regular people allowed in the court. That's what I'm saying. Like a lot of people that got channels, they flew over there and they actually in the court, actually like watching the shit live. So they cannot have their phone out. Obviously, you cannot have no phone in no court.
Okay.
So what they
So
do
this
is
is
they in the court taking notes, writing down what everything is important. As soon as they go, the court is over. It's a break. Like they go to lunch, they go ahead and go live and they start talking about whatever the notes they put.
well, yeah, I see that. I mean, I get that. I mean, it's a private civil process. If you can't, I know it's family court is mediation, but it's some other thing called with civil. But if you if you don't want the case to be, if you don't want the public it to go on public record, like a civil version of expunge, it's some shit you can do. So, and I say that because their image is so reliant on how they look. And if it come out that Megan lied to get this man locked up, do him under the bus with all that shit she was saying, it's gonna make her look bad. But then again, probably not in the black so-called black female community. They like that. That's their thing. Throw a nigga under the bus and be lit. He deserved it, girl. He's a nigga.
The thing is, Tory is fighting for like 3 different cases. Like he fighting for his career. He fighting for obviously not to go to jail, and also he fighting for no getting kicked out of America. You see what I'm saying? Because he's
a Canadian.
He's Canadian. He's a Canadian citizen, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, if let's just say if he go free, let's go with that narrative, right? Tory go free. That means which it would mean that Megan Thee Stallion lied, right? That would be the guess what? People in the media probably would kill her for like maybe a week max, maybe a week. They probably do a couple of streams about her, fuck that bitch, this and that, woo, woo. And then she go back to normal she go to business as normal, bro.
Facts.
I don't see nothing bad happening to that girl. Is she lying? I just don't see it. Then look at what happened with Johnny Depp. On girl is good.
Yeah, I was about to say that. I was about to bring that up. That this would be another case. I mean, she'll be fine, but if you get Johnny Depp's situation come out that he was the one being abused, and then you follow up with this, that he's being lied on for her benefit.
She killed his career literally for a couple years, bro.
Yeah, man. He lost that Disney deal, man, and that
yeah, the Pirates of the Caribbean thing. Like he got that sequel going on.
That shit bogus, bro.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And guess what, Hunger? She just lost the case. She had to pay out how much money? I think it's like $5 million, something like that. But she ain't gonna pay that. Yo, she had to just file for background the other day.
No, they don't have to fuck with all the rules. Just us.
Hell no, man.
Fuck
So I'm very interested. Yo, it's been rough for the rap game, man, for the past couple of weeks.
Like for the last couple of years, like it's been
brutal
for these niggas.
all these killings. You got the Tory in court. You got youngthug in court. Finesse 2 times got out of jail. That's the only bright part about it.
Who got out of jail?
Mm-hmm.
You said who got out of jail?
Finesse, this rapper from Memphis. He's pretty decent. His name is Finesse 2 times. That's his name. Finesse 2 times.
That's something.
So yeah, so he got Moneybagg Yo signed him to his label, so he popping right now. Like I mean, I'm not gonna say it's like a super. I mean, obviously you don't know who he was, so his name is not ringing bells like that. But like in the underground level, he was really ringing a lot of bells. He had a nice buzz before he went to jail. Hell, we got matter of fact, yeah, you gotta throw that in there. Takeoff situation in there. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, I know, bro. It's been shit. Hip hop wasn't dead a couple years ago. It is now. It's getting bad out here, bro. I think it's just need to rap, bro. Stop trying to be fucking fake career crooks. Like just rap.
All you have to do, but the thing is, rappers, all they have to do is just rap and go home, and they will be just fine.
That's it.
Shit, you don't have to. You don't really have to go to the party, man. You can bring the party to your house. Literally, you can control that shit.
You can be a dork and rap, bro. Just be a dork. Like stop trying to be a thug. Like it's not working.
Yeah, the thing is, like, I don't know if you was listening when my man get the information, man. Shout out to him. He said like, the rap labels, they don't want positive music. They don't. So they ain't gonna push it. And obviously the consumers, they don't want that either, because at the end of the day, it's up to the consumer, which is us, right?
Yeah.
So hey, somebody talking about like, and listen, I ain't gonna lie,
Well,
I ain't get.
I
I ain't
have
gonna
to
lie, I'm guilty of
before
that.
you say that, I'm gonna have to back up with what Information Man said. Like you were saying earlier, it's not really us the consumers because it's our culture. Other people, other people's culture consume it, and those European descendants like to hear us talk negative about each other. You know what I'm saying? And violent, and that's what they're the main purchases. It's like, how the fuck is Eminem called the GOAT? Well, his people are backing him, buying him shit, and we see him on MTV every day. And that's just pretty much it, because they want to keep hearing that goofy shit. And
First of all, who call Eminem the GOAT?
yeah, I'm not even gonna get into that. It's people that don't know how to think. I'm not even gonna go any further than that. It's just people that say that because he up there with Jay-Z and Drake. Like, but that was forever ago in terms of record sales.
Yeah, whoever said that, but I mean, I'm pretty sure they're gonna use the fact that Eminem is probably the highest hip hop
Yeah.
audience of all time. They're probably gonna use that metric, but he is not the GOAT. And no,
Yeah, that's like saying Drake is the GOAT.
You say Drake is the GOAT?
I said that's like saying Drake is the GOAT because he got the most sales. Like, that's not it.
Nah,
okay,
Drake is nice, but nah, he's not the GOAT either.
Drake cool though. I like Drake.
If they tell me Drake is the GOAT for the past 10 years, I ain't even gonna argue with you. You got it. But he's not the GOAT for rap. He's not the king of rap. He's not.
Yeah, shout out to light skin niggas. Y'all still got a little ways to go. Bang bang.
That's gonna be. I got that string coming out in the future, but we're really gonna end. You be talking a whole lot of shit. We got a panel of like 6 people, and we're gonna discuss. Everybody got to come up with their own list, top 10 rappers of all time. We're gonna walk
okay. Let me see. I think, can I drop you down?
No, we're gonna do that, man. I'm telling you, because y'all be killing me with y'all take, man. Like, I don't
man,
know.
y'all list is garbage and bogus. I can't stand y'all list. Especially New Yorkers. Y'all list be trash. It be fucking 9 out of the 10 niggas be New Yorkers. I get it. It's cute. I got something in there, but y'all need to just get this shit the fuck out of here. Get the start of y'all. Here's the thing: like, if you can't actually rap, I don't want to hear your damn list, no damn way. But I'll suffer you guys. I'll have to tolerate it. I'll put on my cow voice, and I'll just have to go through the motions with respects to that, and go from there.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna put that. Listen, let me see.
Who you gonna have up here? All right, who? Me, you, what? Tommy. Tupac gonna be his fucking.
I ain't gonna lie to you. I haven't think about like who would be in there, but for sure it's gonna be 6 people. I want 6 people.
Yeah.
6 people. I mean, obviously me plus 5 more. So obviously you will be included in there for sure, because we really, really, really need to put this we need to put this at rest, man, because y'all be saying some wild shit in this goddamn YouTube streets. It made my blood boils. It made me want to put my hands through the screen and choke the life out of y'all niggas, man. Saying some wild shit. I heard someone, I think it was Tommy ass say something about E40. I'm like, nigga, no, he's not up there, bro. He's nowhere near that list.
I'm gonna let you know this now. I'm gonna let the channel know this now. If we up here and somebody mentions NBA YoungBoy, I'm leaving. I'm subscribed to all of y'all channels. I'm gonna unsubscribe to all of y'all channels, and I'm gonna do diss videos and diss records on everybody. That's what's gonna happen.
Yeah, I mean, NBA YoungBoy cannot be on that list, man. But you never know with these people, because I want to, like I say, I haven't think about who's gonna be here, because I gotta include people in their 30s. Also, I want to have like 1 or 2 people in their 20s, because that's a different generation right there. You know what I'm saying? So they're gonna have a different ear, and I want to hear how delusional they're gonna sound too.
You gonna get all content creators?
What'd you say?
Nigga said E40 is up. Yo, can somebody block Zone? Are you gonna have all content creators, or you just have like familiars?
Most likely content creative. I mean, the same people will be around when we do this YouTube shit. So most of the people we work with, they got a channel anyway.
So do you cities, right? Or do you states? Do you states? You got Maryland here, Baltimore. You got New York. Do you Cali, Chicago? Let me see. Would be a good
down
somebody
south.
from the south.
Down south
Who from Georgia? BTB from Georgia, right?
I'm thinking about him because
he young.
He gonna have two of my requirements. He's on his 20s. He's on his late 20s, and he from down south. So I know for sure he's gonna say some wild shit like who one of the kings of rap. I know that for sure.
Kim was in Texas. Texas. Who? Black Man of Filter from Texas. See if he'll drop up there.
Yeah, Black Man of Filter in Texas. Yeah, he in Texas.
Who else we know that's young?
He's from Texas too, right? I mean, is it? I think he's from Chicago, but he lives in
Texas. No. I think Black Man of Filter is from New Orleans, but he in Texas.
No, New Orleans, Louisiana. Somewhere in Louisiana, but then he moved to Texas.
Right.
Like one of those towns outside of New Orleans.
I got you.
Yeah, but I'm gonna work on that stream. That one will be mad fun. I'm telling you. I know you're gonna say some retarded shit. We're gonna go back and forth.
He said before the billions gonna say the Yin Yang Twins.
I would like to have one girl too, man, because I know they're gonna say I probably had Sherelle in here. Yeah. Because I know she gonna say probably Soldier Slim or some shit like that.
Yeah, if y'all play that video again that we played on JLE channel. Again, I'm gonna unsubscribe. I'm blocking all y'all.
Oh, which video? Which video?
I don't want to bring that shit up. When them niggas was twerking.
Oh.
From that old New Orleans, where the New Orleans shit came from.
Yeah.
Yeah, that shit. I said, no, I'm good. I don't want to participate. On that. Yeah, that'd be fun. So my list, we'll just deal with my one. Big L is the GOAT. That's just where I'm at.
And I don't need you to have a list. I need you to tell me why, nigga. Like, what are the qualifications? This man, do he got a classy album? Do he got this? Actually, got to put. They got to bring all that. I mean, we got to put this together in the back.
Listen, I'll defend Big L right now, and then we whatever the list is, whatever we'll deal with that later. Big L like me. He changed the culture. The people changing the culture. He influenced all in New York. Punchline at the punchline that they do in battle rap, they got it from Big L. Yeah, all that rapidity. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? So he one of them guys that got killed early, can't really get into his career. But
the thing with Big L is nobody knows him, bro. That's
I know. Don't nobody know. Nobody know him but older people and people that you know what I'm saying.
You have to be a rap lover to know who Big L was.
Right.
If you are the common rap listener, you ain't gonna know who Big L is.
Yeah.
And then you bring it on, then you playing a song. Oh man, that shit is wild. I know, but just you listen, bro. Listen.
All right.
You know,
in the 90s.
Listen. Oh man, he's white. All right, whatever, man. I'm done with you. I'm done.
Man, this bullshit music they got here, I can't stand hearing that music, but yeah, man, that's gonna be dope, man. I'm gonna have to. I know because y'all niggas, I gotta get some rest. I gotta get some rest that day before, because I know y'all niggas will stress me out. And yeah, I'm gonna have to fight y'all.
Once again, man, please subscribe to my man World Class. The link is right there.
Appreciate it.
Turn on your notification. It's 40 people in here. I'm about to be done with this. I cannot let this go over 6 hours. So.
Yeah.
In a few minutes, I'm about to cut it off. So please make sure to subscribe to my man World Class. Zone, man, what is I gotta post your link too. Hold on 1 second. Yeah, I know you asked me what is the goddamn moderators and shit like that, man. These motherfuckers come and go. I ain't popping yet, so I'm not a priority in their life. But as soon as I become poppy, I'm firing their asses.
You got a good space here, dealing with the hip hop news and shit like that. Like, this is a good spot. It's a good space to rock in. Good chats. Chats be pretty cool.
I love talking about rap anyway.
Yeah, but your chat, the people in the chat that you can, even when you had like 200, you know, the chat is pretty cool. I didn't see no trolls. So, you know what I'm saying? It's pretty decent. Charlie said, probably think Jim Jones to go. Or you gotta, if you talk, first of all, if you talk like this, know what I mean, if you talk like everything is a question, if you talk like this, probably think you the best rapper. You know what I mean, fuck
But
niggas, talk to me nice. Go ahead, B.
she is trolling me because I say Jim Jones still, you know, I mean, you wasn't part of the conversation that day. It's still relevant when it comes to the hip hop culture. She just like, she says he's a nobody. Like, no, he's a somebody. He's recognized, which means he's still like, I'm not gonna say he's in top of the rap game, but he's recognizable. If we go and say recognizable, and that's what it is in today's day, trending. That's all it is.
She was saying,
yep. I need you to go subscribe to my girl J Ali too, man. What is it? J Ali, man, you got a wrench, man. Like, use your wrench. Drop your goddamn channel. What are you doing?
Here she go.
Instead of trolling me, how about you fucking drop your channel?
She said, y'all don't even buy that man music. You know, there's other ways to support other than buying the music. It's always bigging them up. You know what I mean? So, shout out to Dipset.
Yeah, Dipset movement. People don't understand how big Dipset movement, bro. Dipset movement was all through the country. I remember when Dipset was going, I went to California. Nigga was wearing pink out there because of Cameron.
That's a fact. That's a fact. Niggas thought that was shit.
Hell, yo. People don't understand what kind of movement Dipset represent for the game, yo. Because he was like some pretty boy, flashy pretty boy. Still had that hood thing, so it was like everything melted into one.
Mm-hmm. That's a fact. Because that shit was not cool, but yeah, they wanted to make it cool.
But she said, hold on, what's going on, JLE? Hit the link, yo. What you said last show is on Tuesday. Where the hell are you going? You moving? You getting married or something?
No.
She said last show on Tuesday. What that means?
She been saying that.
Oh, she quitting? Oh, okay, I know. I think she's gonna start doing more pre-recorded joints.
No, she said she's leaving. She been said that.
For real?
Yeah.
Yali, can you come up real quick before I'm done? I think she might be still working. Hit the link, girl.
Girl, you ain't working.
Only
below me.
Yeah, man. I wonder what's gonna happen tomorrow, yo. Also, memberships is available, man. So yeah, please become members of the channel. So and the reason why I need to become a member is because you can actually get access to the live stream that I made private, and you would never get timed out in the chat. Then you will get customized emojis. That's like the treatment. All of that, it costs you less than $5. So consider becoming a member of the channel, please. You also will help me a whole lot. Ochi said she's on mommy mode. Good. Okay. Hopefully you cook for that boy. Hopefully you cook for that little boy. She probably DoorDash the shit out of her food. She's a DoorDash queen.
That's right. You gonna get trolled now.
Yeah, Uber Eats lover. I wonder how it's gonna play out tomorrow, bro. I'm very fascinated by this case right here, man. How you gonna play that? I'm always listen, bro. Like when I was little, man, I wanted to be a lawyer, son. Because I always was. But the thing is, when I find out, man, you have to. And the crazy part, the mother of my kids, she is a lawyer. Yo, the kind of reading that they be doing, son. The kind of stuff that they be doing, son. I used to see her cry, man. How hard that shit is, bro.
Yeah.
Because first you have to get a bachelor's degree, and then you have to go to law school, which is 3 years, and then in most states you have to have like an extra year just to study for the bar. And it's like I'm talking about her whole thing was she have to read 1,000 pages a day, bro. I'm like, yo, I cannot do it. I can't do it.
Yeah.
I won't be able to do it. And then listen, when everything is done, they become lawyers and everything. None of that shit that they teach them, they use in court.
It's useless. Absolutely useless.
None of it.
That's
I mean, I
crazy.
ain't gonna say none. I take that back, but at least like a very small percentage that they're gonna use in court.
Yeah, that's fair. That's a fair statement.
So, and I remember I was talking to this lawyer. He said like, yo, you gotta understand what it is. It's a money grab. That's why they make it complicated. That's why every goddamn lawyer that go to law school, every time they leave school, like, oh, the mother of my kid, man, she's $180,000 on down on
In
loans.
debt. Yeah, and then they all got the same degree. Shout out to the lead attorney. He explained all of that. They got the same degree. And like I've been telling people for years that lawyers don't know law. They don't study law. They study procedure.
Exactly. Bingo. That's what it is. He was explaining to me like, yo, it's nothing but business. The school is the best business for like, they know that every college and university know that obviously not everybody gonna go into a law degree, but they wanna, whoever going to law degrees and be a doctor, ooh, they're gonna make money out of you. Because it's not really like, for example, like the mother of my kid, she's $180,000 down on loans and shit like that, right? But in reality, it's more like 300,000 because that shit is coming with interest. And I just said 300 just to be light. Fuck around, that shit is probably like 450 or 500,000 because this is accumulating interest every damn day. You see what I'm saying? So it's just business, man. All that shit that they be doing, it just like to put people into debts and shit like that. I mean, I'm getting most of them people end up getting money, like most of them like they end up getting their own law firm and shit like that. To me, that's like the only way that college makes sense. Like you go to you go for a degree that actually gonna make you rich in the next 5-10 years. I never understood why people go to college to get a communication degree. Never understood that one.
Right.
I remember this girl was telling me that she was like she got a degree on her degree. So her degree was women intuition.
What?
What? I didn't know her degrees like that. She said she got a degree on women intuition, bro. So I was like, I thought she was playing with me at first. I'm like, no, are you serious? And then she's like, yeah. I'm like, yo, so you went to school, you went to college to study you? Like you went to school to study you.
She went to school to study feelings.
It study herself.
I got a degree in feelings.
I'm like, yo, college is a fucking it's a debt trap, bro. If you really think about it. They just figured out a way to get you in debt, man. And guess what? You get out of college, you haven't even get your buy your house yet. So they're gonna get you 2 times, college and a mortgage.
Bro.
So you in most cases, people got to pick their poison. Like, well, shit, I can really get the mortgage because I got to pay this goddamn loans and shit. I might as well fucking rent somewhere and let it on when I pay off this goddamn $50,000, $60,000, $80,000 worth of debt loans. I can afford.
Earn the interest to get you and shit.
Oh yeah, this interest, man. Like right now, like for example, like the feds, the federal government speak once a month, bro. They raised the interest rate for 50 points last week, bro. That's what the whole goddamn market was red as hell today. I didn't want to look at my shit.
Yeah, the market is gonna be at the end of the year. It's gonna be annoying. They do a lot of manipulation, get and shit. So you gotta watch out for that shit, bro. If you're in the market, so just don't even look. Don't even look. Like if you trading, like I'm trading, you gotta be careful, get in, get out. But yeah, it's the season for the fuck shit.
Hell yeah, man. Shit, I still gotta buy a few more things. I got a couple more gifts to buy, man. That ain't I'm done. I am done. I ain't gonna lie to you. They haven't have a good year, man. I lost a lot of money. It's been good. It's terrible. It's been terrible.
Worst things have happened. I think we're gonna be fine.
Yeah. Hell yeah, man. World class. Well, where they can find you? I'm about to call it a day.
You can find me at the World Class on YouTube and the World Class on IG. Yeah, that's what it is. Or email me at theworldclass@gmail.com.
Hell yeah, man. Please subscribe to my man. He got a good channel over there. I be over there all the time, so it's a good chance you're always gonna see me over there. Very intellectual brother. He be knowing what the hell he know what the hell he be talking about. He gonna give it to you real. He gonna give you that real shit.
Facts.
Please go subscribe to the man.
Appreciate it.
Also, you need to get to 1,000, man. Do you got your hours already? The 4,000 hours?
I got damn near 8,000.
Okay.
Yeah. Got them
Oh, so
wrapped
you need
up.
some subscribers. Where you at right now?
765. Let me see.
767.
767. Appreciate the 2 subscribers. 767. Got stuff to
767.
upload this week. Probably gonna go live. Working from home
You need
recently.
what, you need what, like another 333, something like that?
What's that? Let me see.
You need
With the math
333.
feel. With the math feel on that. Yeah, 33. 333, yeah.
Yeah, that's an odd number.
233. I'm sorry.
That's an odd number right there, 333. So
Two,
please.
no, 233.
Yeah, 233. Yes, that's an odd number still. Like somebody, man, a couple of people subscribe, man. Let's get this man to like 680 right now. I mean 780 right now, son.
Yeah, I got some videos I'm gonna upload tomorrow. I can go live after I finish working. I've been doing a lot of work from home stuff, switching from being outside with these niggas. Huh?
When you going live? You ain't going live last year, didn't you?
I haven't gone live in a good. I don't even remember the last time I went live. I got a few things to go live about. I'm trying to get these pre-records going on. Damn, my damn phone broke, so I've been using my other phone till it get fixed. Cause I'm kind of like that. I like how shit is. I say, buy another phone. No, I don't need another phone. I need mine. All my damn shit. When you break your, hey, anybody that got like the Google authentication, if you need anything through Google authentication, get that shit the fuck off now. Get the QR code off of that. Cause that when you lose your phone that you use that shit through, you cannot get in. You can't do nothing. You got email, whatever company or whatever. Get all your QR codes from anything that you use a Google authenticator from, or you will be fucking pissed. I didn't even think of that. So, yeah.
I mean, do you forget the password or something?
Nah, it's even when you put the password in. Some websites you use and some things you use have Google Authenticator. Then you got to put the 6-digit PIN in it. Go to your Google Authenticator on your phone, and then put the PIN in, and then get in. So I had a few like that, and I was like, damn, I don't have my shit. So when you.
So it looks like it's fraud then, right? That's what they lock it.
Yeah. So you can have the login, you can have your email, but then the next page or the page before that, it'll have like the Google Authenticator. You put the 6 numbers in. If your phone is broke, it don't. And so don't, like if I upload, like what I did was I got the Google Authenticator on my old phone, but I still couldn't get in because it's like one per. And then you have to actually physically transfer the account from one phone to the next phone. So yeah, y'all do that. Yeah, so that's what I was using for work, Jolly. Same thing. I use it for stuff to work, and I had no freaking clue. I was so pissed. I was bugging like, dang.
So what happened? So you just lock you out of your own phone?
You be locked out of the account. So I mean, I was able to. They reset it for me, but I just didn't know that about the Google Authenticator. Like I got everything. I got all my passwords. I got email. But if you don't got that shit, that shit, bro. Yeah. So make sure y'all get the QR. Go right in there and get the QR code.
You say get it or get it all?
Huh? No, get it. No, keep them. It's a good layer of security. It's always called a 2-step authentication, right? Only for your. I think iPhone got it too. It's just Google has its own little settings. Like if you use your Gmail account, for anything, some websites ask for a 2-step process. So you got your login, you got your password. Sometimes you got that little press the shape thing, and then they got the Google Authenticator. So it's a little gray app. You go to it, it'll have a timer for the code, the number. It always switch every, 10 seconds, 15 seconds. You put that number in at the right time, and then you can get in. What happens is, if you have it on that phone or whatever device on one device, and that device gets stolen, it's broke, or you lose it, you actually cannot get back into that website or account. So It's she said, Miguel, you need to have multiple things secure. Yeah, I know that. So you won't be able to get into that account if you don't have that QR code, or you have to find that website company or whatever got to reset it. So that shit threw me the fuck off. And I miss bread, but worst things have happened. I think we're gonna be fine. This shit just didn't cross my mind, bro. I was like, yo, fuck that shit.
Yeah,
I let motherfuckers know.
I just hate. I don't know if that happened to you, but like you have to sometimes switch the passwords and shit like that, or whatever you got like on your accounts and shit like that. I hate that shit.
I hate it too.
That shit's I hate it because like after certain months they be like, oh, you gotta switch it up. I'm like, bro, like the way it is fine. Like what the hell?
She said you have to write the passphrase down somewhere. I don't even see that. They say you can put the number in. She said that passphrase. I didn't even see that. It was just on a number, but I fixed it now. I got that shit everywhere I needed that now.
Now you have to do like a name, whatever name, a word. You have to do a number. Then you have to do like a figure. Like it's so much shit, bro. Like
yeah, they're trying to eliminate them owing shit. Like if something happened crazy in your account, they ain't trying to pay for that. That's all it is. They don't want to pay for that. They don't want to be responsible for it. They don't want to do the paperwork for it.
No, but people still hack on your shit anyway.
Yeah, that's fact. That's fact.
For real, like it's easy for this goddamn scammer to scam on your shit, bro. Somebody stole my I mean, they tried. It's still my Amazon Prime account. Somebody ordered some bullshit. I'm like, yo, you made me have this fucking 2-3 password for no reason.
Facts.
Somebody ordered some bullshit, nigga. It was like some bullshit too. It was like about like $40 worth of shit. This motherfucker was.
You know what? We complaining, but it's the least they can do. Like in 2022, all of that stuff I just mentioned is like the least they can do. Because if somebody's sliding your shit and you don't got that shit on, they liable. So that's why I don't mind doing it. What did Ellie say? She said I set up like 5 things for Gmails. So if one don't work, I can just switch to the other one. But I understand sometimes we don't even think about it until something. That's exactly what it was. That's why I was frustrated because I didn't even think about that shit until it happened. I was like, I could have fucking been. That's the shit that irritates me. It's like when you don't do stuff you could have did.
You a father, nigga. You got a whole lot of shit to worry about.
I know,
Instead of fucking password.
I know, bro. Eating, cooking, is it the right salt? It's enough salt in here. That he got his chips. All that. But
like I said, I be having so much shit to do, man, that trust me, you're gonna forget something, bro. You're gonna forget something.
No shit like that.
Yeah, man. I wonder what most likely they're gonna start early tomorrow. I gotta figure that out. I'll probably go live. No, I am gonna go live.
What state is the case? It's in Georgia.
Georgia.
So they are not. So it should start. Well, they start cases at 8:30 a.m.
I mean, courts open at the club all across the nation.
Yeah, across the nation. Yeah, as early as 8:30, they want you in court. So if that's a big case, I got a lot of attorneys in there, so they might start at like 11, but 10 to 11, but it might start at 9. So that's 7 your time, 7 a.m. your time.
They 2 hours right now, so yeah, it would be 7 for me.
7 a.m. your time. Hey man, get up, go live.
Yeah. I am out to as soon as I take the little ones to school, I'll probably come back up and probably do that shit. Like I gotta clear some time up. I gotta move some things around, do whatever I have to do in the afternoon. I'll figure it out.
Facts.
I'll figure it out, man. Shout out your channel one more time, bro.
Yeah, The World Class on YouTube and The World Class on IG. And theworldclass@gmail.com. Shout out to Mr. Palmer. We're exposing baby mama terrorists. We're calling out the fuck shit. We don't like you, baby mama terrorists, you child murderers, and et cetera, et cetera. And yeah, try to get this thing to a genius level, man. I'm really gonna get the real content going when I get monetized because I got to be paid for when I'm a show. People are like, why didn't you do this from the beginning? Nah.
Then you're gonna burn your ideas out.
Facts. So get into the real content when we get monetized, and it's gonna have fun. I don't do trends. I might do trends in the beginning, And like, you know, you hop on things like this, so I'll hop on with you guys. I just deal with stuff that we should have been knew forever ago. Everybody know me for etymology. It's not like I care about it. It's just that, to keep it frank, I'll be talking about the white man oppression in this country, but through etymology is how these people been telling on themselves for years. That's what's in it for me. That's why I teach. The etymology tells you that these people been lying for a long time. They've been doing it on purpose, and they think we stupid. And that's why I talk about it like I talk about it. People like, you the word guy. I'm the word guy because I found how the white men be lying to people. And they can be the white man, just not in front of me. when you know what the word means, then they can't be the white man no more. And it's fucking amazing. I love it. I'm from the hood. Y'all think the big white man is so big and bad. When you know etymology, you know what he's gonna do. He's not the white man no more. He's just a guy. That's why I love it. So shit like that.
Yes, man. Let me say this. Thanks for all the new subscribers. I got a whole lot of subscribers today.
Yeah.
I got like 90, 80. Yeah.
What's up?
80 something. Thanks for all the new subscribers, man. I appreciate every one of you, right? Thank you. Please share this content, share the link. Have your mama, your grandma, your father, everybody subscribe to the goddamn channel. And most important, I need you to become members of the channel. I need you to support the channel. Via Cash App is monetized now, so you can send super chat. Feel more on the welcome to send your boy a couple dollars. I'm gonna use that the right way and try to buy better equipment and stuff like that. So keep that in mind, yo. Keep that in mind, my peoples. Anything else? Anything else you got going on, work class?
Nah, that's it. I might even freaking go live a little later. I just been working on this computer.
You got a new subscriber right there. My girl can't.
Appreciate you, Kimla. Is she the one that came up last time, right?
She been here plenty of time, but she pulled up to the panel. I think one time.
Yeah, that's her. There. I remember her. Shout out to her. Yeah, she was dope. Yeah, she was up there. I think she was up there for a while. So shout out to her. Appreciate you. Shout out to Killer. I see Killer in the chat.
Yeah, man. She's dope. She's dope, man. She's better. She's really better than JLE, I tell you that. She's way better than her. She be talking shit to me, yo.
What you say about my mom? That was quick.
I said you wanna be my future baby mama, JLE. That's what I say, baby. That's what I say. But you need to start treating me better.
Oh. What?
Treat me like a runner. Treat me like she even be saying like the immigrant jokes and everything.
Yeah, Charlie be being mean. She don't want nobody to shout out to the Dreaming Tribe. She don't want nobody to cuff her and read her, as she said.
Man.
Huh?
I said those are my people, man. Shout out to them, yo.
Shout out to Demon Time. Oh God,
we got this goddamn guy right here, man. What the fuck?
He's damn Mexican.
Oh shit! Let me lighten up the fucking room for you guys.
Okay. Oh, bro.
I'm fucking with you. What's good, Nova? What's good, Poppy?
Well, speaking of oppressors, what's going on, Marcus?
Get the fuck out of here with that bullshit. I ain't white, cut. He always says that shit, yo.
I'll tell you what, though, the goddamn Mexican got the border oppressed. That's what they got oppressed.
I know. Tell him something. Go talk to him, Poppy. Tell him something.
Nah, no, those are my people, man. I fuck with them. Man, they good with
you. I got you.
But man, thank you for coming, man. What's your take on this whole young thug fiasco?
I mean, I've been hearing a lot, but I don't really exactly know what he was implied or was alleged that he did or didn't do. But I don't know. I mean, hey, man, if he gets out, he gets out. Good on him. If he's free, he gets that shit without any fucking conviction. Shit. What's up?
Do you think he's gonna get off? Do you think he's gonna beat the case?
From what I've been seeing, I don't know, bro. To be honest, I think it's 50-50 right now, in my opinion. Because that's usually how it goes, especially with the jury. Yeah. And like with the jury, you can.
You say 50-50?
I'm saying like, I don't really know, bro. I think it's like a 50-50 toss up because when it comes to if a jury is gonna decide that shit, I don't know unless it's just gonna be the judge or one juror. I don't really know that much about the case though.
The reason why I say 50-50, that's super. If it is 50-50, Young Thug dancing right now because that's some good ass abs right there. I can live with those abs, but when it comes to the RICO case, it's more like 92, 8, 95, 5. That's like the percentage. How my once they use the RICO conviction thing, that's what like the
Oh, so they got multiple guys on the RICO, not just him.
It's Young Thug plus 27 other guys.
Is that from his crew or just separate crews?
His crew, 27 guys.
Oh,
plus
shit.
Young Thug, which make it's 28 people.
I don't know, bro, because sometimes in those cases, it just takes one guy to narc and they get a plea deal and then throw all the other people under the bus.
I mean, Gunna already took a plea deal. He did the Alfred plea, which means he admitted of guilt, but he never said that he was guilty. Like he still keep his.
Yeah, what? He pled no contest? Is that what he did?
That's what it sounds like, but they call it different. They call it the Alfred plea. It's like that's exactly what it sounded like to me when the first time I heard it. Like it's like no content. That's what I thought it was.
Oh man, I gotta brush up a little bit more though, because I don't wanna misspeak or some shit or speak too soon on something I don't really know that much about. But hey man, like I said, anytime a guy gets off fucking free and beats the case, whether he did it or not.
In Gunna's plea, he pled no contest to the plea.
No
to the charges.
It's a different plea, world class. It's called the Alfred plea. That's the name of the kind of plea that he entered, and it was accepted, which means
Alpha.
Yeah, Alfred.
Okay.
So I never heard that before. It's pretty much saying that you're guilty, but you're not admitting or doing nothing wrong.
Okay, so like
So it could be like a wash, like it'll still be there, but it won't technically be a felony. It won't be a conviction.
So it was like his conviction was 5 years, right? But four years are, how do you call that? Are being suspended. So pretty much he's on time served, and then
Alfred
time served, and then they got to do the rest probation. You got to do 500 hours of community service.
Alfred plea. So obviously some guy.
Oh, I don't know, bro, because like other people are talking about that Meg Thee Stallion and Tory Lanez case too. So I think didn't you touch upon it on your channel?
I touched it a little bit. I'm probably gonna go full blown tomorrow because I'm waiting. I'm waiting for this case to be over, but I got to jump on it. I'll probably go ahead and do that tomorrow. And because I want to walk it down. I want to start from the beginning because I want to start from when the police light them up in LA and shit like that, and she was on her G-string and everything when they got pulled.
Hey, that's the one thing that I've been noticing, because when she was saying that when she did the report or whatever, and the cops were doing the report, and she said that she was shot in the foot, but she's twerking and dancing in the club like a day or two later. Don't nobody gonna dance on a foot that's been shot from the bullet ticket.
Technically, she didn't get shot. She just happened to get bullet
grazed.
Fragments into, like, I'm pretty sure whoever shot her.
So she got some of the ballistics from the bullet.
Yeah, whoever shot her, they were shooting on the floor and the fragment got to her. But that's not a bullet wound. That wasn't bullet wounds right there.
Hey, I wanted to read this Alfred plea. Shout out to who just put that shit in the chat. Shout out to Breezy. All right, it says Alfred plea. Alfred plea. In United States law, an Alfred plea, also called Kennedy plea in West Virginia, an Alfred guilty plea in the Alfred doctrine, it is a guilty plea in criminal court, whereby a defendant in a criminal case does not admit to the criminal act and asserts innocence. Okay. So in a criminal case does not admit to the criminal act and asserts innocent, but admits that evidence presented by the prosecution will be likely to persuade a judge or jury to find the defendant's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. This can be caused by circumstantial evidence and testimony favoring the prosecution and difficulty finding evidence and witnesses that would aid the defense. Alfred pleas are legally permissible in nearly all U.S. federal and state courts, except in the state courts of Indiana, Michigan, in New Jersey or in the courts of the United Armed Forces. I could just give it. I'm just read this first paragraph. The Alfred guilty plea is named after the United States Supreme Court case of North Carolina versus Alfred, 1970. Henry Alfred has been indicted on a charge of first-degree murder in 1963. Damn, took 7 years. Evidence in the case included testimony from witnesses that Alfred has said after the victim's death that he had killed the individual. That's your problem. That's court testimony showed that Alfred and the victim had argued at the victim's house. Alfred left the house, and afterwards the victim received a fatal gunshot wound when he opened the door responding to the knock. That's just the first paragraph. I stopped there. So that was a little bit more clarity than what we had. But not knowing that, I could see how people thought he was snitch. So what it was is he said, like I just read, he's looking at the evidence that they presented or whatever they told him in the case, which is, you know, a rookie thing. They always say shit that sound good, and he knows how it looks. It could be persuaded for him to be in jail or whatever, you know, for years without the evidence, you know, being in his favor. You know, just because it's going to go to trial, people are going to hear it. It's going to look bad. Just like that shit I just read. So okay, I never heard that either. But he's not admitting to anything. He just says the evidence is enough. That show y'all trash. That goes to what you was talking about with Information Man. That a lot of that conviction rate is just it's simply, you know, pleas. You know what I'm saying? People copping pleas in the high 90s and 80s and shit like that. In the success rate, conviction rate. Breezy said, yes, I wish people would stop saying he was a snitch.
Yeah, okay. Hold on. Yeah, we're gonna put that to rest right now. I got something for you while you was reading that. I'm gonna look at the video that where people say he was and he actually told. Hold on 1 second. Hold on.
Affiliated with YSL around 2016. Is that true as it pertains to you, Mr. Kitchens?
Yes, ma'am.
YSL is a music label and a gang, and you have personal knowledge that members or associates of YSL have committed crimes in furtherance of the gang.
Yes, ma'am.
You were present when law enforcement officers stopped the vehicle in which you were present along with Jeffrey Williams, wherein hydrocodone, methamphetamines, and a firearm were recovered. These items did not belong to you.
Yes, ma'am.
And do you acknowledge the following statement? I recognize, accept, and deeply regret that my talent and music indirectly furthered YSL the gang to the detriment of my community. YSL as a gang must end. Is that your statement or acknowledgement?
Yes.
There you have it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's
by
bad.
him saying that YSL is a gang kind of put the nail in the coffin a little bit.
Yeah, that's not good.
Exactly, because everybody listening, high-end executive, music executive, Kevin Liles, bro, doesn't get higher than Kevin Liles came to court and to say YSL is nothing but a record label. It's a company that made music. That's it.
They tied them in because that's where the money gonna come in. Go ahead.
Exactly. Everybody came over there, but by this guy, an artist that is signed to YSL, saying that YSL is a gang, kind of made the case for the prosecution. Like, yeah, because that's what they're looking for. They need somebody to be like, yo. They need somebody to be like, yo, man. Go get we need just one person to admit that YSL is a game. Nigga, who the hell is this nigga right here?
I don't know, bro.
Papi, you a clown. Yeah, said the guy with Antonio.
You know where he came from, right, Papi?
Yeah, he come from Fighter.
Yeah.
It's all good, man. I like people like this. It's streaming for 5 hours. Get a life. Papi, no, it is. He say, I know Colombia. All right,
Hey, world class. It's got to be a white guy, right?
Absolutely, you know that. You know. Hey, Marcus, talk to him. No,
Hey man, welcome. While you at it, man, hit the cash app, bro. While you at it, then you. Matter of fact, hit the cash app before I block your ass. How about that?
I like it.
This guy, like the crazy part, he spent all that energy. I would even if I don't like work class, guess where I'm going? Guess where I'm not gonna be? A work class chat talking shit. I just don't like. Why would I be there? I'm giving him my watch hours, my views, man.
But you know what that is right there, Papi? That's a lot of feminine energy right there.
Yeah, this guy, man, poor guy. He playing, man. He probably in a dark ass room right now with his helmet on, typing. He probably got diapers too.
He probably eating mayonnaise sandwiches, right? Right, world class.
No, I promise you, while he typing all that shit, he got a helmet on. He got a cowboy helmet on. A Dallas cowboy helmet.
It's the cowboy part for me.
Yeah, I hate that squad. That's why I always use him for everything negative. I hate the Cowboys. I hate them.
He probably sniffing.
The Giants won yesterday, right?
Yes, sir. Barely.
Boo. Boo. Y'all beat the Redskins?
Yeah, the Redskins. It was a Sunday night game.
Oh wait, who else lost? Oh, that's right, the Ravens.
Okay. Let's just get him out of here. We don't need to talk about that right now.
I believe your boy, what's his name? Lamar. I think he don't play until he ain't gonna play until he get a contract. That's the second.
He's just injured again, for being in the pocket, getting hit in the pocket. We don't have a good line to pass block, and that's just how that works. When he come back, when he get fully healthy, we'll be good. We only could score 3 points this week, so it proves his point that he need to be paid $300 million, and that's that for that. So, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yo, Mr. Bandera, there goes the link, man. You're more than welcome to hit the link so you can tell me how much of the clown I am.
Mr. Bandejo, ain't that how you say it?
That's the actor guy. He's from Spain.
You said it just like a white guy does. More class. Good job.
Antonio Banderas. What kind of man use another man picture? Like I kind of understand if he's a player.
Right.
You're using a whole other actor guy picture.
He think he cute. That's how that works.
Exactly. I mean, hey, listen, we let me make this statement right now, man. We are LGBT friendly over here.
That's what's up.
You know, I don't want us to be seen like I'm bashing one of those.
When you say us, when you say us, what you mean? Let's just be clear on what we're talking about.
People from Baltimore.
We're not. Never mind. Actually, it's a big alphabet community here. Yeah, I choose not to participate.
That's the political correct thing to say, man. That's
facts.
You gotta be. So you don't want to be like the baby, man. This guy can't even get 500 people in the concert no more, fam. They erased that, man. Fuck that.
Wait, the baby ain't selling out no more?
No, the baby, like he says something spicy about the
rainbow community. I remember that.
And ever since that, bro, he trying to do a concert. He cannot get 500 people to come there because most of the not necessarily the promoter, like the big the streaming services and everything, they kind of they blackballing him in a way. They blackballing the man. So he just he cannot get 500 people to come to his concert, bro. Now it was like 2 weeks ago, came out he's selling tickets, he's selling like 2-3 tickets for like $10-$20. He trying to get people to come.
Wait, how much?
He's selling like if you give them $20, they give you like 3 tickets to come to his concert. That's how fucked up it is.
That's sad as fuck.
Yeah, the baby is a big artist. He's not just he's not your local. He's a big artist.
Damn.
Let me see what my girl Miss Coleman. No, it wasn't no birthday. Like this is no trial. They just doing suppression hearing, which mean like they're trying to throw a lot of evidence away. So they pretty much it's like a pissing contest, pretty much. Like I tell you this, I tell you wait that, this and that. That's what they're doing. The real trial is gonna start in the second week of January. So hopefully I get 2,000 subscribers by then. Let me see where I'm at right now. Let me see what I'm at right now. I'm trying to get to, I'm trying to get to 2,000 before Martin Luther King holiday.
You haven't run into that Chucha again, Papi?
I know, man. Fuck that bastard. I need let me see. I need 32 more so I can get to 1,800. 32 more subscribers. So how many people watching right now? 39. I know 39 haven't subscribed. Please subscribe. Also subscribe to my man World Class.
Appreciate
when
it.
you see Marcus on your panel, don't let him in.
You don't.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Yeah, press me. Yeah, keep oppressing me.
Yeah, don't support you know, the oppressor.
Oh, man, fuck you.
You see how the white man cussed me? Stop fucking about it.
Oh man. Damn.
So before I forget, Friday is a monetization party, man. We're gonna get lit over here.
Yes, all strippers. If you know a stripper, please send her the link. They're welcome. They can be actually naked on camera, but
that's the link of the live stream right there. So go ahead, hit the like, and make sure you hit the comment section too. I heard that helps a lot in the algorithm. I'm trying to break the algorithm. Yeah, that's why I'm asking you to do. It seems like a lot, but it's not. It's only going to take like 5 seconds. Just make sure you subscribe, turn your notification, because it's not about just subscribing. You have to turn on your notification, stuff like that. Because when you just subscribe, usually YouTube, what they do is they unsubscribe you, like 2 months later or something like that. I heard people like, "Yo, I was unsubscribed from your channel by mistake." I'm like, "What the hell?" YouTube be doing that shit.
yeah, it do. We found that out. I lose 2 people every day.
Yeah, they do it because that, you know, the people that you lose is the people that they really like, they just subscribe to your shit, but they probably haven't watched your content yet, or they haven't watched in a while.
Right. And you know what's crazy about it? Like I was looking, I think they counted for you how many channels I'm subscribed to. I used to talk about fucking cable, like, oh, why the fuck you need 100 channels? Like I got like 200 channels I'm subscribed to. You know what I mean? So you just miss shit. Then my son be because I let him watch YouTube through my account, so I can always see what he watch. And I mean, you can do that with the kids thing too, but it's hard. You know,
yeah, so that's what I got for my kids. YouTube for kids, nothing but literally nothing by cartoon.
I watch over the stuff, and I'm like, listen, you can't watch it because I'd rather introduce it and, you know, talk with him about it and stuff like that. You know, that's neither here nor there. But yeah, you don't realize how many channels you watch, and then sometimes just like cable, don't shit be on. Don't nobody be dropping no video. You can see everything. I don't like watching videos twice. I don't even watch mine.
I gotta start my YouTube channel, my sport YouTube channel, man. I gotta start the whole PAPI sport joint, man. Cause I be beating everybody in sport takes in their channel. I gotta got my own shit.
Oh my god! I mean, it's all right. Let's just start with this. You're a Giants fan. How could you ever win a take when you do that? When that's going on, like y'all ever won?
The same way we got 2 Super Bowls in the past 14 years. While y'all only got what, 1 maybe?
Who?
How many Super Bowls y'all got in the past 15 years?
First of all, I think we won a Super Bowl most recently.
2001. Y'all got like 2000.
No, we got 2000 and then 2012. We got 2000, which is the greatest defense of all time, and then we got 2012. So when Ray Lewis.
That's the one that y'all beat up on Colin Kaepernick, right?
Yeah, it was a good game. It was close. Came down the last play.
Like the 2 brothers went against each other as a head coach. I remember that.
The Harbaugh Bowl. And so it looks like that's what was gonna happen this year. Shout out to the San Fran. I'm a supporter of the San Francisco 49ers, and I like the way they build teams. And Ravens, that's gonna be the Super Bowl this year, and Ravens gonna win by 9.
Well, it's not gonna happen because Jimmy Garoppolo is gone for the season. It's over.
We only need that defense and that running back. That's all we need. Well, those running back.
That's the crazy part about it. I don't know. I don't care how bad the Ravens is. One thing I can count the Ravens year after year is the defense. They always shoot. They always tough fight. I don't know what happened this year. Y'all losing 17-point lead, 14-point lead in the fourth quarter. That's crazy.
We don't have a defense. What we have is we have football participants while the other team's offense is on the field. That when they feel like scoring in the last drive, there's nothing we can do about it but look and get scored on. So that's what's going on in Baltimore. We don't have defense. We just got Lamar Jackson in the running game. And it's just people that stand out there with outfits on when the other team's offense is out there. So that's what we got going on.
Yeah, y'all got 2 Super Bowls, but what I'm saying is we got 2 latest Super Bowl. We got one in 2008 and another one in 2011, I think it was, which is become the 2010 joint. 2008, 2010, yeah.
I usually just call it the year that it starts, so I don't get confused. That's what basketball do.
Our Super Bowl means more than your punk ass Super Bowl. We beat an 18-0 thing. That should count too.
Okay. Let's just hash this out. First of all, we beat
the. Guess what? This is what makes it more interesting. We beat the GOAT twice. We just didn't go through bum ass niggas. We beat the GOAT twice.
Y'all niggas have 8 Pro Bowlers on the defensive line. Eight of them. Y'all had like 8 Pro Bowlers on the defensive line. Y'all could rotate any and everybody.
Tom Coughlin built. That's what Tom Coughlin do. He built Pro Bowlers on defense. He hard on defense.
We got one of them niggas now. And JPP. JPP.
Oh yeah. He over there?
Yeah.
I thought he retired.
No. He did. I think he came back with
Yeah, because he got a Super
with
Bowl with the Bucks.
With the Bucks, yeah. With Brady. And now he with us.
Oh, that's the Haitian homie, right? I mean, I don't know, but I say like he good, he good people, man.
He can play. He can play.
Yeah, he can
so y'all had that. Y'all had a miracle catch that shouldn't have never happened. And with a guy that I don't even think ever.
Don't forget to mention before you start hating, nigga. We had the GOAT killer, Eli Manning, nigga. Eli, nigga, in Eli we trust.
You think as you say it loud that they make it like that's not how that works.
Yes, because I wish we can have Eli Manning. I mean, he used to throw a lot of interceptions. He used to drive me crazy, but he gave me 2. Eli gave me like one of the greatest moments I ever had when it comes to watching sport, man.
Okay.
He beat the bullshit out of fucking Tom Brady, man.
Okay.
That's that right there. I don't care if Eli threw 250 interception, man. All I know is he beat that man twice. That did it for me. He's the GOAT killer.
All right, but it doesn't compare to the Ravens. It don't, because
he beat the shit out of your niggas too, man. Stop.
Who?
Eli Manning.
Eli
Manning. Listen, Eli is a god in New York, bro. Like whatever he go, he don't have to pay for nothing. This nigga Eli is so great. He was one of these rich ass bastards, one of these rich ass people in New York that gave him like a $7 million condo as a gift. Like here, man,
they got crazy money up there. We know this. They got crazy money.
Man, my bad, man. It's about to approach 6 hours. I'm about to.
Yeah. Damn, I forgot. Yeah, you got 4
more minutes anyway. One more time, man. Where they can find you again, bro?
Catch us at the World Class. We got a lot of content out there. We talked about BDSM. We talked about, like I said, etymology. We talked about women in this space. The World Class on YouTube The World Class on YouTube and The World Class on IG and theworldclass@gmail.com. Yeah, that's it, man. Appreciate you, Kimla, Marcus. Everybody came out. Zone, J. Ali. Shout out to the Demon Tribe. Shout out to Couch Gang, Killer. Yeah, it's a lot. Breezy for the help. Appreciate that. Yeah, it's a lot of people. You, Poppy, thanks for having me up. Everybody came up on the panel. Yeah,
your family, you're more than welcome anytime, man.
Thank you, bro.
Anytime. Man, I'm gonna see you later. All right.
All right, peace.
All right, take care, boss.
Thank you.
I mean, if you haven't subscribed, man, I need you to subscribe. Please do that for me. I need you to hit the like, man. I need you to hit the comment section. What you think? What do you think is gonna happen to Youngthug? Start the conversation over there in the comment section. I usually join it all the time. I like a good back and forward too. Support the channel. subscribe. Make sure you have everybody subscribe to the channel. Share the link. You know what I mean? And make sure that y'all be here tomorrow. I'm probably gonna cover some, they're gonna go to court tomorrow again. So thank you for being here, and you have a nice day. Let me see one sec. I mean, it's nighttime already anyway. So let me see one second. All right.
Even when you feel low, you can still go. Even when you feel slow, you can still go. Even when there's no hope, you can still go. I never answer to no, man, I still go. Go, 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 yo, go, go, go. Hustle hard, hustle every single day. I'll be making moves till I'm buried in my grave. To the system, I don't wanna be a slave. I've been doing shit my way, or the highway. And in the driveway is a nice range. Cause I grind through the climb, I invite pain. You'll never hear me, bitch, nah, I don't complain. Just gotta flip the switch and you can go and obtain anything you want, anything you need. Your mind's got the key ingredient, it's belief. They'll see with the negativity.
Thank you, man. Before I go, man, thank you for the $5 super sticker, man. I couldn't live without giving you your promise, Karma. You always supporting your boy. Thank you for the $5 super sticker. I appreciate you, man. Trust me, you my #1 supporter. Thank you, my love. It's always love. Thank you, man. Thank you. Now, I'm out of here now.